1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Gameday Live, and we open proceedings today with one question. Why would you ever trust a rat? They're smelly, greedy, scheming, and dishonest. And that all sounds quite unflattering until you realize that also sounds like a description of diplomacy players at face-to-face tournaments. So I suppose it only makes sense that a club calling itself the DiploRats, based out of New York City, would eventually create a tournament for players from far and wide to enjoy. Today we're gathered to cover the inaugural Mischief, a meeting of both the local DiploRat population and a variety of other player species from across the North American hobby. And while this may be their first attempt at a face-to-face event, organizers Johnny Gillum and Peter Cook have plenty of experience both as players and organizers, with Johnny running the Virtual Diplomacy Championship each January. With a resume like that, the Mischief is sure to be thick, fast, frantic, and incredibly fun. So we hope you'll join us today as we go through 3 rounds of quality games to find the true rat king or queen in the diplomacy world. Joining me on this adventure is a diverse array of rodents, some more trustworthy than others, but all with insights to offer on these lovely games. Hailing from the United Kingdom, a man who has somehow won a tournament in a country that he's been wanted for in most of his life, the 2025 DBN Diplomat of the Year and 2026 Diplomacy World Champion, Michalis Kamaridis.
Hello, pleasure to be here.
From the land of Australia, home to some especially deadly types of rodents, one of the hobby's most proven winners as both player and organizer, Shane Armstrong.
Good morning from down under.
And finally, from Oregon, a man who is universally liked by his peers off the board, and would rather you don't ask about what happens on his boards, Mr. Craig Mayer.
Good afternoon, everyone.
All right, welcome everybody. One thing to note before we get underway in terms of just shouting out upcoming events and outlining the scoring system and getting into the games themselves, we do want to note that there have been some difficulties experienced by the DiploRats this weekend in putting on the tournament. Their original venue, the Polanski Shakespeare Center in Brooklyn, had a catastrophic air conditioning failure that forced them to relocate to their backup location on the fly. So I just wanted to say to everyone currently out there at the tournament, hope you've been doing well. Hope it hasn't disrupted things too much. You did get all the boards done, so that's great. And wishing the best to everybody who is affected by that. All right.
It's quite amazing to have had a backup plan like that they could just seamlessly shift into. Give a big shout out for that.
Shows these organizers, they know what they're doing. They know what they are doing indeed. All right, so we will get to the games that everyone is here for. But before we get there, we do want to shout out real quick other events that are coming up soon across the global hobby that some of you might be interested in if you want to get into diplomacy or just continue your ongoing addiction to it. So if we go over here, Michalis, I believe you have a tournament on the virtual scene that's coming up soon.
Yep, no matter where you are in the world, the Virtual Summer Classic next weekend will have a time zone or have a game at a time zone that is suitable for you. There are 8 rounds staggered basically every 8 hours from Friday to Sunday. So we've had a lot of incredible players start out their careers winning tournaments like this. I believe both Katie Bray and Seren Kwok and possibly Michael, and Michael might have won a tournament beforehand, all won this tournament as the first tournaments that they won in the virtual scene, and have gone on to have stunning success elsewhere. So you, viewer, this could be you. Sign up, join next weekend, and you too will win tournaments. probably.
And there's also another tournament coming up in the UK that you might want to get some people for.
Absolutely. So 2nd to the 4th of October, EDC, the European Championship, will be hosted by the UK for the first time in a good decade. This is being hosted in Chesterfield by Chris Walgar, Gary Sturley, and Bradley Grace. Chesterfield, if you don't know, is roughly dead centre of England. Quite easy to get to if you fly in from London or Manchester. It's pretty much equidistant from both. And there are a lot of information that's gone out in the past couple of weeks in a nice brochure that they've made. So if you are interested in attending this, feel free to contact Bradley, Chris, or Gary, or me, or Conrad, or anyone from the UK hobby who can put you in the correct direction for it. It will be great.
Certainly it will be. And Shane, I don't believe we have your latest events down in Australia on the calendar just yet, but what's coming up in your side of the world?
We have 2 face-to-face tournaments left down in Australia this year. Melbourne will be hosting the second and hopefully continuing after that date, Flying Fox Fandango. That will be 17 and 18 October. And after that, the traditional final stop in the Australian circuit, or traditional as of last year, but we're going to keep it that way. It's the daddy of them all. It's the Australian Open, 13 to 15 November. 3 days, 4 rounds, I believe, although it still has to be landed. That tends to be what we do. Longer games is generally the vibe, and that's a good competitive tournament to kind of round out the year. And winner of, well, not winner of that, but people that will also end up probably deciding who brings the Bismarck Cup home this year. So that'll be a great finish to the season for us down here.
That time somebody won that cup. And Craig, what's going on in the North American hobby soon? I believe there's a very big event coming up later this month, actually.
Yeah. So in the North American hobby, we have about 4 in the summer to fall events. So the big one, like you talked about, the premier event this year is the North American DipCon, which is being held by the Armada crew. They run the regatta tournament it's in Denver this year. It's usually it had been in Boulder, and Manus Hand and Emmett Wainwright always put on a great tournament. I think it'll be well attended, so that's very exciting. That's just a couple of short weeks away. And then a little bit later in August, we have the Boston Massacre, and the Boston Massacre, which the tournament director is Alex Maslow. That's always a fun tournament. Get to visit Boston, which apparently now the Scottish really love for some reason, but that's always a fun tournament to go to. And then in October, we have Weasel Moot, which this year is a tournament. And then next year, I believe Weasel, they're hosting WDC in 2027.
That's right.
So that's a good one to go to sort of get the feelers out for the local players and people who you might be facing next year, looking at the World Championship. And then finally, in November, I believe it's November of this year, it might be in October, Carnage. It's a little earlier in October this year. That's on the East Coast. That's run by our good friend David Maletsky, which is part of a larger board gaming tournament called Carnage, put on by a group there. Robert Rouse, who plays quite a bit of diplomacy, he also is involved in the larger gaming convention. That's a very fun one to go to, picturesque area to visit. Beautiful time of year in it might be a little bit after peak fall colors, but still a beautiful time to go. I've been to all of those tournaments in the past. They're all really fun. Yeah,
certainly. There's still some that are on my bucket list, but a lot. But the quality of North American tournaments very consistently good. We had a first-time tournament earlier this year as well in BlazeCon, and that was very well attended, well received. So hopefully Mischief has been the same. We're about to find out all about that. But first, let's talk about the scoring system real quick. Some people don't care about it. Some people hate talking about it. But just in case, we should go over it still in brief. It is something of a variant on the duct tape scoring system that's been used at some past North American tournaments, in that it's 34 points for a solo, 1 point per supply center, but the main difference, and a 5-point bonus for topping the board lone. But the main difference is there is no survival bonus. So instead of 5 points, there is 0 points for simply making it to the draw. And there is also a 1-point bonus on top of your supply center count for sharing the board top with someone else, one other person, which is not rewarded at all in duct tape. So this is dubbed the Mischief system. I believe it is the first time the specific system is being used in a tournament. So quite excited to see how that pans out. But again, because 5-point bonus for topping is quite a lot, you just want to finish first if possible, as you do on most boards in most tournaments. So it shouldn't create horribly unusual styles of play compared to what we're used to. But either way, let's head back over now to Dipcast, if I can transition here. And these are the top 10 players attending the Mischief tournament this weekend in terms of their DBNI ranking from the 2025 season. So this is a little bit outdated, but nonetheless, a great mix here of experienced tournament winners and just stalwarts of the hobby. So we'll start with McCallus. What names stand out to you on this list in terms of people who could potentially make noise?
I mean, my eye is drawn to Andrew Wu, who won the North American Diplomacy Championship last season. Hasn't played a lot since then, so good to see him again. Interested to see if he can do a nice follow-up on that one. Jake Mannix obviously played a World Championship top board very recently, so another one to definitely keep an eye on. But it's hard to look behind Ed Sullivan at a tournament that doesn't have a top board nowadays. He goes to all of these North American tournaments without top boards, and he's been rolling them one after another. So, yeah, great collection.
Yeah, he's won Whipping recently, won Carnage last year, Regatta last year. He's been on a real roll, that Ed. But Shane, how many of these guys have you managed to play with in your travels throughout the world?
I've never actually played with Justin, though. He has played in Australia, which is pretty cool. I played with Andrew at WDC last year. I thought he was great to play with. I would love to play with Andrew again. I was amazed to find out how few games he played. He was excellent. I played with Karthik very briefly at Worlds and disappointed him by taking Norway. Sorry, Kartho. I had to. They were eating me in the south. Keith, I played with at WDC last year as well in round one with Peter McNamara and a few other people. So that was and Noam Brown was on that board actually. That was fun. I haven't played with Jason Massbaum, but I did have a great chat with him at WDC earlier in the year, so that was great. And I know Sabi from around the traps as well, but I've not played with them either actually. So I guess it's only the answer is 3 of the 10, which isn't too bad for someone from my part of the world. So yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. And Craig, of course, you've probably played with more than 3 of these people.
I played with all these idiots. except Rob O'Brien, who was smart enough not to avoid a board with me. Yeah, so I guess the name that starts, well, Keith Worstel is coming off a win at DixieCon, so it'll be interesting to see. He did very well, obviously, in a draw-based scoring system. Let's see how he fares in a more lead/center-based system. And yeah, everybody else on here, these are top-notch players, people that you love to hang out with and hope you don't see on a board.
Yeah, as Craig briefly alluded to, by the way, Rob O'Brien is mostly an extended deadline player, but he's on the East Coast, so it comes out to a few of these. He's known as Varmint online, so he's extended deadline royalty. He's won Nexus Press League. He's in every major extended deadline tournament, making noise, winning all the time. So should be exciting to see what he can manage.
He won BlazeCon earlier this year, right? Like as one.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah,
that was his first.
Right.
Yeah,
that was his first face-to-face tournament win back in January. So thank you for remembering that, McCallus. And again, BlazeCon was the first tournament of its kind as well this year in the DC area, or in the Baltimore area. So maybe Rob's just got a knack for these inaugural tournaments. Who knows? But with that in mind, let's head over now to round 1, board A. Spoiler alert, there are 5 boards in round 1, so great showing there. 4 boards in round 2, 3 boards in round 3. So there are clearly quite a few players who won't play the entire tournament, who maybe aren't playing with the overall win in mind. And as we'll discuss throughout the stream, that can have many different implications for how people play and how you have to navigate those boards. So let's go to round 1, game A. And here we go. In Austria, we have reigning North American champion Andrew Wu. In England, we have Alex Maslow. France, Richard Lowenberg. Germany, Ryan Brown. Italy, Alan Downing. In Russia, Mitch McConaughey, not to be confused with the U.S. Senator. And in Turkey, Tyler Roylands. Oh yeah, we got to give someone a break. Craig, you'll have the first break. We'll see you in a bit. So, guys, what do you think about this list of players? There's a lot of unfamiliar names here, actually.
Looking at this, yeah, I mean, the only two that stand out to me are Andrew, who I've previously spoken about, and Alex Maslow, who I met at WDC and shared a board with as well. He was really fun to play with, actually. Michaelis, we were on the same board for that one, actually. And in a different set of circumstances, I think it would have been a very different game. But yeah, I mean, Alex was a great guy, actually. I chatted to him socially and then had him over a board, really friendly. And yeah, I would have loved to have been able to work with him, but circumstances.
Yeah, I've met Alex a few times over the years. Dixie, WDC as well last year, and then at Athens this year. And yeah, like Shane said, great guy, really enthusiastic. He's quite flexible, I think. So not such a like rigid player. You give him a cool idea, he will go along with the cool idea and come up with them himself. So interested to see what he does.
Yeah, and certainly local players can sometimes be more receptive to creative and fun ideas, so that could really play to Alex's benefit here. Let's find out. Only one way to find out, and that's to go straight to the map as we navigate. And Michaelis, let's have you take the odd years. Shane, you can be on the even years. Of course, either of you can butt in the other's year if you have something to add, but try and keep a decent pace. So, spring 1901, Michaelis, take us away. Oh, take us away. Oh, no. Technical difficulties, folks. This is typical. I cannot move the turn forward. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Everything worked out. All right. So, spring 1901. Eye is immediately drawn to the west. We've got a bounce in the English Channel. England doesn't put Liverpool to Wales, does go to Yorkshire. So potentially they were expecting this to bounce, or this was a defensive move. You do notice that it is combined with a DMZ in Burgundy. Meanwhile, in the east, we see Italy sending all their units as far away from Austria as they possibly can. So not only is Rome sliding south, but Venice has followed it to make Austria very comfortable. Don't see that so much nowadays, but used to be quite a common thing. Also combined with the more old-fashioned Turkish opening, with both armies shifting across. Definitely vibes of a very strong AI from the start with that sort of opening.
All right.
Yes, I have nothing further there.
In that case, heading right on to the fall, Michaelis, keep on going.
All right. Fall of 1901. We see in the West some sort of turnaround. This actually happens quite a lot when EF bounce in the English Channel. A lot of the time they'll just go, we tried. Let's just disengage. Let's go elsewhere. Doesn't always work out well for Germany, or potentially not for Russia in this case. This does look mildly Western Tripoli, with France getting the two builds unopposed, England shifting stuff across, and Germany notably bouncing Sweden, which is certainly not an anti-English move. Meanwhile, in the East, we see the sort of follow-up to the AI moves with Italy convoying across and Austria taking Greece. But Russia puts the fleet into Romania while the Black Sea is DMZ'd, which is not really what Turkey should want, although I know the Australian hobby has a very different perspective on that. So I'll let Shane talk about why Australians put fleets in Romania.
Hey, I don't know why they do it. They just do. I mean, that's just the vibe, right? I personally find it pretty inefficient if you want to go in on Austria, but I don't know. We have a pretty kind of chill vibe, so maybe that's part of it. Yeah, it's interesting. We had the bounce in Channel and the bounce in Black, and then we have neither of either, which is kind of interesting. I haven't seen that for a while, actually. But I'm also kind of glad to not see a Trieste loan, even though I must confess I did one last week.
Indeed. Italy waived their option for a Trieste loan immediately, so we'll see how that affects the AI relationship. Michaelis, real quick, you're something of an authority on the matter since you played Germany on the top board that won you the World Championship this year. So you've just seen England and France have some tension maybe at the start, but then it's dissipated, and now you bounce Russia out of Sweden. What are you building here, and what's your diplomatic approach to find out who your friends are right now?
To be honest, if there's a bounce at the Channel, I probably wouldn't have bounced Sweden. I think that because, like I said before, about EF often getting back on the same page, I probably want friendliness with Russia. So maybe I'm going to support Russia back into Sweden in spring. It's fine. I think your builds write themselves, right? It's Fleet Kiel, Army Munich in 95% of cases here, and this is certainly not one of the other ones in that. But yeah, you want to be doing something. If France is putting down Fleet Marseille and committing into the med, then you probably want to do EG, and then we'll go along with the Western Triple until France is out of position, and then jump on France.
Right. Well, we'll see if Ryan here agrees with you on that. We do see a Fleet Kiel Army Munich, Fleet Brest Army Paris from France, Fleet Eddy from England, Fleet Sevastopol from Russia, double armies from Austria, Fleet in Naples from Italy, Army Ankara from Turkey. Shane, what build surprises you the most here?
Fleet Sev. That's something we also saw last week in Sydney at the Sydney Cup. That was a real surprise. I didn't expect to see that, and I think the way the Turkish units were kind of positioned, there weren't really many kind of good build options with Smyrna kind of blocked up. I'm really interested to see what happens there. And the other thing that jumps out, of course, is Fleet Brest. That's putting that tension back into the Channel area. And the English are built in Edinburgh, which, suggests they kind of weren't potentially picking up the same vibes. Having said that, you can kind of build in Fleet Brest and diplomatically get away with it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But the places to look at right now are Black, Aegean, Channel. They're the main kind of places where there's tension on the board. I think it'd be interesting to see what happens in those places.
Yeah, Turkey was kind of trapped with the awkward build there because they did the initial old-fashioned opening where you move the army to Con, and then the army just gets in the way if you try and bring the fleet out. You can't build Fleet Smyrna. That's why it became less popular an opening.
Yeah, so as Shane mentioned, there's some important tension points right now that could flare up in spring 1902, but the question is, which ones do, Shane?
Okay, well, I'll just go from the west to the east, I suppose. We do have Channel being forced, which, I mean, Maslow seems to be aware of, and so he's gone back to cover London anyway, putting that visual signal in there. But at the same time, he's supporting Belgium to hold. So perhaps, there's still some room there to come to some sort of diplomatic accommodation. If you look up into Scandinavia, there's yet another bounce in Sweden, which Mitch can't be particularly pleased about, but Ryan seems to persist in doing. But also, having said that, Maslow does not kind of really want to pick one of the two in that situation, and he slipped to Skag, which is interesting as well. It starts to put pressure on Denmark. I think Alex looks like he's trying to find a friend at this point in time. I hope he does for his sake. Looking over in the east, yes, you've got the kind of standard thing where if Turkey can't actually get anything to cover East Med, the Italians just slide through. So you're kind of looking at this standard Lepanto setup. This is the other thing, actually, I kind of find interesting with players that we might not have seen before or might be less experienced. There's these points in time where you're just like, well, do they even know about Lepanto? Like, can I actually pull this off without and kind of get away with it? Is that the move here? And so Alan may be kind of shaping up to do that. It'll be interesting to see. Black, of course, again, though, is bounced 2-2 because Bulgaria cuts Rum. So that tension over Black continues, and we really have Turkey now committing against Russia, supporting Smyrna into Armenia. It's going to be interesting to see diplomatically how they try and sort that out. But with Russia putting pressure on Turkey up top, and Austria and Italy pushing into the Aegean and East Med, it's not looking great for Tyler at this point in time. I'll be interested to see how they try and talk themselves out of trouble.
Yeah, something would have to change here for Turkey to get something out of this game, but it could happen. Let's find out.
There's that Lepanto. Straight into Syria. Turkey could have stopped it if they were aware of it, but maybe again you come to the point when everyone's trying jumping on you, where you kind of have to make decisions. And clearly, that Fleet Sev has been sufficient to upset Turkey and compel Turkey to actually really fully send against Russia. Black Sea's finally taken by the Russians. They slide down into Romania and Ukraine. Spain, for some reason, wants to go to St. Petersburg. Maybe later. Looking up over into the west, we have a great little bit of defensive work here from Alex. I mean, he loses Irish, but there's nothing he could do about it. Sliding back to Clyde, obviously, is very smart, but I love the bouncing the Belgian convoy into Wales with London and then having it destroyed by the Germans is beautiful. That's really, really lovely. So great anticipation, Alex, and thank you for making it fun by doing the dislodgement there, Ryan in Germany. I think that's lovely. Mitch finally gets into Sweden with help of Alex, so Alex seems to have found a friend. So it's looking all right for Russia right now, getting position in Black and another dot. And I'm really interested in seeing how Alex continues from this point. He's hopefully got a pal in it. He seems to have friends with Germany as well, with Germany doing blowing up Belgium, but also Belgium has been taken off the board, which I find kind of interesting. But and we have a little safety bounce in Trieste between the Italians and the Austrians.
My assumption on that Belgium thing is that Belgium was agreed between France and Germany, right? Like France was going up Spain anyway, and it's not uncommon in an FG for Germany to be the one with Belgium, certainly in the early years. So I don't really think this is massively beneficial to Alex yet, but if Germany puts down another army in Munich, then that could change.
Yeah, the more I look at this, the more it looks like a bit of tactical genius from Richard, because no matter what, he's going to get one of two things here with this moveset. Either he's going to get an army in Wales because the convoy succeeds, or he's going to get a fleet fresh from Brest because, well, he can blow up Belgium in case it gets dislodged. So the FG continuing to progress here. The question is, what role will Russia play in that situation as we go along? Let's find out with the builds. +1 for France, Germany, and Russia, as well as Austria. We have, sure enough, a fleet Brest, as well as a third fleet from Germany, and armies from Russia and Austria. Michalis, do you think any of those builds are especially telling about intentions that we didn't know about already?
Not really. I mean, Russia is on the English side, not on the FG side, which isn't normally the case nowadays, but makes sense a lot when Germany was bouncing Sweden, right? So I think Mitch is doing the sort of reaction you expect. What happens with Army Warsaw will be the interesting thing. Turkey is already almost dead. If the air sticks together, this is a potential time to charge in on Germany, who's just put that third fleet down and would be very vulnerable to a move to the line right now if air decide to stick it out and continue that way.
Yeah, Russia's chosen not to have any sort of say up top, which I find interesting. But I mean, that quite often happens as Russia. You've kind of got to choose whether or not to intervene, and intervening there is probably overstretching. So Alex has got a bit of work ahead of him. That third German fleet, yeah, naturally creates that tension with Russia. It'll be interesting to see how it all runs from here, but it's looking not great for Alex. But England, army on the island, try and negotiate on the other side of the board, shift things, change the game. Alex has got he's got work ahead of him, but sometimes that's a good fun place to be in when you're playing in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we go into spring 1903, Michalis.
All right, spring 1903, air do not push straight to the line, which is what I was looking at. Instead, the amount of units in the southeastern corner is increasing even further. Admittedly, yes, the Turk gets destroyed in Smyrna, but I think we kind of all expected Turkey to collapse from this position. Austria's into Con, Russia's into Armenia to probably take Ankara, but it depends whether their allies decide to let them have it or not. Meanwhile, in the west, Germany takes North Sea with a support of 3, which was pretty much guaranteed unless Russia cut Denmark, and England shifts across to protect the homeland a little bit better.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, France is kind of in this position where they can gradually just kind of get more and more position. They can support themselves into North Atlantic from here and just grind England out from this point in time. Losing North Sea obviously was going to happen. It was going to be very difficult for England to kind of stop that happening. And yeah, Turkey, the Bulgaria to Con walk is very nice for Andrew, and then he backfills with Bull, and yeah, Turkey is not looking too long for this world, unfortunately.
Also to Ukraine's quite an interesting move, because that's an army that really didn't need to move into that corner at all, but it certainly suggests some distrust of Austria.
It's just defensive, Andrew. It can't hurt you right now. Into full?
Into full, and correctly reading that it needs to be defensive from Austria. So the tension was there, and Austria makes their move on Russia, which does not succeed as Russia double defends Romania. Russia also does not get Ankara because Italy has decided to throw their lot in with Austria in this plan, and support holds the Turkey at Ankara. So not great for Mitch, but the blown up fleet getting into a rebuild is actually quite nice in this position. Italy, meanwhile, is +2, while Austria is actually +0, because even though Austria took Con, they have lost Greece to the Italian, presumably as part of their deal, expecting that they would get Romania out of it. Italy also goes to Piedmont, while France goes to Marseille. Don't think that this is the sign of an incoming Western attack, though. Otherwise, fleets would have been moving in that direction. France gets their convoy into Wales, does blow the English up, but that's actually quite powerful because Russia has walked into Norway, so England is now armyless and trapped in Skagerrak, which I'm not sure I love that move from Russia there. I don't think that this really speeding up the English demise doesn't seem like it's in Russia's interests.
Yeah, the question is, what is it in service to? And yeah, it does. It just makes England's life far more precarious. You've got the problem of being on both sides of the island now and not able to coordinate.
Shane, your mic's cutting out at the moment.
Still wrong. In the meantime, I think what Shane was going to say is that England's position is a lot more difficult now, and that one English fleet in Skagerrak that won't be coming off the board is next to what's now 2 Russian dots. So you're forced to build in St. Petersburg to cover against it, which means you haven't actually got anything from this really anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught it before, but I'm going to find the Italian builds really interesting here. They're going to kind of tell, I think they'll tell us a lot. They'll either be very firm and start pushing west, or they might be a bit more non-committal and still trying to. It'll be interesting to see what the AI.
Indeed, we do have 2 builds for Italy, 2 builds for Russia as well, one of which is a rebuild. It seems like the blowing up the fleet in Armenia will probably help them, given the land-based nature of the Austrian threat at the moment. And 1 disband for Turkey, of course, as well, as Tyler tries to eke out some kind of survival in this game. Army Warsaw, Army Moscow, Fleet Rome, Fleet Naples, and Army Ankh comes off for the Turks. Anything this tells us that's new?
Well, the 2 fleets make Austria happy, like Shane was saying. Army Moscow, when England isn't disbanding Skagerrak, is just inviting trouble, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if the AI wants to go, if Italy wants to go fast here, they can push Tuscany, Tyrrhenian, and just start to put pressure on the Italians too, which might be something Alex has been frantically asking for. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Or they could all just be a fleet in being and just hold on the boot, and it's all very boring. So it'll be interesting to see.
Although you wonder if an Italian attack at this point would be too late for England to recover from. But either way, into spring at 1904, Shane, what have we got?
We have an attempt for Rome to go to Venice, which doesn't work because there's no canal. I'll go to England first. I've been starting in the west, so I'll continue. Maslow's tried to put Norway into North Sea in a little last bit of a desperation move there. Mitch in Russia is having none of it. Liverpool finally falls. London falls. We have the retreat back to Edinburgh, so Alex will kind of cling on for a little while, but that's kind of that. We've got Mal going to West Med, which is probably a decent bit of due diligence on Richard's part, just in case. It'll be interesting to see how they work that. It is quite interesting as well that, I guess we've got Rome still staying in Rome, so that means there's protection for Tyrrhenian and Tunis, so that's okay for Alan. And then we still have a lot of consternation over Ankara, and the Turks get back in. It'll be interesting to see how that all kind of shapes out. And we've also had the Italians blow up the Austro-Hungarian fleet in Aegean. Otherwise, Russia is kind of all staying the same. And it looks as though Austria and Russia seem to have patched up the little Romania incident. So that's finally kind of poised there now. We've kind of got both of the witches nearly dead. And then the question is the decisions people make after that. Though for poor old Mitch, we do have Ryan now pushing into Baltic and basically it's threatening Sweden now as well. So yes, it'll be... and we've also got a Munich hold as well, which can very easily start to try and push onto the east. If Germany and Austria really want to work together here against Russia, they'll be in a very good position to do so.
I mean, I'm reading this as Italy has just stabbed Austria, right? Like that blowing up of Aegean, they're putting the Turk into Ankara rather than the Austrian. It looks like the plan was to put the Austrian army across, get the fleet next to Black Sea, and then try and force a move into Russia. And Italy has gone, I don't really feel like I get anything from that deal, and has decided to instead go for some Austrian dots, which makes the incorrect way to move to Venice a little bit more painful. But at least Austria didn't walk in.
Yeah, an important tactical note here about why Rome to Venice didn't work. Of course, for fleets to go to adjacent spaces, they have to be adjacent by the specific coast that they're on. Of course, Venice and Rome are both coastal spaces, and they're next to each other by land, but that is not enough. So it's a common thing you see from newer players sometimes, or from people who don't play as often. So I'm sure Alan will learn from that, and it's still a fairly effective attack simply because the only Austrian fleet on the board is now not on board, which tends to give Italy a lot of freedom, at least insofar as it helps them defend from France in this case. So into fall now. Shane.
Let's start with Italy again because it's kind of where the interest is. There's the bouncing Tunis, not sure if arranged or not, quite possibly. Rome to Tyrrhenian Sea puts a little bit more pressure on that situation. Piedmont's rolled back to Venice, so clearly still thinking about trying to push onto Austria potentially. It was kind of, what else have we got here? Austria's trying to take Greece back with the Serbia and Bulgaria moves. That's held off by Aegean. And yeah, we do have this kind of... what's actually happened with... what's happened with the Black Sea support there?
Black Sea tried to support Italy.
Yeah.
And the Italians have supported the Turkey. So that puts the Turk back in. So, okay, they've clearly... Italy and Turkey have kind of patched it up, and they're kind of reversing the ferret. So we'll see the Turks back in, and Andrew is in a little bit of trouble at this point in time. He's also lost Galicia, and he's kind of scrambling a little, but a player like Andrew Wu can kind of diplomatically sort this situation out. We have a 2-2 bounce in Sweden, so that's a good little bit of coordination there for the Russians and the English to hold the Germans off and kind of halt that advance. And we also, with the Germans, they'll pick up London, and there's also the cheeky little wander into Tyrolia, which is always a bit of a always interesting. It gives you options. You walk into Tyrolia. Why are you in Tyrolia? I have options now. I know Michalis is the Bohemia man. Would you have gone Bohemia or Tyrolia here, Michalis?
I probably would have gone Bohemia.
On brand.
Although, to be fair, actually, if I'm in a war with Russia, I might have gone Silesia, because you are fighting them in Scandinavia. So maybe this is actually the time that you just shift that way with the army.
Yeah, I'd have pushed still as well. And England will last out the year with a fleet in Edinburgh by the looks of it. But
yeah,
that's about
an interesting call. It's an interesting call from Italy here to choose to put Turkey into con in this case, because clearly Russia has agreed with them that they should go after Austria based on the supports into con and it going into Galicia. But at the same time, Italy has decided that they would like to give Turkey a build, and that might be more inconvenient to Russia than to them. What do you guys think of that decision?
It's definitely interesting. I mean, just a big shout out to Tyler for managing to negotiate that from a pretty much dead Turkey to getting back and getting up off the floor potentially. Although I don't necessarily agree that it's more dangerous to Russia. Like, even if Turkey puts a fleet down here, Russia is staying in Black Sea. Russia isn't getting kicked out of Black Sea. The dot that actually comes at risk is Turkey puts down an army and now Smyrna's at risk. So Italy is relying a lot on building goodwill with Turkey here and not being punished for it.
Yeah, I'd like to give Tyler a shout out here because, again, last week in Sydney, Peter McNamara was a Turkish army in Ankara and remained a Turkish army in Ankara for the rest of the game. Desperately trying to get back into con and never mentioned it. So, Tyler, you've managed to top the Mac on that one. So, congratulations.
So at the end of 1904, we have Russia and Germany currently tied on 7 for the lead, but also fighting each other. So we'll see if that lasts. Italy and France behind them with 6 apiece. They're also at loggerheads at the moment. Austria on 5. They don't look too hot right now, but we'll see how that continues to develop as we see the builds. +1 for France, +1 for Austria, and of course for Germany and Turkey. And it's an Army Brest, Army Berlin, Army Vienna, Army Ankara. Everybody wants armies right now. It's a fashionable thing to do. And I mean, which of those is more
quite interesting?
Yeah. I was going to say, what's most interesting to you?
Yeah.
Army Brest is not what Germany wanted to see in this position, I don't think. You've just committed to moving units towards the east, and France is putting down armies to fight who exactly?
Yeah, I mean, what are your other options here, right? You can throw another boat down and potentially freak England out, Germany out that you want the whole island. But I mean, if you really want it, you probably can get it with the units you've got anyway. Army Paris isn't great either. it's an interesting one. I may have been tempted to wave there. I don't know. It's a tough call, I guess. But Army Brest is not great from Germany's perspective, especially considering they're in Berlin now and kind of mentally committed to fighting the Russians.
Yeah. Could be a peace offering to Italy. Could be just an assurance to Germany because they said they wouldn't build Fleet Brest. We'll see. In spring of 05, could go a number of directions. Could even go to Wales. 2 armies on the English mainland. Why not? Michaelis, what does the Brest army and the rest of the French units and everyone else do?
France charges into the Med with everything and correctly guesses that their daisy chain won't be blocked, which is a big win for Richard. So gets the fleet into Lyon. Italy covers Tunis, and everything works out nicely for France to gain as much position as they could. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we see Italy doing a very nice little convoy from Sperda into Bulgaria, which solves that problem of Turkey only being able to take your dock, because you probably do it by agreement now and everything is fine. They're also up into the Adriatic Sea, which is timely given that they've lost Venice, although retreating to Tuscany rather than Rome when Austria can follow up into Rome is interesting. Probably not the wisest of calls there, as now you can't really attack Venice anyway. This looks like a sort of FGA, as Germany has come to prop the Austrian up, and Austria has correctly guessed in the east to blow up Romania as well. So even though they lost Bulgaria that turn, they didn't have anything blown up. Yes, they've got an Italian in Adriatic, but that means Italy is now struggled to defend Tunis. So I think that turn went about as well as it could for Andrew Wood, given how many people were attacking him.
Yeah, and Richard too. It's just a series of moves that all work. You've got to love when you just write a laundry list of move orders with no supports and they all just roll on through. Sliding to Ionian is great for Italy if he's going to keep fighting Austria, but dreadful given what the French fleets have just done. It's at a bit of a tipping point, I think. It'd be interesting to see how Andrew manages to play his way out of this. Does he stay on 4 or 5 and kind of just get squeezed, or can he actually get some growth here? Yeah. It's always hard when you're Austrian. You can't build on the line. You can't build because you're sitting in your own home dots defending.
One thing that sticks out to me here is French units moving away from the German border, but Germany keeping London and Belgium exactly where they are at the moment. What do you guys make of that? Do you think France should get paused from that at this point in the game?
I think Germany's too spread out to make a convincing stab on the French at the moment, but closer towards the end of the game, if those are still there, that's going to be a growing danger.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be looking to try and get that German army into Ruhr and maybe just be bouncing channel for safety or something like that as a way of making it work. That would kind of be what I was aiming at diplomatically as France. But it is always a bit... You're always a bit wary if someone moves away and then the other person doesn't, because generally if you're trying to de-escalate, that adds that little sprinkle of tension into the game. You want to see those confidence-building measures, and those holds create questions. They don't necessarily create problems, but they certainly give you pause for thought, which is where we are right now.
I mean, there's a good case for London just being in North Sea to help take down Scandinavia anyway, but maybe Germany was... they decided that they wanted to see France move away first. Maybe the Army Brest had spooked them a little bit, so like, you've got to move first and then I'll move away.
Yeah, plenty of questions, plenty of answers as well to be had in fall of 05. Michaelis?
Okay, fall of 05. Russia is back into Romania. Correct guess is there. Big arrow, lots of supports. Italy and Russia finally getting on the same page to actually coordinate their attacks on Austria instead of both just attack Austria at the same time. Turkey does take Smyrna back, but that was expected. Italy does get back into Venice, but because they did it from Tuscany, that gave that retreat to Rome that I called out earlier. So, yeah, that's a tough one for Alan. A little bit of inexperience there. Meanwhile, France again guesses correctly on where to support with the fleets. Supports themselves to Mediterranean Sea and gets into North Africa as well. So a really nice year for France in that regard. And Germany has now moved up to North Sea. Yes, the French homeland is looking mighty empty right now when there's an army in Belgium, but France does have a build coming from Edinburgh, so it's not quite as vulnerable as it looked. And the German units remain about as far away as possible. Aside from that, you now have Germany convoying into Livonia successfully. They're interrolia sniping at Trieste unsuccessfully, or potentially that's an arranged bounce actually to block the Italian going in, given that they coordinated to put Venice in the first place. So that may be the reason for that bounce. But yeah, the problem with Germany's position is that even though it's got some nice positions in the east, if that army in Tyrolia was in Prussia right now, it'd have so much better a position for taking down Russia, and then you can go and do the stuff in the south. And by trying to do both at once, they are splitting their focus a little bit, which may give France the upper hand in the long run.
Great work from Tyler, getting back to where he started too. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
As they say,
Yeah.
never count Turkey out until they are truly out.
Exactly.
All right, going into winter 1905, we have our first elimination of the game. We say goodbye to Alex Maslow in England. So it seems like a good time to reveal that this is not the case for the whole tournament, but for round one specifically, games are time limited in 1909. So we're around halfway through right now, and it seems like this has become a bit of a alliance game race between France and Germany. McCallus, can you make an argument for anyone in the East to still win this game, and who do you like at this point?
Ironically, the country I like most in the East right now is probably Turkey, because I don't like any of those other Eastern powers at all. Out of France and Germany, who has the upper hand? I think France, because their units are concentrated in the place where they're going to take centres. So they're going to get Tunis next, and then they're going to have follow-ups towards Ionian Sea, towards the Italian home centres, which are a complete mess now that there's that Austrian army in one of them. I think Germany is going to be slightly slower, but with the English fleet coming off the board, they should finally crack Scandinavia. I just think France has the better position in the long run, though.
Shane, is there an argument for Germany?
I mean, look, at first blush, the German position looks all right, but then you look at the rest of it, and France's just looks better, right? Like McCallus was saying before, if Tyrolia is in Prussia, like Germany's rolling through the top of Russia very easily, but it's a little bit harder and a little bit slower. And yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about an Eastern power, I agree with McCallus. I think it's potentially Turkey. Like, and the way Tyler does this is diplomatically, right? Like the pitch is to try and get Austria to kind of make sure that you get the bits and pieces. To make sure for Italy to make sure that Turkey gets all the bits and pieces and starts to grow out of what's remaining in Greece and Bulgaria from the Italians, that sort of thing. Because like Turkey hasn't really wronged Italy. It comes to a point when you're in a position like Italy's where you've got to kind of choose who to fight. And I would hope that Tyler had been working the situation well enough diplomatically that maybe he's the one who can profit from the Italian position being so kind of potentially shaky at this point in time. It'd be interesting as well. I mean, you also have this situation where Alan and Andrew are both of their jackets are on a bit of a sugary peg at this point in time. And it'd be interesting to see if they can work out a way to potentially work together. That fleet in Adriatic is not helpful, but it's also has some potential defensive uses if they want to kind of do it that way.
The thing for Turkey is that there's two different perspectives. Like if Turkey actually thinks they can top this board, that isn't the same as the way they play if they just want to try and get as many centers and get a respectable score. Because if you just want the respectable score, you can easily just start eating whichever neighbor it is, and you'll probably end up 7-8 centers. Nowhere near a top because FG will be well ahead of you, but you will still get a decent score, especially in this scoring system where center-based component is the primary component. But if you think you can top, you have to be a lot more careful on who you're attacking, because you don't just have to think, oh, this dot makes me stronger. You have to think, who does it make weaker and which of the Western powers does that benefit? If you go after Italy here, France is going to be accelerated. If France is accelerated, France is going to be further ahead. You're probably not catching up if France gets much further ahead. If you go after Russia, Germany's going to be the one growing. So you then have to, particularly what you really want to see is try and force a war between FG. And if FG start fighting, then the door is suddenly opened wide for Turkey. But you have to be very careful about not letting one of them get so far ahead that you can't overtake them. If you're playing to top, I would probably not be playing to top here. I'd probably just be going for a good score.
Yeah, it's kind of just about getting a decent enough score to stay viable going into the next few rounds. It's a bit unfortunate on Russia's part as well that France isn't positioned in a way that they could potentially pivot and jump onto Germany a little bit. Yeah, I think here, what's the argument against the FG just continuing to roll the board? I'm not sure there is one.
The argument may be that Germany could still turn around and make it just G, but we'll find answers to all that in due time. He doesn't have a build this year, Ryan. France does. Russia also has a rebuild, as does Austria, thanks to that cheeky retreat into Rome. And those builds turn into Army Moscow, Army Trieste, and Army Marseille, as well as a fleet con from the Turks going into spring of 1906. Shane, how are those builds put to use?
I'd like to say farewell to Alex as well in England with the final disband. Thank you for playing, Alex, and I hope to see you again next round. Let me just start up with Germany because that's where my eye went first. We have Germany and Austria again getting their coordination on. Andrew is clearly happy with Ryan getting big, putting Tyrolia into Venice and also putting Silesia into Warsaw. This is shaping up very nicely for Germany and kind of consolidating position. And Germany also forces Sweden and also walks into Norway. What a bumper year that is for bumper turn that is. Whether it can all be held is another story, but I haven't thought that much ahead. But to walk into four in spring changes the situation significantly. Throw down 3 builds, you can completely change this game. Moving north to Norway gets you the dot and takes the pressure off France, though. So diplomatically, it seems to be working out all right for the two of them. Spain to Gascony, I initially thought when they slid down to Spain a little earlier, there might be a convoy on. But I think it's wise to go to Gascony and just let it sit there with that kind of defensive flexibility to bounce Burgundy or do other bits and pieces around the board. There's a little French, a little self-bouncing Piedmont, so either trying to manage a retreat or a little cagey about German. Maybe retreat manager might be is probably the main reason for that. France also picks up Tunis but does not make the Ionian Sea. And the Italians keep ramping up the pressure on the Austro-Hungarians by pushing into Albania. We also have Turkey starting to edge to the edge of the box, getting into Aegean and putting Smyrna into Con. That gives them a bit of play in Bulgaria if Italy does the take my stuff route. And the Russians are doing their best. They're still suspicious of Austria-Hungary and supporting Romania to hold, but the Austrians are all in on the attack on Venice more than anything else. And up top, the Russians are just retreating and trying to find a defensible position. But I mean, if you're losing those 2 dots in the full turn, you're going to have to disband, and that's going to make life very difficult. I think Mitch's position up top looks pretty much shot. So yeah, that's where it sits. A fantastic turn for Germany. And it's funny, we were talking before about the France thing and that being the position, but Germany has made their position very, 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 very interesting at this point in time. If they can if they can build 3, they've got some decisions to make. And it's also about how they take advantage of the chaos in the east. I think diplomatically having Austria around certainly helps. Yeah, it's nicely positioned. I did not expect to see that come out.
Yeah, I mean, we called out France as having the better tactical position, but diplomatically, Germany's made the difference. By Austria put them into 2 of those dots, right?
Yeah.
Like this would have just been Germany taking Scandinavia, which, to be fair, getting both of them in 1 year was still good. It was quite possible for Russia to make some guesses and slow them by a year on taking one of them. But getting +4, and if you can maintain that +4 through spring, there's the interesting thing, because there's 2 perspectives to look at from Austria's. In perspective 1, Austria is doing this just to punish the East, and they're very happy with the German. They want to reward their ally, blah, 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 blah. Perspective 2, they're trying to unbalance the West and force France to stab Germany and give themselves a path back into the game. See what happens.
This is the part of the game, as people's positions become untenable, where secondary motivations can really turn the balance of the board upside down. But of course, this is also your fault, guys, because you both picked France, and now Germany's getting all the dots, so DBN jinx at work again, but we'll see if it continues in the fall. Shane, how much have you guys truly jinxed France?
Are we the kiss of death? Well, Germany does not hold Venice, but it does hold the other 3. France has not gotten jittery at all about that. Still just sitting in Gascony waiting to see what happens. They'll end up building 1 out of all of this. And we have this coordination with France and Austria-Hungary as well to put the Austrians into Venice, which should get Austrians a build as well. The Turks are in Ionian, which is expanding things, but they don't pick up Bulgaria, which means they can't throw down a second fleet. That makes things a little more challenging for them, but it is pretty much chaos in around Italy and Austria. It's an absolute noodle. And the Russian has 3 disbands. That's savage. Again, it's a decision-making point. Does Mitch try and fight in the south and be something, or does he just leave it all at the top and try and stop the stop the German march. This is I think this is the pivotal point in the game, is what Ryan does here with his builds and how he moves forward. But the question is, if he does stab, like what's there to do? Like they've de-escalated so much that it makes it really, really difficult. And it's interesting too, you don't even see the safety bounce in Burgundy there. That's a pretty high degree of trust for them both just to agree to hold. I find that quite interesting.
There is a pretty potent stab on with the fleets moving towards Edinburgh, though.
Yeah.
If
Munich
doesn't move to Yorkshire in spring, and you get into Norwegian and North and just take Edinburgh for free whilst forcing other stuff. Yeah.
Some of that does depend on the Russian disbands, of which there are several.
This has to be a French army build here as a defensive move, surely. If France throws down a fleet in Marseille or Brest, and you've got Army Munich and whatever the hell you want to build up top as Germany, I mean, why don't you go for it here? You've got fleet ascendancy up the top. Maybe this is very cool, actually.
So a whopping +3 builds for Germany after that very prosperous year, putting them up to 10, way out in the lead. A build for France as well from Tunis, and a build for Austria from Venice. So surprisingly, all of a sudden, Andrew, after being under fire on all fronts, is the predominant Eastern power, even if that's increasingly saying less and less as the game goes on. And -3 for Mitch, who unfortunately has not done perfectly well in defense of his home center so far, but hey, he's still got something to survive on, potentially, into the winter. Triple armies for Germany, Army Paris for France, and the fleets plus Sev coming off for Russia. McCallus, I mean, who do you think these builds benefit the most in terms of continuing their momentum and topping?
I mean, I think Germany has the momentum to top either way, regardless of the builds. Whether they stab France or whether they go and take more Russian dots, in both cases, they're going to grow. And I don't see France now having the ability to catch them. Austria isn't really going to do anything to help you by taking dots off of Germany. Those three armies make it very well clear that nobody is going to be going and forcing Munich or anything like that. So I think Germany just keeps their foot to the floor and probably gets St. Petersburg and Moscow and calls it a day. I think Turkey will be quite happy with these disbands as well, though. Like, Black Sea's gone, so you've got fleet freedom with your armies, and Italy is pulling the units around you, so potential for walking into stuff.
Yeah, something tells me Turkey won't be ending on just the 3 centers they have now. And maybe the East is okay with that. Spring 1907, McCallus, take it away.
Spring 1907, Turkey gets into Bulgaria, but Turkey also convoys the Italian back to Greece, which is quite fun and quite cool, because it also means that now that there's an army in Greece, there's actually potential to do damage to Serbia. And if the big enemy is Austria, which Italy and Turkey seem to have agreed upon, that actually works out quite nicely. Meanwhile, the West is all very static. Nothing really changes. There is not a stab. There doesn't need to be a stab. Germany's into St. Petersburg. They are kicked out of Livonia, which means there will be no capture of Moscow this year, but it's still... Russia is rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic up there. And France has managed to convoy nicely into Naples, which is a cool little move, and follows to Tuscany just to scare the Austrian.
Interesting to know all of the German units in the homeland holding. Would that be intentional for any reason? Is that simply running out of time, or is there another plan here?
It's also possible the sandboxes didn't put an arranged bounce in because it didn't matter.
Oh, maybe.
Timing purposes.
Yeah, it's either that or just the vibe. They have been holding the whole time. There haven't really been any bounces in provinces. So, yeah.
Well, if it's a bid for the Jade Buddha Peace Prize, it's pretty half-hearted considering what the Eastern units are doing. But either way, over to the fall. McCallus, do those central units have any more activity?
The German units don't. In spring, Germany wrote 3 orders. In fall, they've only written 2. So they're really going downwards on how many units they bother to write orders for. They have lost Warsaw. That is unfortunate. Even for the year, gives France, meanwhile, +2 to 10-10. Potentially, this is all actually going to be a draw point. France has got into Rome, taking it from the Austrians. So they've done quite nicely. Germany hasn't By not sending a unit to Silesia in spring, they risked losing Warsaw like this, and this was the cost of it. The East, meanwhile, Turkey now flips on the Russian by putting Austria into Sev, so Andrew Wu, despite losing Rome, continues to show his versatility and goes up in 7 Rum, and there's some interesting orders down there where Turkey would have got Serbia, but they cut the support that supported them into Serbia, and therefore they don't get Serbia. But they do keep Bulgaria. Yeah. Oops. That looks like an order set that was changed very late on without being fully thought through.
Yeah, listen, Tyler, when you are Turkey and it's late in the game and there's a bunch of dots up for grabs, you can take dots from multiple people at once, but not if those attacks get in the way of each other and cancel each other out. So, good idea. Work on the execution. You can cut the supports of someone even if they are supporting you. So that's important to remember for any future misadventures. But regardless, still getting a build, Turkey. As is Austria. Austria is actually up 2, so the Andrew Wu Renaissance continues in this game. And +2 for France as well, so the game's tied at 9, so maybe McCallis' point about there being a draw point here is valid. The builds indicate maybe, maybe not. Fleet Brest is interesting. Fleet Con is interesting as well, although kind of needed with the Italian fleet coming off the board. So France does have Ionian here if they want it. The question is, do they want it, or do they want to draw? Shane, we do have a Spring 1908.
They moved. I thought the Spring 07s were, and the holds there were a bit of an indication they were working towards negotiating a set of draw conditions, but clearly not. We have the French have decided to go to the Channel, back to Mid-Atlantic. The Germans have caught a whiff of this. They're going to North Sea, back to Norway, Sweden, turned right around. We have our bounce in Belgium. This is great. This is fantastic, actually. I was kind of not expecting to see this. That bounce kind of kills all that daisy chain that the Germans have been trying. And the other thing is that the French force Burgundy, which makes it makes all this a bit more contestable. Edinburgh holding kind of makes sense, but that's so that's fine. What else have we got? We've got the Germans getting into Warsaw, putting themselves into Warsaw. I thought there was Austrian help there, but no, that's still them, which puts the potentially puts the Russians down to 1. And Turkey's gone into black, so clearly sees Sev as the next dot there. But it's interesting, actually. France has got this point where they can kind of push back up the north, but also try and start to take more dots in the south. So they're now in Ionian and probably trying to eye off Venice potentially as a build. Though that's difficult because you've still got the Germans sitting there in Apulia as well. The question now is, do they have the appetite for this fight, McCullers?
That Apulia army is really interesting because naturally what you should be wanting to do as France is, oh, that Apulia army is annoying me, let's blow it up. But actually, Germany having a unit trapped down in Apulia instead of rebuilt in their homeland is also pretty good for you, so you don't want to blow it up. So you're sort of left in a quandary where you have to just leave it there, which is an interesting little tactical position. For Germany, this feels a little bit of a day late and a dollar short situation. If you were going to fight France, you had to do it last year.
Spring 07.
They took their foot off of the gas, which let France equal them, and now France has the better position again. Yes, you're in Warsaw, but if Austria, who is still playing to get as many dots as they can, at a certain point, those dots they can get are going to be yours in this position. So, yeah.
I'd be fascinated to know if they're about to draw and then those builds got thrown down and then they kept going.
Or a vetoed draw, potentially.
Yeah. This could be a more circuitous route to the same draw that we expected, given Germany seems to be in the position to defend everything at the moment, but we'll find out in the fall. There is a bit of guesswork around Belgium and London. Shane, how does that turn out?
Oh, well, they walk into North Sea anyway, so there's no attempt there. There's a 2-2 bounce in Belgium, which means Germany covers themselves. A little more position for France going Mao to now. Although having said that as well...
Belgium.
Oh, sorry. Oh, so it is. Sorry. Yes. So Belgium does fall. You've also got Germany forced to go back and cover St. Petersburg to manage that retreat from the Russians, who are about done. Yes, they are. That's the end of Russia. So thank you for playing, Mitch. So Germany stays the same, though, because they'll pick up Warsaw. But it's a bit more position for the French, and they also get to build. Also getting this situation now late in the game where France can, once they're kind of into Ionian, can go full chaos and go into places like a Greece and Aegean and East Med. So they're now in Aegean. They've managed to walk straight through into Ionian. Like there's, again, you're seeing this kind of two-front war thing that Richard's actually managing to do right now because he has all the ascendancy in the Mediterranean, which is pretty cool. Tyler gets rewarded by picking up Sev, with Andrew going into Moscow instead. We still have that cooperation between Austria and Germany in Venice and Apulia, but that's a bit of a dead front because the French are just supporting themselves to hold there as well. So basically, what's the wash-up of this? A few dots change hands in the east. France gets 1. Germany stays the same. And it's all just position at this point in time. It's all, at this point in the game, it becomes about position and appetite.
Yep. So France takes the lead now with 11 centers. Germany stands pat on 10. And Turkey goes up again to 5. We also say goodbye to Mitch McConaughey in Russia at turn. And we see an army in Paris for France, Fleet Smyrna for the Turks. Makes sense given the French fleet's on his doorstep. Into spring 1909, the last year of this time-limited game, the colonists. Who's looking like they're going to win?
It's still looking better for France. So nothing really changes in the West, although France shifts down to Yorkshire, which gives them the ability to threaten London, but not to guarantee it because Edinburgh is also at risk. So despite being in Norwegian, you can't just cut North Sea and take London. You have to make some guesses there. Beyond that, Belgium is safe and nothing else is going to change hands. In Italy, nothing is going to change hands there either. And then in the east, Turkey and Austria continue their war. Austria takes Sev but loses Romania. France holds the fleets, which is potentially they're waiting to coordinate with the Turk, who I think would be quite happy to see France win this game rather than the Austrians getting anything more. So if Turkey and France can work together against the Austrian in the final year, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens.
All right. With much anticipation, we see France as the odds-on favorite, but there is room for a surprise. Let's find out if there is one. Last turn. Voila.
France makes the guess correct in the north. They get London, they don't cover Edinburgh, and Germany doesn't walk in. So well done, Richard. That is a game-winning move right there, where you go up 1 and your enemy goes down 1. Yes, Germany has slid into Romania and to Venice, but pretty sure the France still wins, right? That's then 12-11. Yeah, France still wins.
France gets Greece. So yes, they're both plus 2.
Yeah, France has done. Yeah, France has got it.
But even without the capture of Greece, France I think would have won with the guess in London.
Yes, because Germany's a net +1. That's right.
Yeah. So Turkey, meanwhile, puts the Italian into Bulgaria, rewarding them for keeping them alive earlier. Whether Italy's decision to keep Turkey alive worked out well for Italy is very questionable, but it certainly worked out well for Turkey. Although in the end, Turkey has actually lost everything they took. So they've lost Rub, lost Sev, and gone back down to just their home centres. So very up and down game for Tyler. Unfortunate they couldn't quite convert at the comeback. And yeah, dominant West. Well done. Well played.
Well, I for one commend Tyler for choosing to keep Allen alive instead of center grubbing for himself. He already had a great game. He's lucky to have the 4 that he has, or the 3 that he has, rather. So might as well make someone's day a little brighter. That might come back to help him later on. We'll see. But the outcome ultimately is Richard Lowenberg with an excellent 13 center French board top against his former ally Ryan Brown. He still gets a pretty solid 11 center second place. That's going to help him out if he can put together some more solid scores later. And the center chart really tells the story here. Ryan had an amazing 1906, kind of caught us all by surprise, went +3, could have gone +4. And ultimately, France got even the next year and then stabbed after that. Michalis, where do you think Germany lost the advantage here? Do you think they had to stab in 07? Was there another way?
They didn't have to stab in 07, but they had to move the units in 07 to take more in the east, right? Like, if those units that stayed at home had pushed east, you have Moscow at the very least now and probably another Austrian dot or 2. By staying there, they gave France the chance to catch up, and then France converted the position.
Well, we're going to bring Craig back. Welcome back, Craig. Any thoughts on that game?
Yeah, it was an interesting game. Looks like it got really fun there about 2/3 of the way through the game when things got a little bit more dicey about who was going to work with who. Yeah, a little curious why Germany didn't do more moves there. I saw a lot of holds at a couple points. But yeah, it looks like a fun game, interesting game.
Great. Well, we are going to move right on over to round 1 game B. We'll try and speed things up just a little bit for these next few. We're going to give Shane a break as well. So see you soon, my man. And with that, we're going to move right back over to Dipcast. We'll put Craig on even years, McCullis on Craig on odd years, McCullis on even. And here's our player list for the second board. Karl Roneberg in Austria, Pritham Marupaka, sorry for butchering that, I'm sure I did, in England, Jake Mannix in France, Andy Wang in Germany, Alex Maslow, double boarding actually, in Italy, in Russia, Cedric Williams, and Turkey, David Cohen. Craig, who sticks out to you here?
I recognize a lot of names. I think I've only played with Carl, Jake, and Alex from this board. I've obviously heard of Cedric and David. Jake in France. Jake's a very good player. France is easily defendable and can explode in the end. So I would keep an eye on Jake on this board to see what he's going to do in France. And Carl, I played with him, I think maybe on 1 or 2 boards at various tournaments. Very good, easy to work with, and fun to play with.
Anything to add, McCullis, before we get into it?
Alex Maslow's double boarding, which might explain why the other game didn't go so well. But often when you're double boarding, you quickly focus on one that's going better than the other. And so let's see how he does as Italy in this one.
All right, let's jump right into it. Coming into spring of 1901. Craig, take it away.
All right, starting in the West, we see a standard opening from England and kind of standard from France. And there's a bounce in Burgundy, which is a little unusual. Kiel goes to Denmark, Berlin to Kiel, very standard. Russia, also kind of standard. We have a standoff in Galicia. Bounce in black in Moscow. Interestingly, was coming down to Seb. Maybe Russia thought that black was going to be open for him to jump into. We have a hold in Venice, so nothing interesting there, and standard from Austria and Italy otherwise. In the fall, kind of more of the same. We've got Turkey and Russia coordinating, and now Moscow holds. Russia is led into Sweden by Germany. Germany gets into Holland. Convoy down to Tunis, and Jake picks up his 2. Holland, that's interesting. York covered London for reasons. We'll have to see what that's about.
Holds in North Sea picked the Moscow and Ankara in fall of 01 that you probably wouldn't have expected to hold. Like the other holds, Denmark, yeah, not bouncing Sweden's quite normal. Venice not sniping Trieste, reasonable. There's 4 units on this board that you would have expected to do something, and they choose to do nothing, which, yeah, very interesting.
David Hood must be beside himself if he's watching, and this is accurate. Again, could be bounces that just weren't sandbox. That does happen with some people who do that. But either way, into winter now. We've got 2 builds for France, Germany, Russia, and Austria. 1 build for everyone else. McCullis, who do you have your eye on the most here in terms of the decision they have to make?
I'm in the West, really. Like the fact nobody went for Belgium makes it very hard to work out what's happening in the West. So maybe the builds will tell more of a story. England covering London with the army is often a deliberate decision to say, "Oh, I'm not going to build a fleet there." You can, and therefore France won't have to build in Fleet Brest, as you've proven that you're not going to build there. Do they build in Fleet Brest anyway? That's the question.
Yeah. Do they build a Fleet Brest? They do not. Fleet Marseille, Army Paris for France. A Fleet Liverpool from England. That's perhaps the spiciest thing on this board. As well as 2 armies from Germany, 2 armies from Russia, and fleets from Italy and Turkey. Going into spring of 1902, it'll be very fun to see how all these pieces collide with one another. McCullis, go right ahead.
All right, spring of 02, and it looked like England and Germany were set up to attack France with those builds, but in fact, that's not really what's happening here. So Germany is sending units eastward. Maybe they think this is a Western triple. I don't think it is, but maybe they do. Meanwhile, France is moving into the sort of defensive moves that they would make if they were being attacked by an EG. And England is in North Atlantic from Liverpool, because why not? That's what you kind of got to do with a build that's there. The East, meanwhile, we see another air jumping on the Turk as quickly as possible. Russia, by not building that second fleet in Sevastopol and signaling this was sort of going to happen, got to walk into Black Sea, which is the real argument against an 01 fleet Sevastopol build, and also got into Armenia and shifted their entire daisy chain down. So a very nice turn for Cedric, who will hope to get a good share of the Turkish dots.
Yeah, I'm seeing the whiff of an AR here with Galicia not being moved toward, but Germany makes that cheeky move into Silesia, which kind of freezes Russia's Ukrainian army that now is going to be obligated to cover Warsaw unless the new unit in Moscow does. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, lots of pieces here, lots of flexibility for Germany and Russia, in some places, but not quite in others, as they're locking up a bit on their border. Into Fall 02, McCallus, what happens there?
Fall 02, not such a good turn for Russia, who is outguessed in Turkey, as Turkey covers Ankara with support, blocks the convoy. Does lose Bulgaria to the Austrian, but there was guaranteed you'd lose one. There was no way to save both there. Beyond that, you see moves to the line from AI, something we didn't see last game, so that's a significant difference. Germany perhaps preempted this by moving to Silesia in the first place, maybe triggering an air to come to the line. It was a slightly dangerous move to make, having not built a fleet so to Baltic can actually take Sweden. So yeah, not ideal for them. And this sort of erstwhile EG has also lost a bit of position, because France has walked into Channel and backfilled mid-Atlantic with England just holding. So they correctly defended Belgium, but really France has been able to turn around that poor position they had when England and Germany put down builds to attack them. And Jake is now in a very solid position as France. So this is why Jake is good enough to make World Championship top boards. He just turns positions around like this.
Yeah, it seems the theme of this tournament is turning into German units not doing a whole lot. So I see a lot of H's on this board. Wondering if Germany thinks by not doing anything, they're not going to upset anyone. Some players get that way. They're like, oh, I won't move. I won't upset anybody. But then you just end up being an organ donor.
Yeah, I think the West here giving us some good lessons in hold orders and how they're usually counterproductive, even if they seem very neutral. If you're thinking of holding a unit, generally you should always think long and hard in that turn about what else that unit can maybe do before you hold it. In this case, Germany could self-bounce in Bohemia, for instance, keep their border a little more secure without offending anyone, or England could tap Mid-Atlantic Ocean to prevent the complete advance of the French fleets. But either way, they're still not in terrible positions. There's still a solid alliance here, so we'll see how they continue to roll that forward in 1903. England does have a build here. Germany does not. Austria is building as well, but that's a bit more predictable. Army Vienna from Austria, Fleet London from England. That doesn't seem to change too much about the board states. So we'll go straight into spring 1903. Craig.
And England's what looked like an anti-French posture does not seem to be continuing with an anti-French movement, as North Atlantic holds again, allowing Mid-Atlantic just to slide right into the Irish Sea. Can still be defended, but still a little less aggressive than maybe needed to be. Germany maybe making peace on the line there, sending Silesia back to Berlin. And in the Far East, we've got continued air movement there. That Eastern Med Turkish fleet gets blown up by AI cooperation. And Russia finally gets that Ankara territory it was looking for last year.
I think something's broken down between AR here, though, right? Like, those are units which have now clearly moved towards each other instead of following up the attack on Germany. Maybe that a bounce in Galicia was arranged, but I kind of think not. Otherwise, why be you in Bohemia in the first place? This feels like an attempt to switch back from both of them. Maybe one saw an opportunity and the other smelt it coming.
I'm a little surprised by Alex Maslow's Apulia order as well. I don't know if that was just a misorder, or if that meant to go to Ionian, because now there's no convoy route from Tunis into wherever it could go.
Yeah, potentially. He is double boarding as well, so the misorders are likely,
Yep.
a bit more likely.
Yeah. There does seem to be shared interest right now between Austria and Russia in terms of taking Turkey out, but perhaps not a whole lot of trust to go with that. So plenty of seeds for potential mischief in the fall, very appropriately. Craig, anything like that happen?
Oh. Well, my eye is drawn to the west now, where France backs away from that move against England. Perhaps there'll be more to tell about that. Germany, a bunch of holds, bunch of supports. And then in the east, which is pretty interesting, Italy does take Smyrna with the assistance by the Austrian and the Russian. So it looks like there is still an intact AIR working together. Looks like Austria, the unit in Bohemia, thought Russia was going to be going to Silesia, but instead Russia moves north to Livonia and Moscow. And we do see now that Alex has moved into the Ionian Sea from Apulia.
Whole lot of nothing, really. Like, there's a cleanup of Turkey. Whatever hostilities were brewing between AR seem to have slightly disengaged. And yeah, Russia's not moved to Silesia, but their units have not moved in a hostile way to Austria. Everybody is being a bit defensive and cagey.
Yep. Also not hostile to Germany.
Yeah. So we say goodbye to David Cohen in Turkey. He's a veteran of the game. He knows as well as anybody. Sometimes that just happens to you. What are you going to do? Just got to move on. It's usually not your fault too much. So we'll move on. Indeed, the main thing we notice right now is that someone has died in the east. Not a whole lot has happened in the west in terms of people gaining or losing centers. So would you guys say at this point that the Eastern powers definitively have a better chance of topping the board, given where things are and how things have moved early on, or is it still fairly open?
I think it's still quite open. Like, yes, nobody's dead in the West, but there are 3 countries in the West and 3 countries in the East. Like, the East have basically got rid of the drawback they have from the start of the game by killing Turkey, but this is all very equal between everyone.
Yeah, I think Jake here, his decisions will really echo throughout the rest of the board in the next year or two, depending on what he does, because that certainly the East saw him back away from his attack on England, and I'm sure that the builds, my guess, are going to reflect that, especially the Italian build.
Yeah. Michalis, put yourself in Russia's shoes here, because their build could be very telling as well about what happens next. Of course, every time you kill somebody with your alliance, that can be a moment of reflection, because now you've completed your goal, or at least your initial goal, and you have to think, what do I want to do next? So as Russia, what are you putting down here, and what's your plan with that unit?
Army Warsaw, I think, is the flexible build. Like, it's somewhat tempting to build something in St. Petersburg, but I think that if EG aren't going to fight each other, that you're not actually going to grow from that. Army Warsaw gives you options. It gives you the ability to go into Germany with Prussia Silesia, or the ability to jump into Austria by Galicia and attacks in the south. So I think Army Warsaw is the correct build, and see what you can get going. Where can you find an ally to carve someone up with?
The other thing I think about that Russian build is if you look at the board, if you're looking as Russia saying, okay, I need a friend on the other side of the board, who could be my friend over there? England could be your friend over there. So if you built a fleet in the south coast of St. Pete and sort of jump on Germany with England's help, that could be lucrative as well.
I think there's a very good case for a lot of people on this board to carve up Germany here. France has backed away from England, which suggests that France is hoping to lure England into attacking Germany. Russia can see growth in Germany. Even AI can see growth in Germany. There's a big push, I think, on this board right now for everyone to just collapse inwards into Germany.
Equally, Italy. I think you could see Austria and France working together to take Italian dots.
All right. Well, plenty of permutations here. We have a unanimous vote of confidence towards Army Warsaw from the panel. And sure enough, that is what Cedric puts down, along with an Army Vienna from Austria and a Fleet Naples from Italy. So fairly flexible builds all around, you would think. Going into spring 1904, what direction do they head in, McCallus?
So Austria is taking Tyrolia, which may be agreed and may not. Given that Italy was trying to move to Piedmont, this could have just been a backfill situation. Nothing else they've done is especially hostile to the Italian. They have covered Greece. However, Russia has moved on the Italians. They've slid Ankara into Smyrna, convoyed into Ankara behind, and sent everything south. So Russia is very anti-Austria and anti-Italy, or potentially they're just going to use Smyrna to take Con and try and cut a deal with Italy. I think that would be quite a smart way to play this. They have lost Sweden in the north, but as EG have stuck together, and France has made a move to North Africa, which smells arranged all over. If France was actually attacking Italy they're in Western Med, they're not in North Africa. So that feels very arranged, and we'll see what that means for the board.
Yeah, feels pretty wise as well, given where the English fleets still are at this point, to keep them close to home.
This Russian move to me looks very anti-Austrian versus anti-Italian, as apparently Austria thought there was a different plan between Austria and Russia because there was support, again, that was not taken to Silesia.
Yeah, I think that Russia will take Constantinople from Smyrna.
I think so too.
Leave it Italian.
It is guaranteed if Cedric wants to do it that way into the fall. Does he do it? He does.
Yeah, it's the smart way to play this position. You probably want an Italian to help you taking down Austria. You don't want to be fighting both of them together, and this is indeed what they've got. So Italy has sniped Trieste at the same time as Russia takes Constantinople. Really nice bit of play from Cedric and Alex, who have broken the game open in a favourable direction for the pair of them. Meanwhile, in the West, Cedric loses Baltic Sea and pulls it off the board, goes, you know what, my northern game doesn't matter. I'm going to grow in the south in this game. I'm not going to grow in the north. I might lose to Petersburg, I might not, but I'm certainly not growing up there. So I'm going to focus all my resources in the south, which I think is a reasonable decision. And this sort of Western mess continues. So now England convoys up to Norway and sends North Atlantic across to Norwegian, which looks like a complete disengagement on Western Triple, except that they've also moved to the English Channel. So, yeah, there's a distinct lack of trust between EF, even when both of them are making moves that appear to be friendly towards the other. France is now in Western Med, but it's not exactly a convincing attack against the Italian with that one fleet there.
Yeah, the only thing I think England can say to justify that move to the Channel is, well, I need something to cover Belgium. I have to cover Belgium.
North Sea could have covered Belgium next turn.
I'm not saying it's a good justification.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, the East has the momentum and are making successful moves, and the West are wasting units, not trusting each other, and that's why the East now definitively does have the advantage. The Wintergreen is in a very, very good position.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're Russia, presumably you would have a deal in place if you're doing this in the north to either have St. Petersburg be left alone or have it be taken with a fleet. Does the convoy to Norway here ring alarm bells for you? Are you changing your plan if you're Cedric based on that move from what you're doing already, which is just killing Austria and leaving St. Pete alone?
Probably not. If they want St. Petersburg, they're going to get St. Petersburg either way. You can't do anything about it tactically. You have to do it diplomatically. Cedric has made his choice. He has chosen to go in on Austria. You can't back out of that choice now. Like the die is cast. You have to follow through and win the war you started.
And that task could be made much easier or harder depending on the disband here from Carl. We also have a build for Italy, a rebuild for Russia, and a build for England as well from Sweden. It's going to be Army London, Army Moscow, Army Venice. So once again, armies being very fashionable all around, except for Austria, who pulls Army Tyrolia. So favoring Italy perhaps a bit over Russia. Going into spring of 1905, how are these armies put to use? Craig.
And London covers Belgium with a convoy using north. The English Channel goes to the Irish Sea. Again, probably some mistrust between E and F here. Yet up in the north, England moves full towards the Russian northern center of St. Pete. We have that lovely German convoy from Kiel over to Livonia, and Silesia supports Berlin into Prussia. Russia, continuing to focus on Austrian centers, gets into Galicia and takes Bulgaria with a convoy across the Black Sea. Katie Gray is smiling. And Aegean takes Greece with support by Ionian. Austria takes Trieste and will likely hold Trieste, but is possibly going to lose 2 or 3 other dots.
Yeah, I think Cedric, this is a misplay. When I say you can't hold St. Petersburg, I don't think you even try. Like, that convoy to Livonia is so much worse for you than anything England could have done around St. Petersburg. Now Cedric's in a real tough position, and yeah, be interesting. Like, Jake has walked into Tunis, which is fantastic for him. Probably won't keep it, but the East is not having everything their own way. And if the West does stick together, distrust or no distrust, yeah, Irish Sea, it covers against France moving in and walking into Liverpool, so I get that move, and it does disentangle. Picardy doesn't disentangle at all, so there's still a lot going on there that this could suddenly break back into open war, but at the moment, they are working together enough to start pushing the Easterners back. Probably not quickly enough to save Austria, though, which means in the long run, there's still going to be more dots in the East between fewer people.
Yeah, presumably the logic behind Moscow to St. Pete is that you don't want Norway going straight to St. Pete, because then if they get in, Warsaw's lost anyway. So perhaps a bit of proactive defense there gone wrong by Cedric. Either way, going into the fall, Warsaw is probably done for. The question is what happens everywhere else with Russia and the rest of the board.
So, yep, Russia loses St. Pete and Warsaw and walks out of Budapest, but gets into Serbia and loses Galicia to AG cooperation, which is probably not great. But then Russia, this could be arranged to take Smyrna. However, Italy is walking out of Greece into Bulgaria and leaving an open retreat from Serbia into Greece. Not that it matters, it was Austrian to begin with. And as we predicted, Italy takes Tunis back. France, 2 self-bounces, very exciting. England, other than taking St. Pete, not much else going on.
I don't really understand that taking of Smyrna by Russia there. Like, if Con just walks into Bull, then they have 3 Austrian dots captured between them. Instead, they only have 2, and you're potentially weakening your only friend on the board. This is... Cracks are appearing in IR a lot earlier than I would have expected them to.
And that Greece unit in Bulgaria's south coast is just... It's a screen door on a submarine there. It's just useless.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing it can do is retake Greece, right?
But it doesn't help an alliance at all.
No.
You need it. I mean, if anything, it should be like getting ready to go back to Ionian once Greece is secured.
Or go to Albania. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps a bit of desperation playing into Russia's decisions by this point, given the Smyrna grab. But either way, they are even for now, actually. After all that dipsy doodling, we do have a build for everyone in the West, though, so things should be heating up on that side of the board. I mean, Michalis, whose position do you find most interesting in the West at the moment? Who has the most options?
England. I think Germany has sent all of their units the opposite direction. If England wants to stab Germany, they are going to have a very, very strong stab on Germany in this game. This board is really arranged in a very pro-England manner at the moment.
Craig, is there any counter argument to that?
Possibly France, if England and France are still friendly and Italy starts losing centers to maybe starting to war a little bit with Russia, that maybe France can pick up something. But I think I agree with Michalis that England looks to be in the best position right now.
Yeah, one thing that actually strikes me about last turn is that England chose to take St. Petersburg with the fleet on the north coast. And that could lead to the possibility that because Warsaw is guaranteed to be retaken here if Russia puts in the right moves, maybe Russia is going to assist in an English stab on Germany. But either way, we'll find out. Army Berlin from Germany, Fleet Brest, Fleet London, so clearly still not a ton of trust between EF. And Army Venice comes off for Italy, seemingly a peace offer to Austria at this stage, given where that might have gone otherwise. Going into spring of 1906, McCallus, what do we see?
Spring of 06, we do not see an English stab on Germany, which I was watching for even with that Fleet London build. Sort of a walk to Holland, Helgoland and North Sea, there would have been a good stab. England is bringing a unit back. They don't trust the French, and the French don't trust the English, so they're supporting themselves to the Channel. This feels like it's now going to be a sort of game-long situation. So now that I've said that, they're guaranteed to work together and kill Germany next turn. Meanwhile, in the east, Austria recaptures Serbia. Serbia retreats to Bulgaria, which is open because Italy has moved to Aegean Sea because Italy and Russia are fighting each other. So Russia is now in a position where they have no friends on this board anywhere, which is not a very good position to be in.
Yeah. Interesting that Irish and London both hold again. Maybe there's an arranged bounce there that England just forgot to put the orders in for. Either way, not good for the English position.
Yeah.
And Russia does not go for the guaranteed retake on Warsaw. They get Livonia blown up. So
Normally I like a chaotic game. I like to see the swaying of the trees in the storm, but this, I don't think it's benefiting anyone here. I mean, we're only looking at the people who it's worst for. I don't see that it's great for anyone. Maybe France it's great for, but
France and England are both slowly getting better position by doing nothing, but by everyone else's units walking in the opposite direction, right? Like nothing has actually moved for England or France at all, but all the other units have gone so far that way.
And the issue is if England and France want to work together, then France is going to have to tolerate England getting much bigger, much quicker than France is, because the German dots just almost naturally have to go to England first.
Yeah, but you can backfill Belgium, do agreements that way.
Yeah, one, but Denmark, Kiel, Holland.
If you work with the Italian, Munich is viable as well. There's definitely options, I think. But yeah, England does have the better position, I agree.
I think Italy's probably got their hands full now in the east, firmly in the east.
Yeah, Italy relieving the pressure on France. That should help their position. The question is, what will Jake do with that?
Is it me? Yes. So Jake takes Belgium, forcing England to retreat into Oh, I'm so sorry. I had no option. I've lost Belgium. This was the only thing I could do. I really didn't want to stab you. We'll see whether that's true or not. England, meanwhile, does fail to convoy Norway back because Norwegian Sea is not next to Yorkshire, so that is an unfortunate misorder. You had to convoy it to Edinburgh there. And France also gets up to Irish Sea, so this is a very good turn for Jake, who does now actually move units into a very nice position. England is even, but Jake is building and get third fleet down. All looks good. Meanwhile, AI have worked things out. I think that Greece is an arranged bounce. You see Austria moving into Bohemia and Italy away from Venice. This is all very friendly between them. Russia is trying to get Italy back on side, supports them into Smyrna, but I suspect that it is a little bit too little too late there. And Germany is convoying back from Livonia. So actually the way to defend Moscow, as I said earlier, when this war with the West for Russia, is always to defend diplomatically, just tactically it won't work. And they have defended Moscow, kept it an extra year, and Germany has convoyed home to Kiel.
Yeah, you would think if there was still a real wintergreen going on here that Alex would have enough trust to support into Greece and just walk into Smyrna, but that is not, in fact, what we saw. So going into the winter of 06, England remains tied for the lead, but under some pressure. Tied with Russia, actually, who is under less pressure, relatively speaking, now that Germany has something else to do. Well, let's just see what the builds are. Fleet Brest from France, Army Sev from Russia, that's the only center open, and Fleet Baltic comes off from Germany. So that should give England one less thing to think about as they defend from Jake, which I'm sure England will appreciate. But What do you guys think? Do Germany's chances of topping go out the window with that fleet coming off? Because otherwise, their EF tension creates a lot of opportunities for them.
I think their chances went out regardless of the disband, right? Like, there's a resurgent Russia that's going to be keeping you tied up around Warsaw. What was Germany's growth in this game, build or not, with that fleet, without that fleet?
Yeah, I think Galicia was, from a German perspective, Galicia might have been a more dispensable unit.
But Austria has moved to Bohemia to attack Munich, right? So Galicia is actually really useful for fighting that war. So
yeah, but I think you're destined to lose Warsaw in the long run anyway. So
there was no good option there.
No, that was a Sophie's choice, I think.
Into spring of 1907, Craig.
So we see France continuing to attempt to attack England, bounces England out of the North Atlantic and tries to convoy to Wales unsuccessfully. Interestingly, a convoy directly to London there would have gotten in. As we move east, we've got holding by England in the north, and Russia is moving down Seb to Armenia to try to take units in what were the erstwhile Turkish home centers. Austria condensing its position by moving Bohemia back to Vienna, allowing Silesia to slip down into Bohemia. And Italy convoys into Greece unsupported, but gets in. Now it's hard to tell who is working with who here, except that Russia and Germany seem to be working together as Budapest falls to Galicia. No, it does not. I'm sorry. It does not fall to Galicia.
Yeah, I mean, there's a GR. I think AI is still working together. Like, I think this was Greece needs to be covered by something, so I don't mind if you move in there and then maybe you attack Bulgaria from it if you do get in, or Serbia or whatever.
Or help Austria into Serbia.
Yeah.
Yep. So either way, it seems like Italy and Russia aren't working with each other, given the move to Armenia. So we'll see how that unfolds, along with everything else. Fall of 1907, Craig.
And England convoying back to the island. St. Pete is curiously abandoned with the fleet going into the Barents. And this time England does get into the North Atlantic Ocean, while at the same time, Jake in France successfully convoys an army onto the island, which may be the sort of the beginning of England's demise, I think, here. Germany kind of being left alone at this point. Nobody's really doing anything against Germany. Warsaw supports Galicia to Ukraine to perhaps attack Russia. And Russia fails to take Smyrna, and Austria does take Serbia with Italy's help by tapping Bulgaria.
Yeah, AI have stuck together and have done some very good moves to get units into better positions. So they're the real winners of that year. Like, this seems to be a game where only one country or alliance on the board ever has a good year at once. This year it was AI that had the good year.
I think the most fortunate player would be Germany right here. Nobody attacking Germany. Germany now able to take Moscow.
You make your own luck, though, right? Like, that's diplomatic. I think, credit to Andy for doing that, and he's managed to convince Cedric they were on side. They did the GR in spring, and then has moved into a position where he can go after some Russian dots. So it's just nice play.
It's definitely been a swingy game so far, as Craig mentioned. Just look at the center chart. It's been a complete mosh pit outside of that early Turkish exit. So we'll hope that continues for entertainment's sake, if nothing else. And Italy has a build here. They're the only one with a build, so we'll just look straight at that. It's going to be Army Naples, presumably for convoying purposes, but where remains to be seen. You'd think if it was anti-Austrian, it'd be in Venice, so that might be off the table in terms of Albania. Either way, into spring of 1908 here, just 2 years left in this one. Nicholas.
Spring of 08, and AI keep working together successfully. So that new unit backfills Greece as Greece is pushed successfully into Bulgaria. This was not guaranteed because they didn't know what Black Sea would defend. So good guesswork by AI. They did also manage to force Romania with a suboptimal order set from Russia for defending from AI, but what Russia is trying to do is punish the German for that stab. So Russia sends everything north to try and recapture Moscow, which should succeed unless Austria tries to disrupt it. And Germany is also sticking with their game-long EG and moving towards France, who does have a problem from the Italians, who have walked to Piedmont and forces France to cover Marseille, which, yeah, you can cover Marseille easily enough, but you are probably going to lose Burgundy or Belgium if you do that. So tough turn for Jake. He's got to make some good guesses now. England, they're really just relying on being able to take Belgium sooner or later to have their growth in this game, but AI, and particularly I, are really beginning to come back into play as a major player in this game. Like, there's a really viable chance that they take Constantinople, unless Austria disrupts that. And so, yeah, Alex Maslow is turning this around really nicely.
Yeah, double boarding doesn't mean you have to play badly on both boards. Sometimes you just focus on one because you get some good luck there, and he's rolled it into a very good position that continues to develop in the fall.
Yep, takes Constantinople, +2. Brilliant. Yeah, well done, Alex. Love it. Austria pushes up to Galicia, continues to stick in this AI position, which is nice. They did have the option of taking Bulgaria with Russian support and chose not to. Russia recaptures Moscow successfully, and Jake does have to take the guesses because of Italy's move and loses Belgium as a result. So good news for England in that regard. I think moving to Piedmont was probably a mistake from Alex. I think you didn't actually want to disrupt France and let them lose to EG, but it's not the end of the world. And there's a 1 year left. It's a race for the top. And at the moment, it's very, very finely poised between England and Italy.
I think France there had a guaranteed English dot. And with, because I think if Mid-Atlantic taps North Atlantic, never mind, it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, no guarantees
it's
there.
Guesswork.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's because of York. Yeah. Because of that.
Jake didn't have to pull out, though. That is
no, yeah. I think I might have.
The only way for him to hold it, though, would be to use Burgundy and Channel to defend Belgium, which risks Italy walking into Marseille. So you couldn't hold both.
But Italy may have had, went back to Venice to cover it against that army in Trieste. So there was still a reason for Piedmont to go back to Venice. Yeah. So you could have reasonably thought, well, he's probably going to cover his home center.
Either way, you would think going to Piedmont in the first place for Italy here was counterproductive, given Jake has his hands on the levers of power here as a neighbor of both guys who are competing for the top. But we'll see if that provokes a especially loud response from him. He has a disband. England and Germany both have builds, as does Austria. Italy has 2. And those are going to turn into Army Budapest, Army Rome, Army Naples, Fleet Naples, Army Kiel, and Fleet Eddy. So more units coming down the board here for a last year scramble for dots, potentially. And it's going to be England versus Italy, unless something absolutely insane happens. So, Craig, you've seen plenty of those things. Does something absolutely insane happen?
Yeah, they drew.
That is a little insane.
Kind of insane. With 1 year left?
Yeah, that's a surprising decision, I think. Yes and no, actually, because Alex's growth path now isn't Russian dots. You've got a fleet in Sturdy. You're not taking Ankara. It's Austrian dots. So it's, do I want to stab my ally who's helped me get back into this game to win the game? And if the answer in round 1 of a 3-round tournament is I don't want to make this final year stab, I think that's actually quite reasonable. England, they're not going to take a French dot, so
not going to take a French dot. Will they take a German dot?
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, it's another game-long ally. You could possibly walk into
Denmark. Might get done. Well,
you might lose Holland.
You could go to Skagerrak North. Yeah, you might lose Holland. Yeah.
So they're settling for the safer payout here. It's an 8-center shared top between England and Italy, but it's worth noting because of how the points distribution works in shared tops. These two earn 9 points each. That is exactly half of what the 13-center France in Game 1 was worth. So you can see the gulf there between solo tops and shared tops, especially when a few extra centers are thrown in for good measure. We'll bring Shane back now and see. Welcome back. Shane, do you have any extra thoughts on that game before we move on?
It was a crabs in a bucket game there for a while. It was just, I think Mosh pit was a good way of describing it, but they managed to break it out. I can see why they drew. I mean, it's not clear that there's anything anyone can really get, and you've got Craig kind of, Jake, pulling back into this position just to defend and hold what he's got, and so I think it was probably in everyone's interest to draw it there. But it was well played AI. I thought it was a good watch.
Yeah. Well, we're going to give McCallus a break for this next game. See you in a bit, my friend. And we're going to stick with Craig and Shane as we head into round number 1, game C. And here we have some more new faces. Here is local players, presumably, as well as some faces we know. In Austria, got to put the screen back on. In Austria, we have Jared Brothers. In England, Karthik Konath. In France, DixieCon winner Keith Worstel. In Germany, Martel Scheiner. In Italy, Chris Mann. In Russia, David Maletsky, who organizes Carnage, as was mentioned earlier. And in Turkey, well-known online player Andrew Zick. What sticks out to you guys on this board?
Well, I had a moment of my heart almost stopped because I saw the word Chris Mann, and in my head it went to Chris Martin, and I thought maybe Chris Martin showed up. But it's great to see David Maletsky playing, pulled Russia with Andrew Zick in Turkey. I think those two would work very well together. And then we've got Karthik and Keith in England and France. That will be fun to watch, see what their relationship is like.
Yeah, that's where my eye went as well. The players that I know, you're kind of always looking for the names, and they're both in positions where they could potentially work together. But there's 3 other players on the board that are kind of going to have a say in what happens as well. And also, the question is, can you work together?
Yeah, and I don't think I've been on a board where Karthik and David were on the same board. I think their playstyles might be a little oil and water, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I also have something in my show notes about this game, which is that Martel, our German player, is actually 10 years old. And this is their first game ever of Diplomacy. So that's going to be a massive wild card thrown in. How will these players decide to take advantage of them, or perhaps just give them a very fun game? At that age, maybe they could cause some chaos of their own as well. So that makes me a lot more excited for this. I don't know about you guys, but either way, Shane, will start you off here with spring of 1901.
I'm always intrigued to see how first-time and younger players go. We have a few of them on the circuit in Australia at the minute, and they sometimes do some really interesting things. But let's go straight to Martel. Kiel to Denmark, Berlin to Kiel. Very good, very conventional, and then bounce in Burgundy. Maybe arranged, maybe not. But that's a solid opening. I mean, there's nothing too wild happening. No Helgoland or Baltic, so that's kind of cool. Otherwise, Karthik's doing the usual thing where you're kind of lay up and guarantee Norway, cover London, pretty standard English opening. Keith, again, fairly standard for France. A lot of holds there for Chris as Italy, but going to Ionian. So the convoy option is off the table. Jared has done the Serbia-Albania thing, but also gone to cover Trieste, no Galicia bounce. Bounce in black, Smyrna to Armenia. So that's Andrew. Maybe sending a message to Dave. Who knows? And Russia's pretty benign and normal. I like the Moscow hole. I quite often do that myself as Russia. Gives you a bit of flexibility. But yeah, it's spring 01. It's always vaguely boring.
Yeah. Moscow to Seb or Moscow hold. That's kind of the anti-Sunstrom opening. Sunstrom being Smyrna to Armenia and the bounce in black. So well read by Maletsky if he was expecting this from Turkey, and that'll prepare him for fall of 1901.
Cool. We have another bounce in Burgundy. Again, hard to know if it's aggression or just agreed. 2 builds for France. Karthik picks up 2 as well. Just walks Belgium. No hassles there. And we see Martel bouncing Dave in Sweden. Interesting to see how Dave took that. I mean, it's a little interesting vibe, actually, like a 10-year-old and a guy in a gigantic sombrero. I'd like to see photos of that. Down in the south, Italy does all Italy can really do, taking Tunis with the boat. 2 holds again is kind of interesting. Trieste holding takes up Greece for the Austrians. And a 2-2 bounce in Romania is also interesting, but Zik gets Black Sea as a result.
What did David Maletsky do to everybody else? He's usually a nice guy. He's not offensive. He's very kind. I really expected he and Germany to be kind of working together because he's usually good with the really new players if Martel is truly a new player. So this is a little bit unusual to see David Maletsky as a no-build 01 Russia.
Yeah, Dave's objective here would be to give Martel a good game. It seems like Martel doesn't want one. Or Martel wants to give Dave a bad game is probably a better emphasis.
I've heard about the man with the big sombrero. Keep him away from all of your centers and don't let him have any.
I wonder who whispered that in Martel's ear before the game. Could have been any of these guys, to be honest.
I have a feeling it might have been the English player.
Yeah, that would be my guess too.
Possibly.
Oh, you really don't want a Russian fleet in Sweden, my friend. That's going to spell disaster for you.
Keith summing up the Martel mindset as he saw it. Martel wants dots. So we'll see what kind of dots he can grab in 0-2. He's got two builds to potentially get some. 2 for England as well, and for France and Austria. Russia gets none because everyone hates Smolenski, apparently. 1 for Turkey, 1 for Italy. Oh, click on this again. Okay. Fleet Brest, Army Paris from France. Double fleets for England. Double armies from Martel. So clearly there are no centers in the sea. That's why he wants centers. Or that's why he wants centers and builds those two. Fleet Naples, Fleet Con, pretty conventional in the east. What do you guys think is going to happen based on these moves?
I think somebody should have told Martel in a Western triple, Germany needs to build 3 in 01. Because this looks like Western triple builds, but I don't know. If I've got Karthik Kaneth in England, I'm not going to enter into a Western triple with him.
Shane, do you read this as a Western triple?
Not quite yet, but it'll be interesting to kind of see what Karthik and Keith want to do. They as the more experienced players, they're the ones kind of in the driver's seat here to decide the tempo and how it shakes out. We had a similar game in Australia last year in the Australian Open where we had a kind of inexperienced Germany and ran a triple, and then Germany got eaten because it's very hard not to get eaten as Germany, and even harder when you're a newer player. So it'll be interesting to see if that plays out or not.
Yeah. Keith confirming that a Western triple was pitched around this time.
Well, that's also, a bit of foreshadowing. We pitched a Western triple.
Nobody wanted to kill a kid. Fair enough. That's a common sentiment around the hobby. I will say, if in most cases, this board state, I would say, is it a Western triple? It's just a Germany bouncing Sweden and building armies. But again, the new player factor, the kid factor, the off the board, just helping that fun motivation would point to maybe some other possibilities. So we'll keep on going and see if it is a Western triple that has actually taken place here. Craig, enlighten us. Oh, I keep making that mistake. There we go.
Does not look like it's a Western triple here. Because we've got Germany kind of going against both England and France. So Denmark bounces the English trying to sort of advance into the North Sea and Skagerrak. England gets into the Skagerrak, but not into North. But Eddie goes into the Norwegian. While Norway, the English is helping Russia into Sweden. Like I said, Germany is rotating armies down to the Maginot Line. France is supporting Paris to Burgundy. Brest goes to the mid-Atlantic. Spain, south coast. Spain goes to Gascony. Portugal to Spain. In the east, we've got maybe an exchange, maybe AT working together here. Galicia gets taken by an Austrian army. Bulgaria moves up to Romania, being backfilled by Serbia, and there's a bounce in the Aegean. Smells arranged to me, but we'll see. And Italy kind of going both east and west at the same time here.
Yeah, it's a very open-ended east at the moment, it seems like. Outside of everyone hates Moletsky, but we already knew that. Into the fall.
Into the fall. So in the east, Turkey takes Sevastopol just by himself, and Bulgaria is advanced into Romania with backfill into Bulgaria by Khan. Greece holds, so there's no bounce there. Italy moving up into Tyrolia and moving fleets west to what looks like might be to contend with the French fleets that have been brought down. But France is parking the mid-Atlantic into Portugal, which is a very, I'm not going to be offensive to anyone move. Germany tried to move armies down like Tyrolia, Munich, which did go because of the move into Tyrolia by Italy. And Sweden goes to England who the season before supported Russia into Sweden, but then Sweden gets disbanded despite having 1, 2, 3 legal retreats. So that's interesting.
Craig, are you alluding to the idea that Karthik may have been dishonest to somebody in his dealings with them?
Well, until yes, I mean by definition, but with the Swedish fleet being taken off, that might be that was sort of an arranged little move. But I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, because I remember this is something that Karthik pitched to me when I was Russia under fire from an AT at my first face-to-face tournament a couple of years ago at Denver. I came under fire early. He offered to put me into Denmark in exchange for Sweden. He actually followed through on it, though. I think it's because I was able to hold on to Sevastopol through 02, so maybe he saw me as a bit more useful in that situation than he sees Maletsky here, and he just wants to get the center. Either way, he's got the build, does...
Yeah, that gives him play on Denmark in 03, so it's tactically a good move.
Yeah, he's got the build. He also is giving Maletsky a rebuild, even if he's not giving him a build, which Keith points out in the chat. We also see a build from Austria and from Turkey, who are both at Turkey's at 5, Austria's at 6. So, I mean, Shane, you're Turkey here. Italy's moving away from you. Austria's helping you with Russia. Do you even want to build this uni here? Do you just want to keep the peace? And is that the best way to do that?
You're asking absolutely the right person playing Turkey in these positions for that one, Patrick. I tend to like to wave in these circumstances as Turkey. You don't want to scare people. And, I mean, this is hardly any sort of trade secret, but if you get another build, then you can throw down 2 boats and go hog wild. So, yeah, I'd wave here myself. I mean, there's an argument, I guess, to build army con to kind of support the whole bit. If you feel diplomatically solid, I don't see the point in building. You can push Sev further up. Armenia can come into the game. Like there's enough flexibility. You just got to scare the horses.
Yeah, I don't know how you. I'm sort of a different mindset there. I don't know how you scare people without building. Like that's what you want to scare people. You want people to have that fear. People who are afraid make bad decisions.
Karthik confirms that the taking of Sweden without putting him into Denmark was arranged. So I guess he got Maletsky to agree to that, even if Maletsky maybe should have insisted on Denmark a bit more. But either way. And
if I'm Turkey here, I want Italy's going west. I'm going to let him.
Yeah. And we also have a rare Twitch viewer as well, Neo Terra Rex, who says, thank you for doing these streams. Thank you for tuning in, interacting with Dip Chat. We haven't done it too much yet this stream, but it's always one of the best parts of any of these broadcasts. Is why we love to do them live instead of pre-recorded. So thank you for involving yourself. And as you can see, it's very useful for players to use as well, because Karthik and Keith are giving us so much great context about what happened in this game.
Karthik says Sweden was arranged, but which of the moves were arranged, I think, is the question. Maybe.
He asks, do you use a laser pointer or annotation for those learning the game? We do have like a highlightery thing here that I use sometimes to point out key things to talk about, but use it sparingly. Mostly if you want us to use it more, then I certainly can, but otherwise we mostly just talk about the moves as we see them, and we can adapt to our viewers' needs as needed. So we'll see the builds here for Winter 02. It's all armies, Army Moscow, Vienna, and Edinburgh, and none of those seem especially surprising. And then the wave for Turkey, as Shane advised. So we go into spring of 1903 with the world a bit more crowded on the land front, and time to see, how are those armies used? Shane.
Look at Dave first. He bounces in Silesia. I'm not sure if arranged or anticipating. That's a bit of an odd one, but okay.
That's cool. A really good guess.
It worked. It's a great guess, actually. Yeah, he's just prevented Jared from getting any sort of position on Warsaw, which is great. He's also succeeded in holding off the attack into Ukraine, which is good for him. Italy has decided that, no, I'm not going to go west into France. I'm going to reverse the ferret and start going into the east instead, because maybe I'm a little bit scared about Austria and Turkey, which kind of makes some sense. It's kind of 2 fleets on 2 at that point in time. This works out pretty nicely for Keith as well, who forces Mao, even though he didn't need to, but, whatever. Take it however you like. Who's Martel choosing violence against this turn? Going for North Sea again, although Karthik's just going to put the hammer down into Denmark. Also going for Burgundy, and Italy's going into Munich. So it's all action in Martel's part of the board, which I really like. But not much actually happens around the Low Countries or anything like that.
That Tyrolia order is interesting. I'm not sure why you would want Tyrolia tapping Munich here unless you thought Munich was actually going to get into Burgundy.
Yeah. Maybe there were conversations with Keith about supporting him in exchange for that withdrawal in the Met.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I would suspect potentially diplomatic. But,
also, that excellent guess from Maletsky around Silesia is a good time to teach a little bit about the Moscow-Warsaw-Ukraine stalemate line that he's been trying to hold on to here. So essentially, in diplomacy, there are parts of the map that you simply cannot breach if you have a certain arrangement of units in a certain way. And the most basic one for Russia that's useful in a situation like this when they're under attack from the south is holding Moscow, Warsaw, and Ukraine with armies so that it cannot be penetrated from the south because Sev, Rum, and Galicia are the only provinces next to Ukraine. So if you have 3 units on that, 3 units defending it, it's a stalemate. They can't get past. However, if Austria can get into Silesia, or if someone else can get into Silesia, then they can cut the support of Warsaw and make it 3-on-2 and break the line. So that's why Maletsky would want to protect Silesia here in order to keep himself alive for a bit longer. It's also why Russia sometimes consults Germany for help in the situation on occasion, if they can afford to do so. So just explaining the logic a bit more there behind the tactical choices, since it can be a little unintuitive for new players at times.
And there was a question whether it was maybe arranged between Austria and Russia. With Budapest moving up to Galicia, it argues against the arranged because thinking it would, one of those two, if Gal got in, Budapest, if it was arranged, why would Budapest not do something else?
Yeah,
that's right.
But barring a sudden German intervention, this is still a temporary measure for Maletsky, since now, with Vienna to Bohemia, Austria will be able to support themselves to Silesia next turn and break the line either way. But hey, buying yourself a bit of time, especially in a time-limited game like this, can be very useful for someone in Maletsky's situation.
I need to step away for just 30 seconds. I have a thing going on. Be right back.
Yeah, no problem. No problem, Craig. We'll head on into fall, soldiering on in the meantime. Also, important to note from Sabi, let it be known that Karthik enjoyed a kid crying. Well, we already had a hunch about that, yeah. Either way, going into fall of 1903, Shane. Oh, yep. I keep doing this. I have to click on Dipcast again and then hit enter. There we go.
All right, I guess I'll start in England. Karthik doing the thing that Dave probably does not like, which is putting army into Norway, which is going to make St. Petersburg a little bit under pressure. Karthik also forcing Holland by cutting Kiel, sliding down into Baltic. Yeah, Karthik is does not want Martel on this board very clearly. Keith has pivoted yet again to go back into the Med. Fortunate for Jared, there's a series of bounces, which means he stays in Tyrrhenian so he can contest Tunis. Also a bounce in Piedmont between the French and the Italians. Again, not sure if planned or not. Chris having another poke at Munich, which is kind of interesting. Martel holding those, so not an issue. So what Martel will go down 2 in the west. Cartho goes up 2. Over in the east, Maletsky manages to... Well, Austria doesn't take the offer of Ukraine, and Maletsky's pushing forward again, gets into Galicia. This is a kind of a pretty good rearguard action so far. It'll be interesting to see if diplomatically anything changes there between Andrew and Dave. And also, of course, now I've looked at it, we have Italy trying to stab for Bulba walks into Bulgaria, actually, because the fleet moves into the Aegean, which means that pocket build that Zik had is no longer a thing. Good turn for Karthik. Unfortunate turn for Martel. Dave has stayed viable, which is one of the key things to do in a game when you're down to 3 dots, is to just remain useful and to keep trying to work the board and hang in the game and hope you can catch a break. And so he's still playing in that position. Good turn positionally for Keith if he wants to work with Karthik long term. It's set up pretty nicely for an EF here. Yeah. The question is how the rest of the board responds to that.
Yeah, no gains for Keith though in the short term. I'm sure he would have liked to get Belgium there.
Yeah.
Craig, if you're Keith here, do you feel comfortable going into the Med without that 6th dot, given that Karthik's going up 2?
I mean, personally, it kind of depends on who the English player is and what sort of a reading you get off of.
So the answer is no.
That English player. Well, only because I know Karthik, and the answer would be no. I would be absolutely demanding at least a build here and demanding what Karthik builds. I'd be like, Karthik, you need to be building an army and waving.
Yep.
Or like if you build a fleet here, I'm just pouring right back into the mid-Atlantic.
Yeah,
So
that's
we
exactly
see-
what I would have said as well. You want to control his build and also get him to wave 1. Because the idea is like, okay, I hope we get Belgium here. If I don't get Belgium and you pick up 2, please wave.
So we go into winter with England building 2, Austria also building 1. I'm sure there's plenty of speculation as to whether Austria builds in Vienna or Serbia, as some try to do on occasion. No, they stick with Vienna. Fair enough. And it's Army Liverpool Fleet Eddie. Okay, so if Craig was in this position, he would be pulling back right now. I'm sure quite a few people would be pulling back right now. We'll find out if that actually happens.
Because I can see North going right into the channel here. You've got Liverpool dropping down to Wales. Like that's a tough spot for France.
Also, Rex asking another little question here about waving builds. To wave a build means to choose not to use a build that you have. So Turkey last year or England could have done it this year. If you just decide not to put as many units down as you could, then that's waving. And it's pretty rare because, of course, more units usually means more security for your position, more tools to go on the offensive. But sometimes it's diplomatically advisable to just keep it in your pocket. And McCallus also has a comment on this, which is, screw waving so we can build a fleet later. Make him build 2 armies. Which, honestly, I would probably the tack I would take as well in that negotiation with Karthik. But either way, he has built a fleet. So as he crossed a line of no return with Keith, we are about to find out. Spring of 1904. Great.
So Karthik does not immediately go after French dots. He sort of rotates around to make more play on Russian dots and German dots. So drops north into Helgoland, does not backfill north, actually vacates north, which has got to let Keith breathe a little easier. Keith in France is granted Belgium, and Karthik walked into Berlin. Okay. And then in the east, we've got Italy sort of turning its back on the Austrian to protect against a French invasion. Venice goes to Tuscany. Tyrolia drops down to Venice. Stands off Tunis. So there's a brace between France and Italy over Tunis. Turkey attempts to convoy to Bulgaria. And Sev supports, I thought maybe there was going to be a self-bounce in Romania. Sev was going to do a little militia support there. And however, Austria was going for a brace instead of a self-bounce.
Yeah. Also, an eagle-eyed viewer has pointed out here that Aegean and Greece, yes, they are in fact supporting each other into Ionian. So at the same time as all this is happening with Turkey trying to outsmart Austria and get into a dot, they're also still trying to repair their relationship somewhat with mixed results, I think it's safe to say.
I think, though, if one of them gets into Ionian there, that hands France Tunis and just is going to infuriate Italy. So I think it's probably better for both of them that neither of them got in.
It's one of those missed moves that can have a pretty big effect.
Aegean could have just supported Armenia into Bulgaria if that's really what Turkey wanted.
All right, so we go into the fall now with Tunis protected for the time being. Will Ionian fall on top of that? Yes. And Tunis is not protected. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Tunis is lost because Ionian moved. That's a misorder. So, this is a face-to-face, a true face-to-face game with handwritten orders. TUN and TUS look a lot alike. So my guess is Ionian was ordered to Tuscany instead of to Tunis.
Yeah.
Which then that brace is no longer there, which that's an unfortunate misorder because that's going to really hurt that position. Retreats to Naples. France gets all of the lowlands here. That's interesting. Holland moves to Kiel, supported by Denmark and probably Helgoland, I guess. And that allows Keith to just conga line those two armies into 2 dots. So Keith is going to go up 3 here. Not to be outdone too much, Karthik is not going. No, he is not going to go up 3 because he walks out of St. Pete, sparing Dave Maletsky the need to disband a unit, and Turkey moves armies up to start threatening Russian dots himself, and Black drops down to Khan. I'm assuming to come out and to assist in the med.
Yeah, so the AT is fully realigned now, and the net effect of this is Karthik has gone from having a commanding lead in the alliance against Keith to being a completely equal partner again on 8 centers each, and that likely was not a part of his plan. So all of a sudden,
I can't tell what country just lost that unit in Prussia.
that would be Austria.
That was an Austrian unit, so that's going to get rebuilt.
Indeed, it will. Probably in Trieste.
This turn was super pivotal, right? Like, you clearly had the Karthik and Keith were going to continue to work together, and you see it here with this really good kind of alliance management stuff where Keith's just picking up both of the low countries. Like, we really needed to see the East sort themselves out, and by that I mean at this point Jared and Andrew, which has happened now. Andrew's managed to get some position now and get on the front foot. It's very unfortunate to Italy what happens with Tunis, but yeah, I mean, right now it's kind of shaping up as potentially the AT, maybe with some help from Austria trying to hold this off. But yeah, like that last turn in the spring made it really, really clear that they needed to start balancing this board. Otherwise, they were going to get rolled. So it'll be interesting to see how they, whether they can continue to push and resist against that really, really cohesive England-France alliance. But also 3 builds for Keith, so 3 builds equals temptation.
Yep.
So let's see.
That Austrian position is going to be really nice. It's going to be like compact, protected. All the units are going to be contiguous. That's going to be a powerful position.
Yep. So the big headline this winter, France putting down 3. There is the argument again for waiving one of those, but probably at least an army and a fleet here in Marseille, if nothing else. We'll see.
I don't know. If I'm Keith, I put down 2 fleets and an army.
Same.
All right. Well, that gives him some more flexibility in the med, if that's the direction he wants to go in. Ominous music. Meanwhile,
the thing is, as well, you had that moment of faith there where Cartho puts down 2 and Keith accepts it, moves on. If you've got that kind of relationship, you can throw down a series of builds like this and go, well, look, you did the right thing. Now I'm going to do the right thing. And so the question then is, does Keith do the right thing?
Yep. Army Trieste goes down for Austria. Ruhr and Tuscany come off for the declining Central Powers. And we go into 1905 with 3 clear contenders coming out, maybe even 4, for this board top. Shane.
Okay, again, like Karthik took the position earlier to get into Livonia instead, so now he's taking St. Petersburg. You might get this great little position where neither Karthik nor Andrew want the other to have Moscow, so Maletsky just kind of hunkers down in Berlin and survives the rest of the game. I've seen that happen a few times recently. There's still cooperation between England and France here, putting the French into Ruhr to probably even up on Munich. I don't know that there's any real kind of hostile intent with the moves to now and North Sea. I think it's probably just trying to manage things. Although, having said that, if I was Keith, I kind of don't like that Karthik is in both. I would prefer him to stay in Norwegian. Looking down into the Med, there's a dislodgement in Ionian, so the Turks get pushed back by the Italians. The French have managed to diplomatically swing things in that area, which is quite impressive on Keith's part. So that's good news for Italy, but bad news for Italy and the Austrians forcing Venice. And the Austrians are also going to the line into Bohemia. Zik not getting into Bulgaria, not getting into Moscow, still trying to build out of that position. So previously I was talking about the East sticking together. Now the East has broken apart again. I think if you're in the West in this situation, even a little bit of tension over North Atlantic potentially aside, you're thinking to yourself, well, these guys are a rabble. Why don't we just roll the board?
Yep. We
Yeah,
are
if
getting
I'm,
to that point, though, where Munich and Moscow might get locked up with their respective small powers staying alive. So that could be a place to stop the West,
yeah.
at least for a little
If
while.
I'm Keith, I
You've got
really
Italy
don't
helping,
like.
though.
I really don't like North and North Atlantic being
No.
occupied by English fleets.
Well, Keith didn't either. That's why he asked him to go back to Clyde.
Yep.
And Carthag's such a great ally, obviously, that he did it.
I mean, one could argue you go to Clyde to begin with, but I mean,
You get a trade here on Munich and Holland for the West. Again, we've seen the French and Ionian for the 2 games I've seen in a row. Cheeky convoy to Tuscany while Austria self-bounces Piedmont is very nice. Good work there, Keith. Italy does manage to get into Greece with the help of Turkey. And Zik manages to pick up Romania, which is good for him. He needs to build and start kind of trying to push on things and have a bit more of a say. It'll be interesting. I mean, this works out very well for Keith in the Med, but it's hard to say from this set if France and Italy are still working together or not. I think that kind of decides how hard Keith can roll through the Med, but that also then creates situations where Carthage might want to keep a lid on Keith. So, but I mean, it's still great progress for the West here.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate for the Turkish position that Zik has been left on 4 for this long rather than going up a little bit more. But at the same time, does taking Rome off of Austria really solve any of your problems? Because now Sevastopol could be vulnerable if Jared decides, you know what, I don't like you doing that. How about I punish it?
Solve your count problem, but yeah, no, it's a fair point. It's hard to say.
Am I wrong, or is Carthage up 2 here?
He is up 2, in fact, from Moscow and Holland, because Munich was not his.
This might be a little more tempting than even someone as stalwart as Carthage can resist temptation here.
Certainly, especially with 2 fleets already in prime position to go somewhere.
You put down a fleet in Liverpool and a fleet in London right here.
Yeah.
Either way, any fleet right now, if it's in Liverpool or London, could be.
I mean, what's the argument against chucking those down at this point in time and saying, Keith, well,
I mean,
this is how it's going to be.
It's only 1905.
It's very quick.
Well, Keith seems to think he knows what happened here, and given that he was in this game, I'm
Carthage kind of stab someone. Come on.
Well, let's find out if now is in fact the moment. Oh, I keep doing that. So the 5th time. Okay.
Ah.
Double army is.
This is so sweet.
It was all
Yeah.
Carthage still wants to be a benevolent overlord.
I guess if you're going to stand, that'd have to be a London fleet if you're really going to take French stuff.
Yeah. So
if you stab, you go to now Irish force English Channel.
Yeah.
Well, the fact remains that Keith still yelled "stab" in all caps in the chat, which is clear evidence that Carthage stabs eventually. So we'll see that We'll see that sooner or later, I'm sure. But in the meantime, let's move on to spring of 1906.
All right. So Carthage continues to make what seem to be Alliance EF moves. Clyde goes back to Norwegian. That was a very nice Norwegian cruise line cruise there from Norwegian to North Atlantic to Clyde back to Norwegian. Convoys London over to Denmark. Holland goes to Helgoland, allowing Keith to walk into Holland. Berlin to Baltic, again, sort of shifting everything towards the east. And Livonia walks into Warsaw. But Moscow helps Ukraine into Sev. Rum is lost to Austria, and Turkey, that's a lovely little convoy, convoying Smyrna into Bulgaria, supported by Khan. And then Keith starts to surround the boot with blue triangles, which I'm assuming will pay off dividends very, very soon.
So the West continuing to advance in somewhat orderly fashion. Go into the fall. Does that continue?
So I'm looking up. So we've got Carthage with the long convoy from Eddy to St. Pete across Norwegian and Barents. Beautiful. And a second convoy across the Baltic from Denmark into Berlin, bringing Berlin into Silesia, starting to breach the stalemate line, the main stalemate line in the game. And Looks like Tuscany is walking into Venice. Venice is being supported into Trieste by France, which looks like Italy was in agreement with because there's that bounce in Naples that looks arranged. Turkey gets put back into Romania by the Russian unit in Sev that Armenia is supporting. So it looks like we've got a juggernaut brewing here, and
It's a little too late.
that's about it. Yeah,
It's a late breaking juggernaut to be sure.
it's never too late for a good juggernaut.
It's a late broken juggernaut.
Either way, I mean, it just seems like this isn't really just an EF anymore. It's just a screw Austria alliance based on Turkey and Russia making up and doing that. So, yikes.
Mm-hmm.
Classic, as
It's just dots.
Nicholas so eloquently puts it. Yeah, obviously, England needs to be involved in order for a truly complete Austrian collapse to happen. Like, you guys know this.
Well, Warsaw is tapping Galicia, so.
Yep, they have to be part of it. Otherwise, it's just not efficient enough. So, Carthage gets another build because, of course, he does. Keith gets another 2 build because, of course, he does. Italy gets another build from Trieste, actually, which is that a rebuild? I believe it is.
Wonder if we'll see Fleet London, Fleet Brest here for that now continuous bounce in the English Channel for the rest of the game.
Perhaps. They are up to that point where, as McCallus was mentioning in chat, you might just want to roll and keep each other honest with minimal border units.
Yeah, well, I mean, what? Just get dots. It's round 1. Get a good score.
Armies all around, and a fleet in Marseille.
It's fine. It's good management.
And an army in Rome from Italy. You've got to wonder where that's likely to go. I mean, if you're France here, what's the risk? What's the cost-benefit analysis here of coming down on Italy versus continuing to use them as a pick?
You put Greece into the Aegean and you convoy that Italian army for Italy over into Greece. That would be fun.
Maybe. Sabi suggesting that Jared is a new player and also he's cool. Well, you've been outvoted, Sabi, because 5 other people on this board have decided that he's not. So
maybe he's so cool and the other people aren't cool at all. And it's just player hating.
That's a possibility. Hey, maybe.
Yeah, it's like when the nerds finally get back at the jocks in that movie.
All right. Spring 1907. Shane, what happens in the continuous jock-nerd war?
Well, I mean, what happens to the jock? The jock gets into Romania, which is nice. I'll go start in the west, though. Carthage does that nice little convoy you can sometimes do when you're in Helgoland Bight going straight to Kiel. The west is all pretty chill, really, I suppose. They've got a lot of pressure now on Vienna. This is just positioning for dots now. Like, there's play on all sorts of things. I can't see why they don't hold together. Carthage again playing for position up the top, just walking into Ukraine, sliding back down into Moscow. You can put pressure on Galicia here or Sevastopol, whatever he likes. The east is pretty much broken. I imagine this has been a pretty frustrating game for Andrew in Turkey. Just really kind of doesn't look like you're getting any sort of traction whatsoever. The Italians get kicked out of Greece, I guess, by a Franco-Turkish alliance, which I kind of didn't see coming. Perhaps Italy's outlived his usefulness to Keith. It's just a shocking bit of noodly mess in the east, I suppose, and the position just keeps rolling on because why wouldn't you?
Those Berlin-Silesia orders are interesting.
Yeah, there's a bit of play on Munich, right?
Yeah, Silesia could have gone to Gal, supported by Warsaw, and Berlin, filling into Silesia. But no, Silesia went to Bohemia instead. That's
obviously England just wants to be in Vienna where they rightfully belong.
Yeah,
I mean, if this is a European C Diplo game here, you're probably trying to stab for Munich here and to cover Berlin.
Munich, and you can cover Berlin with Baltic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, Carthage
but there's 2 more years, and there's 2 more dots. Carthage
doesn't play like a dot grabby European. Come on, he's never won an EDC or anything like that. Wait a minute. Fall 1907 Shane.
England always needs to put 3 on Galicia. I'm glad that Carthage knows that. Maxim. I don't think I've seen that.
What is Ukraine doing? Ukraine is the laziest unit on the board. Could have also supported Warsaw to Galicia.
So lazy. We have hang on, what? Oh, we do have a taking of our Holland. There you go. So Carthage has taken Holland from Keith, 3-2. Retreat to Rua there. Let's look down into the boot. Keith going up another couple here. Oh, so maybe that's potentially arranged. Keith picks up both Rome and Naples, but goes down one in Holland. The East is still chaos. Zik is in Greece, and then he stays in Greece mercifully for him, and picks up Sevastopol as well with the benevolence of Karthik to stay the same because he loses Rome. Yeah. The East is it's just gone. It's just however big these guys want it to be.
If I know David Miletsky, that taking of
Miletsky
Sevastopol was arranged just so David could just be done with this game.
Yeah.
Likely. He can be like that sometimes. Either way, +1 for every contender except for Turkey, who is +2 because things are just going that well for him. I mean, 2 years left. England's got a lot of armies in a lot of useful places. Jane, Greg, is there any argument that France can still pull this out?
Only if Karthik lets him. I mean, if you go Norwegian to now, north to Channel, and you build Liverpool and go to Irish again, it's this situation of, this is how it's going to be.
I mean,
because there's so many armies on Munich and stuff like that as well.
Karthik builds a fleet in Liverpool.
Yeah. Nope. More love.
They just love each other that much.
I think my ingrown distrust of Karthik is maybe misplaced. He seems to be doing pretty well here from an alliance.
This is just good alliance play by both of them. Look at those French boats on the boot, though. Look at that. That's
great. Got a tetrahedron of fleets on the boot.
Hey, French fleets have a long history of getting tied up in Italian business. Why not do it again? Spring 1908, great.
So, Karthik convoys that Eddie army into Holland. Holland drops back into Helgoland, from whence I believe it came, and then gets Turkish help. England and Turkey working together, as they normally do, to put the English army into Romania. And England is also put into Vienna by Tyrolia. So France and England are working together. France's boats kind of do an explosion in all directions there. It looks like a fireworks display.
Get off the boot.
And some of them coming back east, some of them coming back west, some of them moving east, one of them going north. This looks like it's a map stabilization moves by Keith here. But I think the headline here is, for some reason, they decided that Karthik should get two of these dots, despite the fact that he's up on top of the board by one.
Well, there could be some kind of arrangement in there. Maybe England goes into Budapest and then France goes into Vienna along with Trieste.
Yeah.
We'll
they've managed the count pretty well, although Karthik.
There it is. Patrick, you were exactly right. Yeah, this looks like a end the board, sort of end state of the board here moves. So England's going to end up in Budapest and Serbia, as England frequently does without soloing. Turkey's going to take Romania from Black Sea. France gets Trieste. So France is going up 1. England's going up 2. France is going up, 2. England's going up 2. Turkey's going to go up 1. My guess is they're going to draw at the end of winter, unless Keith thinks he can.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, what more do you want from round one, right? Like, seriously, if you have those superstitions, and even Zik, to be fair, like, that's a decent third showing considering.
Karthik, I offer you my humble apology. I thought for sure you were going to stab Keith every single year, and you didn't.
He'll live down to your expectations later, Craig. Don't worry.
You're a real mensch, Karthik. I don't care what the other people say.
All right. As Karthik continues his redemption arc in the eyes of some, maybe not others, he gets the 14 center soul board top by stabbing nobody except Austria, but everyone stabbed Austria, so that doesn't count. Keith's still a respectable second.
Might have done some nasty things to Germany too.
Yeah, I mean, we should really give him the nickname Karthik the Kid Stabber, to be honest, because what he did to Martell is just condemnable. But that was a while ago, so we can forget about it. We got more games to have a look at here. So we're gonna bring McCallus back. And any final thoughts to wrap up that game, McCallus?
I think that they played it right. I don't think that you needed to stab and fight for a 12 cent at the top when you can roll the board and get 14, 13. Maybe even more if they'd been a little quicker.
Yep, fair enough. And again, I agree with Craig. Great third showing there from Andrew. Really pulled out a good result in a bad situation. So we move on now. We're gonna give Craig another break for this next board. And move on to round 1, board D, which also has an interesting note attached to it. Oh, players first. In Austria, we have Dave Moletsky, who's also double boarding, I suppose. In England, Holly Kolvenbach. In France, Andy Scheiner. In Germany, Oliver Bach. In Italy, Sabi Ahuja. In Russia, Matt Colburn. And in Turkey, also double boarding, Mitch McConaughey. So, I have a note attached to this as well. It's a little vague, but it says this board was Sabi's Michael Jordan flu game. And I assume that is some kind of important Chicago lore reference. It's something about Michael Jordan playing basketball with the flu and just dominating and winning.
Because we're young people, Shane.
Oh, it's freaking Jordan, guys. Like,
yeah, I don't
remember Michael Jordan except in Space Jam.
I know about like Muhammad Ali lore. Come on.
I don't care about basketball. Anyway,
Well, neither do I.
Yeah. All right. So let's move on. Is this Sabi pumping themselves up, or did they really dominate? Let's find out.
Guess we'll see.
So spring of 1901. Let's just jump straight into it, McCallus.
Spring of 01, and in the West we have DMZ in Burgundy, DMZ in English Channel. France moves up to Picardy. That's all fairly normal. England goes to Edinburgh rather than Yorkshire, which gives them more chances to convoy to Norway and potentially be anti-Russian. Germany does something a bit unusual though and bounces to Tyrolia, which I don't hate. I don't love Italy being in Tyrolia when I'm Germany. But it does open the possibility of Holland being bounced. It's always the danger when you don't open to Ruhr. In the East, things are a bit more normal. Standard openings from Italy and Austria. There's a bounce in Galicia, bounce in Black Sea, and the old-fashioned Turkish opening where Smyrna follows the Con, which seems to be the sort of standard move in New York.
Yep. So we go into the fall now. A little less standard.
Okay. Fall of 01, and I see a French fleet in Spain's south coast, which makes me fear a Western triple immediately. I see a Russian in Silesia and an Austrian in Tyrolia, which makes me fear an AIR immediately. So people woke up this morning and went, I want to be boring, and that is your right, and I guess I can't do anything about it. Yeah, Turkey's in Romania. That's a bit different.
Very AIR-ish.
I don't know. It could be an Eastern quadruple for all we know. Like Italy's in Trieste. There's an awful lot of things which appear to be unusual moves. Like if you're doing an 80, you're probably not leaving Trieste open to be walked into. If you're doing I don't know. Warsaw to Elite is just weird. It streams AIR regardless of the other moves, but yeah.
Yeah. So the possibility of a Western triple is mentioned, but Germany not bouncing Sweden may be evidence to the contrary, even if Oliver might wish he bounced Sweden after seeing that Russian move set. We'll see how that relationship develops. We've got builds, plenty of builds all around. 3 builds for France, which is the first time we've seen that today. 2 builds for Turkey, which is very, very rare because you don't want to give Turkey 2 builds in 01 most of the time. And 1 build for everyone else bar Germany and Italy. So we'll just have a look at these. Double fleets for Turkey, double fleets for Italy, not double fleets for France, notably. They wave 1, fleet restaurant at Paris. Double armies for Germany, so perhaps a response to that Russian and Austrian encroachment on their border. And an army in Warsaw for Russia. What sticks out to you most about these builds, Shane?
A lot of boats in the Med. That's the first thing. And also the potential tension of London and Brest being fleets as well. And third, 2 armies for Germany. I can see the justification, but I mean, I like to throw down second fleet because it's about the only opportunity you get to do it. That's Yeah, this game could kind of go anywhere. I think the spring moves are going to tell us a lot.
Quite a lot of trust in Austria being shown by Italy because there's an army in Tyrolia, but they didn't feel the need to build an army. So fair enough. I guess that's what getting Trieste will do to you.
Yeah, they got
Spring
Trieste.
02, Shane.
Okay, I might just start there because that's where we were talking about. It looks like Italy and Austria at least seem on the same page for now. We get Vienna pushing on to Budapest to potentially do something further east a little later on, going back to Vienna, so with Tyrolia, so that gives the Italians a little more space and assurance. But also they slide up to Venice, which suggests they don't want to relinquish Trieste anytime soon. I think obviously you're kind of seeing, although it's interesting as well, Greece opting not to bounce Aegean here. So it seems like Maletsky is either misordered or is fine with the Turks getting a lot of position in the Med. That remains finely poised. How often do you see two Turkish fleets in the Med, on Con and Ankh, and then the Russians just walking into black, by the way? That's I wouldn't suggest that happens particularly often, but it has happened today. Looking further into Russia, we're sliding down into Silesia, well, forcing Silesia really very firmly. A lot of play in Romania in the fall if Russia and Austria want to get it together. But the bad news for Russia is, they've had a great big dipsy doodle, actually, that's worked out nicely more for Germany than anyone else. The English in Norway go to St. Petersburg, the Russians in Sweden go to Norway, and then the Germans in Denmark go to Sweden. But that Holly in England has a lot of position to do a lot of things around Sweden and Denmark in the fall as well. But having committed to all of that, we see the French roll right up into the Channel Mid-Atlantic Ocean. And now we're into the fall. Shall I keep going?
Certainly.
Holly has well and truly committed to. Andy is well and truly committed to attacking Holly by pulling off the convoy to Wales. Gets the guess wrong, but that's the nature of guesses. Also, great position in pulling up into the Irish Sea. In return, Holly puts Oliver into Belgium. There's a little bit of a payback, but there's also a blow up there rather than a retreat, which is an interesting choice on Andy's part. What happens in Scandinavia? Well, Germany keeps Sweden. Russia loses both Sweden and St. Pete, and does not get Norway in compensation because the English kick them out of Norway. So that's a decent turn build-wise for Holly, but she's got a lot of work to do as far as defending goes. It'll be interesting to see what her builds are. Looking into the east now, Maletsky has decided he would rather work with Sabi. So they have managed to force Aegean and also backfill Ionian. So that's coming along nicely. Interesting as well. Dave just trying to walk Bulgaria and then push Sabi through from Trieste through to Serbia. That doesn't go. And we also have so the Russians pull out of black after walking in there, and Mitch, I think, potentially trying to cover Ankh, just wanders back in instead. Interesting technical colours.
Serbia and Greece was a way to defend Serbia and Greece guaranteed, because Rum could have cut a support hold on Serbia. So you're already tapping Aegean, so if you tap Bull as well, then Greece is safe, and then you support Italy into Serbia behind you. Serbia itself is safe. So sensible tactics, I think, from AI there, as you would expect from a player like Maletsky. What a year this was from Oliver, though, in Germany. Like, you've got EF at each other's throats. You're up Sweden, you're up Belgium, and the Russian fleet that usually sticks around and annoys you when you take Sweden has retreated to Norwegian Sea, about as far away from you as it's ever likely to get at this stage of the game. So,
and you've got Prussia really Silesia too.
Yeah. And Russia's pulling units, so there's a good chance you get Warsaw. Like, this is just a really good year for Oliver.
Yeah. Doug Moore, a world champion and common authority on Germany, he always likes to say, when you're Germany, you always want to be moving outwards with your units from your core. You want to be active. You want to pursue opportunities for growth, and you don't want to just sit there and let everyone close in on you. We saw some counter examples of that earlier in the game when people maybe didn't do enough with their armies and got closed in on. But Oliver here seems to be very proactive at the moment, and it's led to a pretty good position for them early on. Is it the case of early leader syndrome, though, because it's only 0-2? You might see some of that. Either way, Oliver builds two armies. Russia pulls both fleets. Army Liverpool for England, Fleet Brest for France. Seems like a continuation of what we've already seen. So we go into 1903, McCallus.
1903, and we see continued EG cooperation against France. England blows up the French unit that had convoyed successfully to Wales. Germany gets into Burgundy, does have to deal with a mildly disruptive Italian, but doesn't really matter. It's a safe enough bounce, and doesn't lose Belgium, so mostly a win for them there. They are up in Livonia for reasons, as Siobhan Nolan would say. I'm not sure what that gets you that 2 on Warsaw didn't already get you, but maybe they thought that Warsaw was going to sit there and support hold, so they were just trying to disrupt things. Elsewhere in the east, we see more AI cooperation and a delayed T. Lepanto as Trieste moves to Serbia and Vienna backfills Trieste, and Serbia itself is in Bulgaria, and this is a full AIR because Russia's in Romania, and Italy has also got a nice little walk into Eastern Med. So very nice for the AIR, very unfortunate for Mitch, who is getting reversed quite quickly as Turkey, and having both armies blown up means your defensive position is really tough now.
Yeah, it's a savage turn through.
Yeah. Shane, do you like the decision by France here to completely pull out of the English front instead of taking a swing at Liverpool, maybe to get yourself a build for that home defense?
Well, Holly did the come at me build, right? You chuck another army down and say, well, do your worst. Like, I'll just make your life hell. So if I was France, I'd be trying to extricate myself from this situation diplomatically. You can bleed there as much as you want, but if you're Germany in this situation as well, and you're seeing that other army go down, it's like, well, they're going to be fighting each other hammer and tongs. And even if England finally manages to get France to get off, it's kind of hard for England to start to expand with slower for England to expand with 2 armies on the island. So, yeah, I think Andy's done the right thing here. I think it's time to move on and do something else. The other thing as well is, like, Germany's now in Burgundy. He's got to sort something out. Otherwise, his position is going to fall apart.
Yeah, and Burgundy now gives Germany a 50-50 guess on Paris and Marseille on top of a guarantee on Warsaw. So seems like everything's coming up Oliver at the moment. You got to think that won't remain the case for the entire game, but for now, Shane, does it keep going?
Well, there's a bounce in Norway, which I assume was probably arranged. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So gets the guess right and gets Paris, keeps position by moving Belgium to Burgundy. I mean, you'd have to assume that maybe there was an arrangement here with Germany, given there's the bounce to go into Belgium, chuck a boat down, kill France, maybe. I don't know. It's a bit hard to say. Further on, Oliver's still got plenty of friends. He takes Warsaw by himself, but he also has Italy helping him into Munich, which is useful for him, I suppose, in that he's got more play on Burgundy, or he can start pushing further into the east to create a bit of mischief. What is Sabine and Maletsky up to? So we see Serbia going to be held by the Italians as planned, and then Austria gets Trieste back. Always good to see a Trieste loan kind of repaid early. I hate seeing them continue too long, so that's nice to have seen that work out pretty well. Sevilla also picks up Smyrna, and what else? Oh, my goodness. So we've also had Matt here walk out of Romania as well, which gives, I don't know if he was anticipating a bounce, but has kind of managed to give Mitch a little more life in the game by keeping that dot. So Mitch will stay on 3 when, by right, something should have probably been down to, what, 1 or 2?
Yeah, anyway. Actually gets to rebuild an army in Ankara, which is a little bit less catastrophic for him now.
Yeah. I doubt that was arranged, but who knows? Maybe it was. I mean, you're seeing Russia go down, so maybe not. Maybe a mistake.
Maybe Matt sees that with all the German problems he has, he's not really going to benefit much from Turkey dying. He's not going to get much, so the urge to retake Warsaw gives him a convenient excuse to walk out of Rome.
Yeah, but then you're just disbanding the army that's next to Warsaw anyway, right? Like, this isn't a convincing way to go take Warsaw back.
Again, it's another. You should just keep Rum and stay viable.
All right. So we have an army in Kiel from Germany, another army in Ankara, as said, from Turkey, Fleet Liverpool from England, so redoubling that effort towards France, showing that Belgium was fully arranged. Yep. So we go into 1904 with the alliance structures seemingly about the same. Shane.
Is it me or is it McCallus?
It's you.
Oh shit! All right. Cool. So yeah, it was good to see that, like, diplomatically, Holly has managed to get one army off the island, which is now forcing its way into Picardy, and the Germans are going to backfill into Belgium. The English have also forced Channel, which is going to give a few options for them as well. The French are in a bit of trouble here. They've pulled the fleet back to gas. They're just trying to pull back. It's not a great position defensively in the long term. Germany's picked up Norway from the English. I don't know if that's arranged or if the bounce was maybe a misorder with the St. Petersburg bounce. I guess we'll see if it pulls out again. I mean, Oliver's kind of got a good amount of the running here in that he's also picking up Moscow on this one, and he's got a friend in Holly. But there is also some potential issues in the Austrians and the Italians continuing to work together to put the Austrians into Bohemia. Sabi and Dave say no. Romania is not going to stay Turkish. It's going to be Italian for a while, so they forced that. Sabi's also forcing Con, but Ankh slides back down into Smyrna, but I think it's recoverable anyway. They're rationalizing the East very quickly now. Sabi also going to Tyrrhenian Sea is going to start giving them a bit of a say in what they choose to do with the French position, which is looking less viable by the minute. I'm really intrigued by the Norway thing, and if that's a mistake or not, I guess we'll see, as in mistake from England and not bouncing.
I mean, the fact that Moscow was taken from Warsaw instead of Livonia suggests maybe... Yep.
There you go. Well, that's the end of St. Pete, so that's at least another 2 there, although England's convoyed into Denmark, which is some nice chaos. Germany has decided to reverse as well, as walk back to Holland, but still picks up Belgium. What's happened to Andy here? Does Andy stay the same? I think Andy holds on to everything. That's pretty... didn't see that at the beginning. I thought Brest might have gone and all sorts of other stuff. Seville pushes west further and interfere with Spain or Mao if they choose to do so. Retake Smyrna, but then also pass Con back, so no change in Anatolia. And then what have we got? We've got Seville also picking up Romania, so it's very nice. Look, the Austria-Italy is working quite nicely. Galicia's been forced now. Warsaw's also gone to the Russians, so that's things are starting to turn a little for Oliver, getting a bit chaotic, which is a bit early leader syndrome. I mean, look at the count. It's 8-6, 4-0-4.
I don't think it's so much
attention to yourself.
Yeah, I don't know if
It's
this is
still up
early
to-
leader syndrome so much as unwisely stabbing an ally too early on England. I think I think this EG was doing just fine with Germany in a better position, and stabbing England in 0-4 and leaving yourself friendless is going to be very difficult to hold on to a lead like this, even if it is pretty solid at this stage. I think AI have a much better position in the long run, and EF can disengage from this reasonably easily.
This is shaping really
stab.
nicely for Sabi and Dave.
I don't mind the stab, but I think you could have done it while not telegraphing it as clearly in the spring and provoking this really annoying reprisal in Denmark. But either way, we'll see. It's going to be...
It's not just Denmark, though. Just by taking St. Pete, they lost Warsaw. They could have defended Warsaw as well. So there's things that have had to be given up to take this stab. And yeah, I don't love it. It's too early for me.
Not a fan of it. Yeah, same.
Either way, the short-term benefit is clear as Oliver goes up to 10 centers. As
propose a draw,
England
Oliver.
goes down
Propose
to
a draw.
4. Propose a draw, yeah, that'll go through. I'm sure. I'm sure if there was one proposed, it went through. And then a build for Italy as well. They're the only Saudi's the only other one really liking the sports day right now. Well, maybe Austria since they have a path, but Saudi the only other one building at the moment. Presumably England will make some pretty pro-French disbands here. Indeed, they do. Liverpool and Channel come off. Double fleets for Germany, as you would expect when you're trying to retake Denmark and resist that horrible English stench that's trying to come upon you with their boats. Ankara comes off for Turkey, and Fleet Naples comes on for Italy. The question is, where does that boat really go for Italy, I would say, because supposedly, according to Sabi, the presence in Western Med is friendly, but also you're friendly with Austria, and Turkey's basically dead. So that's an interesting decision.
Friendly with France for now. Doesn't mean that you stay friendly, right? As soon as Germany is pushed back a little bit, France has outlived all use, and then you just take the French dots.
Yeah. But I suppose, do you try to diplomatically justify a move to Tyrrhenian Sea now, or do you just go there, or do you leave it alone? We'll find out. Mikala, Spring 05.
05, not in Tyrrhenian, they're in Ionian, which is reasonable as well. You're sailing through mid-Atlantic. There's a world you could actually just bypass France entirely and go take English dots, which it's not the best of worlds, but not the worst. Meanwhile, this is what I kind of feared for Germany. This bit of a house of cards, and they've not taken Warsaw back. They've lost Munich. It's a very nice blow up on Picardy, actually. It means that there's only one army next to Paris, and you can hold Paris for quite a while in that sort of position. but this is still not a great position. Meanwhile, in the east, Italy walks into Sevastopol, because Russia is more annoyed at Germany than anyone else. Austria backfills, which is nice, and the killing of Turkey continues, although they will live at least one more year, because Fleet Smyrna cannot support an attack into Ankara, but the writing is very much on the wall for Mitch down there.
All right. Going into the fall.
Going into fall, Italy does indeed bypass France, sail up into North Atlantic Ocean, which is fun. Germany now fails to recapture Denmark, having been braced against the Austrian support. This is probably why Silesia. Yeah, not cutting Munich is an unfortunate error there. This has been a pretty dire year for Germany. They lose Moscow as well. Things are not looking good for the Germans. They are looking very good for the AI. Russia is still viable just about by taking Moscow back and keeping Warsaw. They too will soon outlive use, though, and they are probably the next dots on the table for AI. But yeah, other than that, it's sort of as expected. AI pushing their advantage and Germany being whittled.
Okay, so a very colorful east contrasting with somewhat simplifying west. +1 for France and Italy, +2 for Austria as Germany and Turkey continue to decline. See these builds. Double armies for Austria, Army Marseille for France, presumably to retake Paris, and Armenia comes off, as well as Livonia and Picardy. So seems like, again, we got time-limited game, 1909, so we're about halfway through, and it's a good time to play Who Do You Like? McCallus, if you had to take over one position with the intent of topping this board, who do you take?
Austria. Very easy decision, actually. I don't love the adventure unit up in North Atlantic. I question what it's going to take. Austria has Serbia in the pocket whenever they want it. They have a lot of armies coming down on the board, while Germany is probably going to be whittled down and their armies go away. So Warsaw, Moscow, Sevastopol, Serbia, Venice, all potentially reachable dots. I think that's a much stronger growth path than anything Italy has.
Okay, so that confirms McCallus dislikes City and Michael Jordan. Very much noted. Shane, if not Austria.
Look, I mean, I think Austria is the logical choice. I mean, is there any diplomatic way that Germany comes back from here? Probably not. They really need to patch things up with France. Having that Italian fleet there is annoying. I think the thing is, if you're going to keep playing this AI, you have to keep rationalizing the board, right? The question is, where does that army in Sevastopol end up? And you've got that fleet now running around up the top. They might end up just annoying raiders. And the thing is that Dave could continue to work with Sabi in this position and still get to a position where he could potentially get a higher count than Sabi manages, but it's hard to say. Like, again, you're looking at Army Naples here, and where's the logical place for it to go? Well, it's probably Syria. Like, the position is just kind of dragged out a lot, and the thing with Austria is there's plenty of units to get, plenty of builds to just keep pushing down and expanding out. So, yeah, I mean...
If Italy doesn't want to fight... Yeah, like if Italy doesn't want to fight France and doesn't want to fight Austria, how do they top this board? Where are their dots that aren't French or Austrian?
Yeah, you've got to fight somebody.
Well, clearly England should be enough, right? Right? Spring 06. Shane.
Oh, look, I mean, you go to Norwegian because you can, sure. It's funny. It's like potentially useful. It wouldn't surprise me if there's some sort of objective here to kind of pick up some Petersburg as Italy or something like that. Let's have a look at France. France is going to continue to try and eat the English dots, and I think England is fine with that because they've fully against the German, bouncing the German in Norway and then forcing, they're forcing getting help to go into Barents, so that's nice. A little bit of revenge for Holly against Oliver. Doesn't get Belgium, but pushes up more position to get it in the fall. We'll also take back Paris in the fall. So that's set up nicely for Andy to kind of come back. Sabia hasn't gone to Turanian or anything. So Andy's position is still viable, potentially useful. The question is who'd work with from that point in time. Sure enough, the army on the boot ends up in Anatolia, and then we're in position now to take Ankara to make all of that Italian. Maletsky's pushed right up now. He's in Bohemia, he's in Silesia, he's in Galicia, he's in Ukraine. So he's got lots and lots of flexibility to go around. And if he wants, keep pushing on Russia and eliminate Russia, swing right around and eat all of eat all of Germany. I mean, again, you can see it potentially here if they want this alliance to hold. The same kind of outcome you saw in the Karthik Keith game, where there's just 2 players left on the board with gigantic scores, and that's kind of it. And again, in round 1, why don't you want to get 12, 13, 14 each just to set up a nice score and to keep going?
It is harder for them to do that because they don't have that many units across the line. They essentially have the 1 Italian fleet, and that's the only one that's actually breached the stalemate line.
Yeah.
The rest
time is the thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you see here they clean up the Russian dots easily enough. Austria takes both of them. Italy gets Ankara. Italy does take Greece, which probably is by agreement given the moves down there. But yeah. Elsewhere, France now takes Paris and Belgium. Germany's position has completely collapsed. France is getting given a sort of lifeline back into this game, though, to get a decent score themselves. They go +2 here, up to 7. They have Edinburgh and potentially London right there for the taking as well. And because all the Italian units are miles away from them, there's not really any pressure on them. So Andy's path back into this game is looking quite good, actually.
Yeah, it's not bad.
+2 for Andy, and he can put both of them down. Well, just as importantly, +2 for Sabi as well, and +1 for Austria. Serbia is in pocket as well, if they want that. And then -2 for Germany. So Oliver continuing his sharp decline from that incredible zenith at the end of 04.
That graph is quite something.
Fleet Eddie, Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, Fleet Rome. That may be the most interesting of these builds. Has Andy's usefulness run out at this point too, Sabi?
It's too late. I don't think that you win the war against France anymore, though, right? Like, they have a big core of armies, one of which can easily come to Gascony. Brest goes to Mid-Atlantic. Italy doesn't win a war with France in this position.
They diplomatically have England as well, so they can just swing around.
Yeah. And probably have London in pocket, even if they don't necessarily have Edinburgh.
Yeah. Yep, there you go.
Okay. Draw as well.
Okay.
I mean, why don't you take that as Sabi?
100% you take that as Sabi.
Yeah.
What's
only going to get worse for Oliver.
Bacalus, explain the appeal of this draw as France, and Shane, you can take Austria.
France probably doesn't feel like they're going to top this board. They can probably take 1 or 2 more centres, but maybe whoever's ahead of them is going to get further ahead if they do. I think this is a reasonable game. You're probably quite happy you resisted the early attack. You've come back. Why not go and get drinks and food and stuff?
I mean, from Dave's perspective, his double boarding is obviously a factor. It seems like it's kind of, it feels in some ways that it's been just kind of arrived at. Otherwise, like if I was shaving for a draw here, I'm probably trying to pick up Serbia and at least make it 9-8 rather than, a gap of 1 rather than the gap of 2. But I mean, Dave's an amenable guy. Maybe it was just as Mikala says, like it'd been a good game and, let's go have some food and a drink.
Dave rarely plays to win tournaments nowadays. It's very much I want a good game. I have my fun. I've had my fun. I'm happy to go chill and talk instead now.
And he did. It was a good Austria, and he had a great alliance. I mean, that's what you want if you're just playing for fun. Have a good alliance and get a good score.
Yeah. So you could say Sabi played well, or you could say that it was just lucky that they had stomach flu, and that made people nicer. So regardless of which narrative you believe,
the solid alliance wins the board. Like it. Yeah.
Yep.
Solid alliance stuck together. Early leader.
Yeah. So let's bring Craig back. Craig, do you think Sabi won this game because they were sick or in spite of them?
So that's all you got to do? Just do a little puking and you get the game thrown to you? I mean, I can do that. I can do that. No, that was a good game. I think that was a great AI. I think Sabi and David worked really well together. It was, scrambly at first, but once it got settled, I thought it was very well done, tactically nicely done, very flexible moves. It's a good game.
Good trust moving those armies through as well. Trieste, Serbia, Romania, Sev. Like just good alliance management.
Very cleanly run, high trust AI.
You said you don't like Trieste loans that don't get repaid, Shane. What about Serbia and Greece loans that don't get repaid?
Yeah, I don't like the Serbia thing. that was freaking me out a bit. Greece I can tolerate.
Completely different story, obviously.
I like the SpaceX path of the German position.
Hmm.
Wow.
It's Mount Everest.
It was a very good start. Unfortunately,
It was.
Just got ahead of himself a bit there, stabbing that arrow
Hey,
early,
listen,
I think.
In front of his skis.
Listen, at least they called time before he went full Great Depression stock market crash on us. So that's something.
There's only one direction that graph is going to go from here for Germany.
Yeah, I didn't have to. That's why I didn't have to ask. Well, oh, why did this draw appeal to Germany? Oh, maybe because they don't like declining that much. All right, so let's go ahead and give Shane a break for this next one, and we'll move on to the final game of round numero uno. And as a reminder, not every round is going to be 5 boards, but they're going to be less. So we'll move through it a bit more quickly from there.
Well done for a initiation tournament to get those 5 rounds.
Yeah, it's really good turnout.
5 boards, I mean.
So moving on to round 1, board E. In Austria, we have 2022 DBN Diplomat of the Year, Jason Massbaum from Southern California. In England, we have John Bin, one of the Boston locals. In France, another Boston local, storyline, Ian Rudnick. In Germany, Adam Siegel, who is actually local to this tournament. So not surprised to see him come out, even though he doesn't go to a ton of tournaments now. In Italy, winner of many things, Ed Sullivan. In Russia, winner of BlazeCon, Rob O'Brien. And in Turkey, winner of Tour Britain, Justin Lohr.
I believe Jason lives in New York now. Yeah, he's just said it in the chat. So he is no longer based in California. But
so we got
this is
database.
A real board of death.
This is a board, my friends.
John has won the Boston Massacre as well. I know that. Ian has played a couple top boards before. Like everyone on this board, this is stacked.
Adam Siegel he's a phenomenally good player. Like he doesn't play a lot of, except here and there, a face-to-face tournament. But I'm gonna keep an eye on him.
Yeah, and he really likes to throw his diplomatic weight around in particular. So Germany really appeals to him. I've been next to his Germany. I was at World DipCon last year, and boy, it wasn't fun. It was for him, but can't be fun for everyone.
Multiple world championship top boards. He is an absolute top player.
So, board of death, take 1, round 1, spring 1901. Craig, take us away.
All right, standard opening by England, and then France supports themselves from Paris to Burgundy. I think that's called the Maginot opening, I believe. And then a standard opening by Adam in Germany. Boy, this is a pretty boring opening, except Ed Sullivan goes to Tyrolia, which is interesting. And there's a bounce in Galicia. There's an Armenian fist bump, except Justin.
This is why the fist bump is more risky for Russia.
Yeah, my guess is there was an agreement to do the fist bump and they would leave the black open. And Justin has decided that he would rather have the Black Sea as Turkey than a bounce in Armenia.
Craig, I'm sure you're quite surprised by this. Justin's normally pretty honest with you in this situation, isn't he?
I am speechless with shock. Speechless.
All right. Well, hopefully that'll wear off in time for the fall because you've still got another turn to narrate.
All right. Fall moves. We've got an English convoy unobstructed into Belgium. Wasn't supported in, wasn't blocked. And the English take Norway with the fleet as expected. France picks up their 2 builds. Germany covers Munich, which, given that 2 people were bordering it, I think probably makes a lot of sense for him. We do get a Trieste loan and a tempo play by Ed Sullivan into the Aegean Sea. And Jason supports Russia into Romania. And Justin moves to Armenia and was going to support Jason Massbaum into Romania.
Jason, come on!
I have to
LA
say,
player,
this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Where it looks like Justin may have pulled one over on Rob, and then Jason looks like he pulled one over on Justin. This will be like that'll be a fun Balkan. Unless it just becomes an AIR again.
That's certainly what it feels like it's about to become.
Well, I'm sure with these dynamic players, we'll find some way to make even an AIR board interesting. So we go to the builds, 2 for everyone in the West, as well as Russia, 1 for the southern 3 in the Balkans. And, that's a lot of armies. That is a lot of armies. Just 1 fleet for England, 1 for France, none for Germany, none for Turkey. Wow.
2 German armies there is surprising.
We've seen quite a bit of that in this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, England's only built Army London. There's not like England's made massively anti-French builds. So this is curious what Adam is planning with those armies.
Maybe he'll take a page out of the Oliver Bach playbook and use it for a more favorable EG position before stabbing England. I'm sure he could execute that in a way that actually helps him top, because he is Adam Siegel, and he just knows how to do things like that. All right, spring 1902, McCallus.
All right, well, Adam does use that army to go into Ruhr, as you would expect, but aside from that, it isn't looking too rosy for Adam. We have England dropping to Skagerrak, looking for France. France themselves are just goes to mid-Atlantic, Spain, south coast. So this is looking very EF in the west. Bigger range to bounce in Norway as well. So Russia isn't coming storming to the Germans' aid at the moment. In fact, Germany was perhaps expecting to be able to get into Sweden as well. And the news continues to be bad in the east because AI have moved towards the line. This continues to look quite airy. Russia isn't in a position to come to the line as of yet, but Bulgaria is blown up. Italy is trying to block Turkey, but they do convoy into Con, successfully getting an army back into a more relevant position. But yeah, this isn't looking good for Justin. It's not really looking very good for Adam. Air is, as I've said before, Air is a very anti-German alliance as well as an anti-Turkish one.
Yep. And we see some great border management here as well from Adam with the bounce in Tyrolia. There are quite a few instances where bounces in Tyrolia did not happen in the other games where they might have been beneficial for the German player. So great border management there from Adam while he pursues his dreams, whatever they may be. Into the fall.
Into the fall, we have Adam continuing to bounce in Tyrolia, but does lose Denmark to the English, charging in, making probably some sort of agreed deal here with Russia. So Russia does take Norway, but it is with the army, which doesn't really threaten England going forward. So I think both of them will be fairly happy with how that's shaken out. And the East, essentially nothing happens anywhere except Italy decides, maybe I should take Tunis. Maybe it doesn't need to stay neutral forever. So it takes that by convoy, which keeps his fleet in a position to follow up against Justin. Not really seeing any relief coming there.
France is staying very neutral, very unantagonistic to any of his neighbors there with the Holden Mid-Atlantic and the Holden Spain.
Belgium to Burgundy is weird, actually. I'm not entirely sure what the point of that move is. Maybe it was a misorder and meant to write Belgium supports Burgundy or something.
Maybe. Or it's insurance against Burgundy to Picardy, backfill Burgundy, but then that doesn't really work either way.
If you don't trust France, you probably assume you're going to lose Belgium anyway, though.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
Either way, things are working out pretty well for A and I and R. Funny how that works when they all work together. They're all +1. Germany's -1. England is even because Norway is not for him after all. At least not right now. So, Vienna, Naples, North Coast. That's the real headline of this build phase. I think you'll agree.
That's a good idea. Well, it's a signal from Russia that I want to stay in an air. That's what that says. That is, I'm not just wanting to air to kill Turkey. It's I want to air going forwards.
Yeah.
I just really a lot of power to Austria.
Yeah. The more fleets are on the board from their neighbors, the better Austria feels about the state of affairs. For sure. Spring 1903. Craig, do things continue to trend well for Austria?
Somewhat. Bohemia comes back off the line into Galicia, supported by Vienna, and Budapest is supporting Trieste into Serbia. So AI are still working together. Serbia has moved forward into Bulgaria with Russian help. Not sure. But Italy is convoying Tunis back to Apulia, which is usually a defensive move. So we'll sort of analyze that in a little bit. In the West, France looks like they've decided to come up and maybe work against England here. And Germany takes Denmark back with the help of the Russian. Kiel felt the need to cover Munich, but walks out of Kiel and takes a shot at Belgium, which is foiled by a convoy to cut the support that Holland was providing.
Germany is very lucky that Kiel didn't get a retreat. Denmark didn't get a retreat into Kiel there. That would have been a nightmare to try and retake.
This could be a part of an agreement, though, where Adam can please both sides by promising England support into Sweden when they move to Baltic, and taking the support into Denmark to relieve pressure on Russia in theory. So maybe Adam's taking the diplomatic upper hand here, and he might be able to use it in a number of ways in the fall.
You would almost say that it looked like they got like a Western Triple agreement back together, except that France's moves don't echo that. And now Germany takes Burgundy, and while France is taking a shot at Belgium. However, Germany is supporting Belgium, so that doesn't go. And Germany gets put into Sweden by England, giving Denmark back to England, while Russia brings that fleet into Norway. In the east, Italy is now going to fill into Eastern Med and Ionian, and they take an attempt at Rum. However, Turkey is supporting Romania, and Russia is not helping anybody, is not helping AI. So there may be some, as Brandon Fogel would say, strategic realignment in the East, where it's looking more RT versus AI rather than an air at this point. Because Russia
I don't understand why this AI Austria is giving a dot to Italy. It doesn't make much sense to me at all here. The disband sucks. Even if you thought you're getting Rum, though, just what was the Italian build that was needed here for this to be a requirement?
The even stranger part is that Aegean offered Bulgaria support into Khan, which would have worked and evened everything out here, but Austria chose to go for the extra cuttable support into Romania instead. So maybe some miscommunication there. But either way, the net effect of that is this AI becomes much more Italy-sided for sure.
Curious what happened between Russia and Austria that broke down. I mean, they had Turkey completely against, right in front of the executioner. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a curious breakdown. And I mean, I would imagine that Ed has played a part in making that breakdown, right? Because Ed is the only person who's benefited from any of that chaos.
Oh, It looks like Ed just wrote in the comments about Jason forgot to go to Khan, which that often helps. That often happens, late. If you're slightly changing orders late in the discussion period and you're writing orders, and that's just one thing that doesn't get changed, that is a fairly common alliance error that happens.
Yep. But
it still doesn't explain why Russia is supporting Turkey into things.
I think Ian was very optimistic stabbing England there that Germany would stay with his when Germany had one fleet on this board. Like, I think that Germany was always going to prefer to work with England in this position if he could, and France opened the window for that to happen. So Ian might be in for some pain.
Yep. Either way, we've got builds here for Germany and Italy, disbands for Russia and Austria. So results in Army Munich and Army Naples. Ooh, very flexible for either anti-Turkish or other purposes for Ed, should he choose to stab. But he never stabs. No, Ed's the perfect ally. He's a teddy bear. So don't worry, Jason. Just keep doing what you're doing. Okay. Spring 1904, McCallus.
All right, spring of 04, and Jason is moving back to Trieste, going, I don't understand why I've given Italy 2 dots. I need to fix this. Does correctly bounce Germany out of Bohemia, but I'm going to give massive kudos to Adam for moving to Bohemia in the first place. That's what you should be doing. Good job. Beyond that, Ed is just doing a full Lepanto convoy straight into Smyrna, which works. Justin guessed that he needed to cover Syria, so good turn for Ed. terrible turn for Justin. This is going to be very, very difficult to recover from. In the north, England convoys Belgium up into Norway as they have decided that Russia is their primary enemy at this stage, and giving Belgium to Germany, which sort of evens the borders out a little bit more. So I think that makes some sense. Ian, meanwhile, is pulling back to be sort of defensive, but isn't really doing anything on this board. Spain to Marseille, and Marseille to Gascony, just covering stuff. But yeah, this is not a great position for France, but they're not in immediate concern of going down. Their problem, of course, is that if Italy doesn't fight Austria, then Italy's next target will probably be them.
I think maybe Adam and John told Ian they were getting the band back together. And Ian maybe sort of half believed them, didn't drop completely into the med.
Ian's definitely continued his policy of restraint here. Oh,
Yeah.
never mind.
This is Ian trying to go with a Western triple, I think. So Germany and England are making anti-Russia moves, which work very effectively, taking both Norway and St. Petersburg. So great turn for England, despite giving Belgium back. This is a really nice turnaround by John and by Adam, who both had at different times tough starts to the game, so showing why they're very good players. In the East, meanwhile, looks like air is back on. Russia is being given Bulgaria, because Austria just likes giving dots to their allies, and Jason is taking Con and backfilling Ionian to help deal with the urgent French threat, because Italy needed their fleets for finishing the Italian off. So that's good trust, and it's useful for Jason to be necessary for Italy here, because otherwise Jason would be in some danger from potential wintergreens. I don't love the double armies in Rum and Bull when I'm Austria.
No, I think Jason could have made a real pitch for Ukraine going anywhere but Rum.
Yeah, I think potentially you do Sev to Rum
Warsaw.
and Ukraine to Sev. But yeah, well, you've got to cover the Black Sea, so yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
But this does dovetail into the principle that the West is going on here is pretty sound, which is that if you Western triple at the start of a game, the East doesn't really have a reason to distrust each other yet. A lot of the time, they haven't created that reason yet by attacking each other, so they can just band together easily and counteract you. But if you delay it a bit like this, like we were seeing here, after there's already been some mistrust between Russia and Austria, between Turkey and others, between whoever else, then it can be much more expedient to attack at that point because, well, it's harder for them to organize if there's pre-existing bad blood. And that might be what we're seeing here with how England's getting the drop on Russia, at least. Germany's a bit more hemmed in, but that could change in the future.
So in the West, Germany ends up getting the dot, right?
Germany is
Belgium. +1 from Belgium. England is +1.
England is also
Norway and St. Pete. Yeah,
they got 2. So we see a disband from Russia here, probably going to be Sev if he's committed to the Western triple defense, and then builds for England, Austria, and Germany. Vienna, Berlin, and a wave. Huh. You've got to think as England that the fleet in Norwegian is staying there with if Russia has a choice. So you might want to build fleet Liverpool, but then do you risk pissing Ian off with that?
I don't think you actually care about fleet Norwegian this England though. Like, what's it going to do to you?
I suppose, but raiders have undone Western triples before, so we'll see.
If the raider goes around you, it's more likely to go and annoy France, which you're probably not annoyed about if that's what happens. Like if that Russian fleet now goes to North Atlantic and ends up in Mid Atlantic, and I'm England, brilliant. Go and cause as much chaos as you want down there.
But then you've got a French ally who is doing nothing but asking you to come back and help him, and when you choose not to, France may take that as a I don't have an ally in England anymore, and things can get ugly.
I'm not convinced France has an ally in the West anyway. This looks more like an.
You'd much rather not have to. You'd much rather not have to keep Eddie on the mainland as well, but that's a separate discussion. So spring 1905, we'll see how it all unfolds. There's a lot of interesting pieces here. Craig.
All right, so Norwegian dives into Clyde, and as far as other Russian things go, Russians kind of moving everything north. We'll get there. And so there's sort of a lot of English-Russian kinetic activity. Sweden drops into Baltic. Berlin comes into Silesia. Kiel and Ruhr support Munich. And Belgium does what Belgians do, and they move into Picardy. France is sticking with the Western Triple Plan by doing an attempted convoy to Tuscany, sniffed out wisely by Ed. There's a bounce in Piedmont, bounce in Tunis, and it looks like Italy is being given another dot by the Air Alliance, and Italy is being put into Ankara.
Yeah, it's crucial whenever you're allied with Ed Sullivan to just give him your dots.
Mhm.
You don't need your dots, Ed needs your dots. So any dot you have, you should think as ownership being sort of a temporary vacation, and sooner or later, that dot that you have, you don't need it. Ed needs it. So hand Ed your dot.
The Sullivan philosophy is that any unit that can be controlled by the best player on the board should be solely controlled by the best player on the board. That's the Sullivan doctrine.
It's the motto of any alliance. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is my own.
Yeah, we all know Ed only went to law school in order to drive that point home in the most efficient and correct way possible.
He's very polite. He always says, "May it please the alliance," and then he'll give you his argument.
Exactly. That's where he learned that. Yep.
And now he walks out of Bulgaria, and all of our ribbing is unfounded. That's no fun.
So he walks out of Bulgaria back to Serbia, and there's probably an arranged bounce in Bulgaria to keep it Russian. We say goodbye to Turkey as Black attempts to get into Sev but doesn't do it. There's a rearrangement of some fleets in the Med where Ionian goes back to Greece so that Ed can get his fleets moving out towards the Mediterranean against France. I'll get to it. The German lose Sweden to the English, and there's a bounce in Denmark. Could be arranged. Probably not, though. My guess is that it's not arranged. And then, Picardy walks into Brest as it was always going to, always had the ability to, and Russia decides not to go to Liverpool, in fact goes to Eddie instead.
I don't think this stab on France has worked out the way Adam thought it would. France pulling everything back in England, not helping. A little surprising, I think, for him.
Mm-hmm.
Blown up in Silesia isn't the end of the world. You just rebuild it immediately. But you now have an enemy in France and 3 Austrian units lined up on Munich. So that's a tough one to be in. And England deciding not to protect Eddie and Liverpool there, but instead just go on and stab Germany. Fun.
Yeah, with France now being enraged, perhaps, this position may have gone sour for Adam Siegel. I don't get to say that very often, so I'm going to say it again. This position may have gone sour for Adam Siegel. Gosh, that feels good. Rebuild for Germany, 2 builds for England, so that Fleet and Clyde won't be a problem for much longer. And we say goodbye to Justin in Turkey after his perfidy ended up being his undoing. But hey, it wins him a lot of other games, so you can't really knock him too hard for it.
Hoisted by his own petard.
You said it, not me. All right. Fleet Rome, Fleet London, Army Liverpool, Army Berlin. No crazy surprises there. Nicholas, do you think Italy should go after France here, or just leave them alone to meddle with Germany?
I think stick with the AI. Austria is pushing the line. That's where you want Austria to be in the AI. France is pulling units off the board and is in a bit of chaos. You've got potential to work with England in the long run, and you can also stab Russia, who probably doesn't have much use to you relatively soon. You just do the AI stab on Russia in this position as well. So Austria does Con to Bull, you backfill Con, and then you get the fleet into Black Sea that Russia doesn't have. This looks quite nice for an AI.
Yeah, you can certainly work with the Austrian and trade a bunch of dots, and put Austrian into the Russian dots while you pick up whichever ones your ally thinks is okay to take, and just keep France at bay.
Yeah, the Bulgaria conversation, and this is where it's really a shame we don't have access to more diplomatic information. The Bulgaria conversation seems very interesting to me because that Austrian army in Con and that Italian army in Serbia, those are both such annoying units for the other party that they're both probably going to want the other to go into Bulgaria. They're going to be offering that dot, after you. So we'll see how that develops. McCollum.
You have to think, what is Russia's use to Austria or Italy at this stage of the game? Who is Russia containing? Not really anyone. England is doing all right, but England isn't in a position really to take Russian dots if they've just started a new war with Germany. Other than that, Russia's not really doing anything for you. Maybe they come to Prussia.
If you're Italy, then Russia's purpose could be to walk into Budapest. Just saying.
This is true.
Spring 06, no such thing occurs. McCollum.
No such thing occurs, but Con is in ball. Interesting. Beyond that, not a lot happens in the east. You see what's probably an arranged bounce in Trieste, definitely an arranged bounce in Smyrna. Bohemia moves to Galicia, which doesn't signal great trust of the Russian, and does conveniently let you cover Budapest if you wanted to make an attack on Rum in full. Austria also gets to backfill Munich for funsies, so that's quite nice when you don't attack Munich and still get in. Meanwhile, Germany is forcing Burgundy whilst getting blown up in Brest as the FG fight continues. England dives into Helgoland and North Sea. Russia's fleet is still up there in Norwegian doing things. And Russia is about to take St. Petersburg back. So maybe you can say Russia is doing something useful in containing England for you. I'm not sure England really needs to be contained, but it's a good thing to sell to other people about that's what their use is. And yeah, potentially AI are all taking better position and the West evolving into chaos.
Jason giving us some insight here. I think this is the year the game turned into Wilson, where you just sit around the table and negotiate quite openly in front of everyone. So that's
one way to avoid being stabbed is if you're in a triple and you don't let your two allies go off and talk to each other because you don't leave the table either and all of you stand there together. It's much harder for them to coordinate a stab, but not impossible.
So as everyone handcuffs each other to the game table, we go into the fall with a great deal of mystery about why Austria is in Munich and who the heck is going to top this board.
Okay, fall of 06, and the West decides, you know what, we've handed one centre to the East. Why don't we have more centres to the East? So not only does Austria get a walk into Munich and keep it, but France lets Italy walk into Marseille and ride all of their fleets up, because apparently what needed to be covered there was Spain with support. France is 1-for-1. They've kept Brest. England has backed out of the attack on Germany, but Germany has not backed out of the attack on England. So, in fact, this has gone horrendously for John, who loses Denmark and Sweden at the same time. Coordination with the Russian involved as well. Russia also takes St. Petersburg. So this is a catastrophically bad year for England. Meanwhile, in the east, what other units are in interesting positions? Warsaw is now in Galicia, and when Austria has pulled all their units back, now you have to start asking, what is Austria doing for me if you're Italy? And I don't know, this could be about to draw with an Ed Sullivan top, or this could be about to turn into a windscreen that carves Austria up between them.
Even by Ed's standards, I would be shocked if he settled for the paltry return that he's going to get with a 8-center shared top.
Yeah, and Ed just flung everything west, like almost all of his units except 2 moved west.
Oh yeah, he could force Spain and Mid-Atlantic at the same time here.
Yeah, so I don't understand England's moves in that fall.
I understand wanting to make peace with Germany. I don't understand trying to do it in a full phase that risked Sweden and lost you such a great position.
Yeah, I can understand wanting to make peace with Germany, but I never will understand wanting to make peace with Adam Siegel.
Amen. So, I mean, Jason's pretty lucky that the situation with England exists, because otherwise I imagine Adam would be pretty miffed that not only did he take Munich, but he also can't put down the build that he got from Munich. So that's going to impede Jason's progress a bit here as he faces the classic Austrian dilemma of not being able to put down all your units. Meanwhile, Ed has a build, Adam has a rebuild. He stays put on 6 centers, and the English collapse means that those precious armies in the mainland are probably going to have to go, along with, I guess, Bothnia, because that's the most isolated unit. Oh, or Norway. Yep.
There's the army in Venice.
Army Venice, yep. So if Italy wants to go after Jason here, or he fears that there's already been a stab planned based on that support into Budapest from last turn, this could be where you strike back, or you could just go to Piedmont. You could just do the alliance thing. It's fine. Jason, let's just kumbaya. Soldiers.
Pick one would be a suicidal move for Venice to do here.
Well,
This
I
is
wouldn't-
not. This is not a sustainable position going forward with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 armies in the Balkans, plus a couple of fleets down there, and the army in Ankara. Like something.
oh yeah, hold on. We neglected an important detail in the fall, which is that Ed was the one who supported Jason into Budapest in order to force him to play short for this year. So I do imagine, actually, yeah, this is probably hostile. So we go into spring of 1907 to either confirm or dispel that suspicion.
Oh,
It is dispelled. The game is over. Ed has won. Congratulations, Ed.
I mean, that doesn't mean it wasn't hostile. That just means that Jason didn't think he'd win the war, which
It
is
means-
not
yeah.
an
Or-
unreasonable,
or-
not an unreasonable perspective there.
Yeah, it means
Or it
Ed
was-
didn't feel like following through on the fight.
or it was clear Ed saying to Jason, "You're taking this draw right now."
Yeah.
Still, though,
Either we draw or I'm siding with Russia because I
Yeah,
don't think Austria
exactly.
wins that fight at all.
Because of that
Um,
move to Galicia.
yeah.
the only real question is, does anyone else have a reason to veto? I don't think Russia's growth is good enough to veto. I don't think...
Nobody in the West is coming back.
Yeah, like Adam has just had a nice year, but his units are... If those fleets and armies were the other way around, you'd say potentially there's more progress, but they're in the wrong positions for that. It's just, yeah.
Jason says he was happy to take second, but Ed made sure to verify that he would have to. So, fair play to both.
Second is not particularly bad in this scoring system. I mean, you'd preferably have wanted a second that's more like 12-11 than 8-7, but we saw shared tops earlier on about 9 points, so Jason's score is reasonable.
I mean, with how the center counts worked out, yeah, you're close to that shared top from board 3 at least. That's something. So that is the end of round 1. Finally, I know that took a long time, everybody, but there won't be as many boards in the subsequent rounds, so hopefully we won't go past 8 hours. Oh boy. Well, we add Shane back now. Welcome back, Shane.
Thank you.
And things are looking quite spicy after round number 1. Let's just have a look quickly at the standings at this stage. Can I look at the standings? Can I do that?
Should be a view standings button.
There should be a view standings button, yes, but oh, here we go. Show. Yeah. Okay, so after that first round, Karthik Konath leads with his excellent 14 center top from his board. Richard Lowenberg with his with his 16 center top. Richard Lowenberg with his excellent 13 center top remains second. Sabi with the Michael Jordan flu game, quote unquote, 15. Ed, Keith, and Ryan are all in double digits as well. And then, of course, the shared toppers and Alex and Pritham behind that. So these are the names to watch as we progress into round number 2, starting with board A. And we're going to give McCallus a break for this one, so see you in a bit. In Austria, we have the return of Oliver Bach, the Germany who flew too close to the sun in round 1. In England, Jason Massbaum, the man who will probably not settle for second as easily this time. In France, John Bin, looking to bounce back after that England game we just saw. In Germany, Alex Maslow, I don't remember how he did in round 1. That might say something in itself. In Italy, Jake Mannix, looking for a slightly stronger result after survival as France. In Russia, Chris Mann, looking to follow up that surprisingly solid Italy game. And in Turkey, April Mihalovic, who did not play in the first round. So perhaps just a one-off from Massachusetts. Shane, what makes this board most interesting to you?
New name in April, which is interesting. Look forward to see how they get on. It'll be interesting to see what Oliver has kind of taken from his previous game. He was in Germany and got big and then got small. It's in with a central power again. Jake Mannix will be looking to maximise his scores here, and I share your take on Jason Maslow. Looking for a bigger score than his previous game. And also, to be fair, Maslow as well was positioned in the top 10. So looking to try and build off that. I think everyone is just out to have a decent game and get a good score here. It's a good balanced board. I think it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Go ahead.
I don't think April is brand new. If I remember right, I think I've met April at a tournament, maybe even 2.
April's been to a couple before.
Yeah.
I mean, new to me more than anything else. Yeah, and just new to this. We didn't see them playing round 1.
Yeah. All right. So with that, some will have a decent game, as Shane suggests. Others will not be so lucky. Spring 1901, Shane, take it away.
Cool. Oh, Edinburgh Hold, Jason Messbaum. Fascinating. Potentially a misorder? I can't see any reason why you do that otherwise. Maybe an ambiguous Norway writing. Bin goes straight to Burgundy. We have a bounce in Tyrolia. That's interesting. That's 2 games in a row we've seen that as well. Mannix and Maslow bouncing those two. Very standard Austria. Well, yet again, we see Turkey pushing. There we go. Norwegian to Norway. So yeah, misorder there on Jason's part, but not prohibitively bad. You still take Norway, so it's fine. Again, we see the Smyrna to Con thing happening with the Turks. That's been a bit of a vibe. And Fleet Sev to Rum. So the Turks are into black and bowl and con. This is a little different, I suppose. But I mean, it's Spring 01. There's only so many variations you can have on the theme, right?
I mean, that's just the old-fashioned Turkish opening where you happen to get into black. So pretty standard.
I think that's 4 attempted, 3 successful Russian fleets in Rum in 1901. So looking at like a bit more of an Australian atmosphere in that part of the board, at least, into Fall 01.
Bouncing in Ruhr. Okay, cool. So France and Germany bouncing in Ruhr. Germany lets Russia into Sweden, which is generally a good choice. Jason orders Edinburgh and Norway in where it was meant to go. It's a spiritual order, but he gets Belgium here too. That's somewhat bold, potentially able to be bounced out of Belgium there and to go buildless, but clearly feels very diplomatically secure with John. Like that tells you a lot straight away, right? Like normally we don't have a huge amount of context and kind of have to read tea leaves, but like I think with that one, it's fair to say that they're in agreement because otherwise, why would you run this sort of risk of trying to chuck an army in Belgium and getting bounced? We have Vienna and Warsaw holding this turn rather than bouncing in Galicia. Convoy to Tunis, like always. And the Turk goes for Rum but does not get it and builds 1.
For such a relatively standard Spring of 01, this is really these are really odd orders. Like why? I don't know that I've ever seen a bounce in Ruhr here. I mean, if you think Munich is going to Ruhr and you don't want to let them build in Munich, just go to Munich.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an honest bounce in Munich or honest bounce in Ruhr in Fall 01 before between France and Germany. Usually one of them will take advantage.
Yeah.
And John and Alex would know each other pretty well, both playing in New England as well. So that's
And
maybe there's a bit of telepathy there.
And I'm a little worried about that Turkish move from the supported move from Bulgaria to Romania, leaving Sev open for a fleet build here. Now you almost feel obligated as Turkey to build a fleet in Ankh. And that
Russia builds one too.
And that's just a stone. I mean, it's just stone locks that whole area up.
You just brick the game straight away, right?
We already saw how that worked out once in a previous board. So will they build Fleet Sev or will they find peace and happiness in the Black Sea? Peace and happiness for us.
Hey, there we go. Thank goodness.
Sort of.
And also double fleets for Germany, which makes me vomit.
Ooh. What's wrong with the double fleet? I like a double fleet, Germany.
You're just asking to get charged at Munich at the first opportunity.
Yeah. But that's
You've got to use your words, Patrick. You've got to use your words.
Yes. Well, my words are, most of the time when Germany does this, they get justly punished by losing Munich in 02 or 03. So
also,
I believe in you, Maslow. You can do it, buddy.
With this board, why Russia didn't put that army in St. Pete? Because then Norway, I mean, is almost just a walk. I mean,
well, I think it works out pretty well for Chris in this case, since Germany built those 2 fleets. So all of England's attention is going to be focused that way now.
Yeah,
Norway might be free anyway.
You gain a lot of diplomatic cachet by not punishing a mistake sometimes as well, right? And so maybe that's what Chris is seeing.
Yeah, but it's Jason Massbaum. Just
either way,
the glee of punishing that mistake is hard. It's hard.
As Russia, it's still good to have a friend.
There's no human diplomacy player with that much self-control.
I had a good time with Jason in Greece, but I also didn't play on a board with him, so maybe those things are related. Yeah. I don't know.
As Russia, it's still good to have a friend in the north when there's some uncertainty in the south, as we see here. So this could work out pretty well for Chris into spring 1902. Craig, your thoughts?
And, well, he still goes up north. So Russia does move up Moscow up to St. Pete. and Jason attempts to convoy London to Norway, which is foiled by the bounce in Norway, but he brings Jason brings his Edinburgh fleet, finally moves to Norwegian. It is capable. It's not a landlocked fleet. Germany moves out to Baltic, and it looks like France is moving into a position to attack Germany by bringing Burgundy into Ruhr, supported by Belgium. Paris goes to Burgundy to backfill, and Spain up to Gascony. France may just park those fleets in the mid-Atlantic and Spain in order to keep everybody happy, Italy and England. In the east, we've got an Italian move up to Tyrolia now, a convoy back from Tunis to Apulia, and curious that Naples goes to the Tyrrhenian Sea here. Then Austria takes Bulgaria with assistance from Russia. Is that right? No. Yeah, does Russia support that? Yeah, Russia supports that. And Turkey kind of holds Ankh and gets that unit pipped because there's no place for it to retreat from. Sev holds.
In the fall?
In the fall, Holland falls to a convoyed army from London with the support of Belgium, and Jason advances his fleet into the Barents. Russia is sort of faked out by the head fake of going to Barents and ends up in Norway, but that allows Germany to just simply walk into Sweden. That could be arranged between Germany and Russia. Munich falls by French-Italian cooperation. Does not looking good for Germany here. Austria comes up to the line, moving armies to Bohemia and Vienna. Greece drops into the Aegean. The Italian fleets cycle under into Eastern Med and Ionian. And it looks like Turkey is going to do their best to protect home centers, but it might be a little late.
Yeah, on today's episode of Everyone Hates Germany, we see Italian Munich for the first time all tournament, I believe. So, Alex, now's those games seems to be pretty short at the moment. We'll see if that changes, but those three fleets, they may have been his downfall. It's almost like building double fleets in Germany.
It's almost like somebody predicted that and thought it was a bad idea to build those three fleets.
It's almost like there's a center that you want to keep that you might lose if you do that. So a rebuild for Alex either way. So I'm sure he'll learn his lesson and build an army this time. Jason also gets a build, as does Austria, as does Italy. So those are the players on the move at the moment.
Yay, full fleet rush, Germany! Hell yeah! I was going to joke, but then I just let it go, and then he did it anyway.
Bravo.
Commit to the bit. I love it.
I can't even. Okay, sure, yeah. And then Italy builds an army, and Austria builds an army because they need armies, so they built them. That happens. Some people do that. And then Fleet Eddie, because that one actually makes sense. That's fine.
I think the Italian army makes sense.
Yeah, they got to reinforce Munich and also maybe stab Austria if they feel like it later.
Or you pivoted.
Spring 1903. Hey, Shane, do those four fleets find any redemption or use in this game?
Well, none of them were dislodged. Well, you can't really. He's lost Kiel here, despite best efforts otherwise. But that's okay. He walked out and went into Helgoland instead. Like, he's putting everything onto North Sea, right? He's just going to bet everything on North Sea and see what happens. Clearly, Maslow is just gunning for Jason here and is just going to let John eat him. But, maybe that's not a bad thing because John slid up into Irish and Mid-Atlantic now as well. So Jason's in a bit of trouble, but he's also pulled Barents back to Norwegian, perhaps anticipating it. Maslow isn't dead here, but I just don't know how many home centers he's going to have left by the end of this. I think he keeps Berlin, and that's kind of it. And no home centers means you can't build more fleets, so that's unfortunate. Looking at the east, Chris in Russia is playing just kind of chill, like he's no one's gone into Galicia. He didn't even do a bounce. He let Oliver manage that himself. It's a lot of support holds and kind of seeing what shakes out of the game. I kind of like playing patiently like this when you can, just kind of see what happens. You're not under any risk. You don't have anyone hating you, so that's quite interesting. Yes, and now we get to the good stuff. Like we were saying before with the Venice thing. Oh, you want to put an army down, maybe protect Munich, or you can start go bother the French. Nah, to hell with it. We'll just walk into Trieste and then Apulia to Vienna or Venice, excuse me. And yeah, then we'll also go and fill in Aegean and. So Mannix is seeing a dot pinata in the form of Oliver here, and it will be interesting to see if Chris decides to get involved in that as well. But Jake has kind of a jump here right now, I suppose.
It's just a trade for Khan, Oliver, obviously. I'm going to lose Munich to the French soon. I have to have a backup plan. You understand?
Who knows? We'll see how it goes. It could all end up really sweet and nice.
How does it go, Shane?
Oliver has no time for this nonsense and says, no, you can go now, thank you. And to be fair to Mannix, he's just like, well, yeah, sure, fine, I'll just blow it up, no hassle. Oliver's position's a lot more secure now. He's getting his build, and he's got somewhere to build it as well, so he avoids the Austria bind there by picking up Con. There is more movement from Chris now in Russia. He's wandering into Sweden, covering off Norway, getting out into black, like getting into Warsaw. This is a nice, good kind of two-paced moving, right? Like this nice, slow, steady, just hold and see what happens and then go. So that's a nice little profitable turn. Every unit is doing what it needs to do and getting some movement. April will be down to 2 at the end of this, and as long as Jake and Oliver hold together, that will eventually break that position and take poor old April out of the game. John has decided to not dot Jason for Liverpool and has decided instead to switch back into the Med, which makes Jake's hands a little more full. But it also, he's getting a rebuild so he can throw down a fleet. But nonetheless, Tunis is gone at this point. Now let's look at the Kriegsmarine of Alex Maslow. He does get North Sea. He was fully committing to getting it, and he got it. So if that's worth a few dots, then well done. Forcing a retreat back to London. He still has Berlin as predicted. And he still has Kiel because there's a bounce between Holland and Berlin, so that keeps it open. And they put the French into Munich at the expense of his house. So Mannix actually doesn't. Does he still get? Yeah, he still gets a rebuild, doesn't he? He's going to be all boats now. That's a good, really great turn for Russia. John's made a call on this, and Alex is in North Sea, and he loses Sweden too, I suppose, which is great for him. But it's been fun.
Allegedly, Jake has torpedoed his own position on accident by writing Trieste instead of Tyrolia. Allegedly.
Oh, it was meant to be Trieste to Tyrolia.
It was meant to be Venice to Tyrolia in spring.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now Oliver's decided, I don't believe you.
Okay.
I'm going to take Trieste back. You're silly. And now Jake's going to lose Tunis too. So
I think, Jake's in a little trouble here because I don't know if Austria is going to be looking at those Italian boots going, well, those could either be mine or they could be French. It probably should be mine.
Yeah, it's again the viability thing, right? Like,
I
can sit and do nothing as Austria and just see them all become French. That's exactly as you say, Craig.
Mm-hmm.
Fleet Marseille from France.
Army.
Underlining the point.
He built an army.
Oh, okay.
Well, Italy built an army that.
If Tunis is gone,
that might change Austria's mind and being like, boy, we're just going to stack up there.
It does help you keep Austria honest, that's for sure, if you feel like that's the bigger threat at this point. And I think Jake will feel that way, given Oliver didn't believe his excuse about it being meant for Tyrolia in the spring. Alex removes Helgoland. I guess that makes some sense. Probably isn't too much ill will towards Russia, given how the game is gone and how much more damage England and France have done. Into spring 1904, Craig.
All right, so Austria does start moving a little bit against Italy by putting Vienna into Tyrolia and wrote the order correctly, apparently. Although, interestingly, also supporting Eastern Med into Smyrna to give Italy a dot there. So there may be an exchange. Russia moves up to the line by moving Galicia and Warsaw to Prussia and Silesia. A lot of other just kind of holding there in the east. As expected, France takes Tunis and does a curious south bounce in Spain's south coast. That looks like a diplomatic set of orders.
Yeah.
England flips and says to Germany, well, instead of coming my way, why don't we just put you into Russian dots, and supports north into Norway while Germany taps Sweden to get that. Berlin goes to Baltic, and England advances its lowland armies into Kiel and Holland to effect good Janissary management.
Yep. And Jason has clarified that Alex did take offense to the loss of Sweden, hence this turnaround. So good job by Jason to take advantage of that. And it's really repaired his position almost entirely. He's going to get Kiel. Mm-hmm. He's going to probably keep it.
And Denmark.
He's going to beat Russia in the north, most likely. Yep. So looking good all of a sudden for the English. Yeah. It also speaks to John probably being smart, not fully committing his fleets yet, because now Jason has that extra freedom and he wants to account for that. So into fall, let's see how that developing situation continues.
Yeah. As expected, Denmark gets put into Sweden, and Kiel supports Munich to Berlin, not the other way, and Prussia and Silesia brace that. But Jason cycles his fleets back north again into Barents and Norwegian. France does drop into the Med now, into Lyon and Western Med. In the east, not a lot happens. There's a brace in Munich between the French armies and the Austrian armies. Interestingly, though, Italy decides that Ionian should be in the Adriatic. That's a curious place for that fleet. And Smyrna is sitting... Yeah, and the rest of the east is... Oh, but Black is vacated back to Seb, I suppose, just to cover it against Armenia.
Yeah. So I'm surprised France agreed to this, to be honest, because if there were 3 put on Munich here, that's disastrous for them, given they're kind of relying on getting that build to press against Italy and defend the homeland at the same time in case England does something. So,
I mean, the question here is what does Maslow build? That's the question.
Yeah. So what does he build then?
I think he's got to build an army in London or an army.
It's do it last time too. Surely he's building an army this time. Its position is vaguely useful now.
Unless he builds like a Fleet London or a Fleet Liverpool and just says, well, no, you can't do that. France will be able to come back too soon.
Okay, so we have a build for Jason, a build for John, a build for Alex, which is going to be a fleet. We already know. Chris has 2 coming off. Oh, no, it is an army. Wow. Frankly, the bit is dead, and Alex has killed it, and now I'm sad.
Good choice.
Anyway, Army Yeti from Jason, also a good choice in order to push further into Russian territory. And Army Marseille from France, another good choice to push into Italian territory. So it seems like things are going to go roughly the same way they did last year in terms of how things are structured. Spring 1905, Shane.
Okay, then. So what do we have? I was more curious about the East. Everyone gets out of Anatolia, and Turkey just holds. That's, well, not Bulgaria, I guess, the con, but nonetheless, Turkey just kind of sitting there. A little bit of a reshuffle around. It looks like Austria and Italy have hopefully worked out that they probably do need to defend Ionian, so there's a bounce there, and they should be able to put 3 on it in the fall, and someone in the AI can have it, but they also do lose Piedmont. So France continues to make ground. France also continues to push eastwards with working with Maslow, getting into Silesia and then backfilling into Munich. So it looks like everything, it's Tripoli at this point in time, I guess. It looks like the West has kind of worked it out for now, and we've seen Jason Masbaum get convoyed into St. Pete. So it is all just going to roll from here by the looks of it until someone decides to stab someone.
It's a really lovely convoy to get that army forward.
It is for Jason. Although Alex is getting to the point now where he's sort of pushing English and French units in front of them, which might not bode well if they decide, we don't really need him anymore.
Yeah, he's in danger of getting squeezed.
That Berlin army could prove useful, but it can also be easily replaced by that army in Kiel.
Yeah, maybe they push it into Moscow or something. We'll see. Either way, into the fall, another attempted convoy to St. Pete.
Yeah, we do, but it doesn't go. I'm more intrigued by the convoy in Baltic. Is that...
Kiel goes to Prussia with Berlin support.
What's Baltic doing? Convoys kill to Prussia. Oh, yeah, cool. Okay, cool. That's how it goes. Nice one. It's a good way to get position really quickly. But again, it's facing this bind that Craig was pointing out before, that, England and France are getting right around Germany and, kind of surrounding him. It's a good position for them if they're all going to keep working in a triple, but I don't know that Alex is going to be sustainable long term. And the person who profits here the most is Jason, because those 3 dots are Scandinavian and he's got enough fleets to take them. So I think in long term, this works out really well for Jason. But as long as Alex is going to keep pushing him forward, why wouldn't we take that deal? Russia basically will lose St. Pete, but preserve the rest of the position. Oh, it's a bit of heartbreak for April walking out of Ankh here with Oliver backfilling it. That's unfortunate. That's an unfortunate way to go out. Maybe they're anticipating a bounce or something. I'm not quite sure, but
I feel like this is the difference between someone who's not playing all the rounds and someone who is. April just came here for a fun time. They don't really care about the points of surviving on one center, so they're probably happy to just leave and make Oliver's game a little easier.
Yeah.
More so than someone else would be.
What do we have? Do we have good coordination here between Italy and Austria-Hungary? Because they're going to need it. Yes, we do. Adriatic, the thorn in the side of the Austrians, is now in Ionian, so that manages things a little bit better. So they have a bit more of a viable position. There's a little bit of risk going Venice to Tuscany here and avoiding an army walking to Venice, but it works out just fine. The Austrians pick up a build and chuck down an army in Trieste. Russia pulls one. Massbound builds again, another army. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, this all makes perfect sense so far. It's all about this triple against the AI at the minute and how long the triple will last.
I'm a little surprised that the Australian analyst took a second to recognize the kangaroo convoy in the Baltic, but that's...
Yeah, I don't know. All of our words are upside down here.
Okay, so
by the way, you guys weighed into us about triples. What have we seen today? By the way, this is gross. Like I'm sure Katie Gray's just vomiting at this point in time. Like, anyway.
Well, I think this is more of a Janissary situation, but I feel
you justify it however you like. You guys will do a triple just as readily as we will.
Okay, we've been going for 4 hours straight now, so I need some water. I need some snacks. I'm going to go get that. I'm going to reveal the spring moves. Never mind. Oh, we're done. Actually, we're not going to do that. We're going to postpone that break because the game's over. So, Austria tops the board at 8 instead of any of the Western powers.
You can break and we can chat about it if you want.
Jason says in chat, hold on. The East was clear. They were going to just keep dripping dots to Oliver to keep him on top by 1 if we kept going. Okay, so there was a throwing agreement in place. That makes the outcome make a bit more sense. You're not wrong, Nicholas. You're not wrong in the slightest. Anyway,
if that's the deal, if you're in the West, you're taking it, aren't you? Like if you're Jason and John, like you'd be hoping as Jason to maximize this position, but if you're going to hear that Austria's just going to keep going up 1 every time, it becomes difficult.
Very much so.
There's also no point in poisoning the well by pushing the game on, given you've got more rounds to play.
Yeah. So congratulations, Oliver. Welcome back, Nicholas. And we are going to just, for the sake of time, because we've been going for 4 hours, like I said, Craig, you get the break. See you in a bit once again. And we're going to go straight to round 2, game B. All right. In Austria, we have Janielle Lewis, who did not play in round 1. In England, Alan Downing. In France, Chris Mann. In Germany, Jake Mannix. In Italy, Tyler Roylands, who had that great Turkish comeback in round 1. In Russia, Andrew Zik, who had that great Turkish comeback in round 1. In Turkey, Ian Rudnick, who could have a great Turkish comeback in this round.
More double boarding here too.
Oh yeah, that's true. Ian is double boarding, right? No, Chris. Yeah, Chris is Chris and Jake.
Mannix too, yeah.
Yeah, Chris and Jake. So we'll see if that affects their play on this side of the board. Alan might be licking his chops if he knows about that situation. So Spring 1901, we'll go to McCallus.
All right. This time we see an Armenian fist bump that's actually done correctly. Turkey does not slide into the Lapsy at the same time, so good news for Andrew. We also see Austria opening in ways they are allowed to open. You don't see them do it very often, but Vienna to Bohemia combined with Budapest to Romania, I'm going to move everywhere. I'm not sure this is going to work out too well, but we'll see. I think I would imagine this is a newer player. Andrew Zick may well be licking his lips seeing that. Italy, meanwhile, is opening to Tuscany and Tyrrhenian Sea, which is a fun way of doing a convoy across to Tunis to attack France, but usually requires Venice to open to Piedmont for that to actually be a viable move. We'll see whether that's what followed up on. The West is a lot more normal, so open to the Channel, cool, and the rest of it is as you would expect.
I'm pretty sure Darcy Morris's dad did this opening in Sydney the other week for Italy.
Really?
Yep. There you go.
It's fun.
It's the
That's a fun bit of
Papa
trivia.
Morris opening.
Okay. I've written articles on the on sending Venice west as part of this plan. I've not seen it with Venice hold. All right, full. Russia is taking Romania back from the Austrian, who doesn't take Serbia either, covers Vienna and Budapest. That is not an ideal 1901. Turkey gets to slide the fleet straight into the Med, which they'll be very happy about. So Andrew and Ian are lining up for quite a nice juggernaut already. And even more nicely, Russia's in Bohemia in fall of 01 for reasons. There's a sea line in the west, so bad news for England, but probably also good news for Russia. So this is about as good at 1901 as you could get as Russia, I think. Yeah.
And the Sea Lion really indicating that these two players, just because they're double boarding doesn't mean they're pushovers. They're going to take the initiative and screw with Alan a little bit. Whether that lasts and that alliance is successful, we shall see. But we go into winter. +2 for FGR, +1 for everyone else. Double fleets from France, that's as clear a statement as any, and Russia joins in as well with the North Coast build. Do you like that in this situation, McAuliffe?
Love it. Germany and France are already attacking England. You've got free reign to do what you want effectively in the south. Let's go and get my share. Let's get a great game out of this.
Yeah, I guess you don't really need Army Moscow in order to pick apart this Austria, which is a bit weaker. Spring 1902, then, we go straight into it with Shane.
Zick clearly feeling very secure diplomatically in the south with the builds. Just going to take the free one on Norway. Very nice. Yeah, England is in a world of trouble. There's a North Sea's dislodged, has to retreat back to London. Yeah, we've got Brest to now, Channel. It's not great for Al at this point in time. As long as Jake and Chris can keep it together and give them both a double boarding, I guess you kind of can make these nice quick conversations and manage them. This is a pretty ideal start for them, I suppose. We do have a bit of a Western Italy with Tyler going to West Med, so it'll be interesting to see how Chris manages that. Bounce in Marseille, moving Marseille to Lyon. My worry with Chris is that he's kind of breaking off a bit more than he can chew, and so Alan will be hoping to try and flip and shift the game in that way. In the east, we see Janil take Serbia, which is good. It was a bit unfortunate before they had to cover all the home dots to go back to Vienna and Budapest, but the position now is a little better. But of course, Andrew's going to press the advantage here and push into Warsaw and just start building that pressure. And it's working out very nicely for Ian as well. I mean, right now, why aren't you going to roll that juggernaut? It just makes perfect sense.
Yep.
You don't get to see a lot of powerful juggernauts nowadays. Like AI in the current meta have the upper hand against RT. And so strong
experienced
RTs from the start. Yeah. And strong successful RT is very rare. So this would be quite fun and different if that's what they go for here.
Yeah. It is the perfect, but the Juggernaut is also the perfect punishment to any sort of Austrian impropriety towards Italy or any sort of mistrust. So I'm surprised it's not used as that more. But regardless, it's being used as that here into the fall.
They try and take Serbia, don't succeed, but they do take Greece off Austria. So that's Austria down another. Vienna also falls, so Janil's not going to be too long for this world. Bounce in Sweden for Zick, puts them up 2. Italy trying to work with Austria on the Greece thing doesn't quite work out, but Tyler's pushed up into Tyrolia now. No action on France here with the West Med fleet, just sits there. Be interesting to see what happens. Mao holds as well, so seems like they're managing to kind of use their words and maybe build a bit of trust, and maybe they de-escalate after this point in time. And as for England, London is gone. They'll be stuck on 2 by the end of this and have to disband, but it looks like the Franco-German cooperation is still working just fine. They're going to have to be quick. They're going to have to be quick, though.
Yeah, and France not taking Portugal is quite inefficient by the end of 02. not working out a way to try and get that taken that turn.
Yeah, I mean,
this is
don't self-bounce,
something.
Marseille.
This is something of a teaching moment for Chris. Beyond the Portugal of it all, this is also an exploitable moveset, like by quite easily. If Piedmont hostile supports Spain to Marseille, Western slips into Spain. Goodbye position. Hello, German top or Italian top or someone else's top, but not a French one. So important to watch out for those sorts of things, Chris. But the more you know, and it worked out okay for you here. So Germany builds, France doesn't, but they will probably next year. +2 for Russia, +2 for Russia, +1 for Turkey, and England is going down too. So let's just have a look at all those. Warsaw, Moscow, Berlin. Yep, armies seem to be in fashion. Albania comes off for Austria, which makes sense. They're just going to consolidate their core. So things are going in roughly the same direction we know.
Army Smyrna is a bit weird.
Yeah,
actually.
that was a surprise to me.
Smyrna, yeah.
So.
Well, why do you say that?
I mean, where's the army going? You've already got a bit of a daisy chain. You're not turning around and fighting Russia very realistically here. I don't think that's the way to go at all, but you're going to get Ionian guaranteed, so why not be backfilling Eastern Med at the same time and just shoving the fleets forward as quickly as you can?
It's just
the other argument is, if you don't need it for Ionian and you know Russia's going to put you into Serbia, but you don't know what Seb is doing, well, you might as well have something else to defend the homeland in case Khan has to go out to bowl. So there's an argument for it. It's not the strongest argument, arguably, but it is an argument, and it's not horrible. So let's go into spring of 1903, and McCallus, what do they do with it in the end?
They daisy chain everything forward and don't go for Ionian, which is, I mean, it kind of works out all right, but now Italy's back to defend Ionian, so I don't actually like that very much at all. I'd rather have taken Ionian when you had the opportunity than doing this to get an extra unit on Serbia. You could have done this just following with Greece into Ionian, supported by Aegean, and still daisy chain the army. So interesting. Elsewhere, what do we see? We don't see Russia taking Budapest. Austria successfully bounces. Italy is cutting Vienna, but otherwise not doing anything hugely disruptive yet. But they're backing a good position. They've made peace with France, who does now have room and space to capture Portugal. It's because the other reason France may not have taken Portugal at this point is it's quite easy to forget you don't own a centre like that. If you just, obviously we're playing this in person, there's a real board, it's not painted in these country colours. If you don't take Portugal in 1901 and then forget in 1902, you can get to like 1904 and go, I forgot I've not taken that dot. So that's always a danger. But they're in good position up in Irish and English Channel. FG are making a very nice turn. London takes North Sea, pushes the English to retreat to Skagerrak, which just annoys the Russian, which is good from the German perspective, I suspect. Even though they haven't moved to Silesia, they've just self-bounced there. The bounce in Sweden is pretty clearly anti-Russian. Everyone probably a little bit afraid of how quickly Andrew's grown. Moscow goes up to St. Petersburg. I was actually surprised it didn't build in St. Petersburg to get across and help defend these Scandinavian dots. But it's all, as long as EG don't work together, it's defensible. If EG do work together,
yeah. Chances of EG working together, though, seem a little bit low at the moment. So, Paul?
For EG don't work together, but do both go for Sweden. So there's a lovely triple bounce there. Maybe both of them asked for the support of the other. Maybe both of them thought they were getting the support of the other. Turns out no one's getting it. Meanwhile, there's not a lot happening elsewhere in the West. France walks into Liverpool and gives Belgium to Germany. That's almost certainly arranged. France does remember they don't own Portugal. Well done, Chris, not falling into that trap. So good year for France, good year for Germany. In the East, meanwhile, Turkey does now take Serbia, backfills by convoy to Greece, doesn't go for Ionian still, which would have actually worked this turn as Tyler does a move to Ionian instead of a support hold Ionian. But Albania is busy tapping Trieste, which doesn't succeed. It was a nice idea to get into Trieste early. But Austria does some cool defensive moves and blows up Vienna with the Italian support. Well done, Janelle. I've seen in the chat, it's their first ever game. They're making it as hard as they can for RT at this point. And yeah, still good progression for RT, good year for FG, and everyone else is sort of just getting squeezed between these two big alliances.
Ian managed that army kind of daisy chain thing really well this turn, actually, but just kind of getting out. That's fine. And I mean, why take Ionian right now with 2 when you can take it with 3 later? You know, just make it pretty.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
who needs tempo?
Turkey presumably puts down a fleet now, and Russia presumably continues with armies, as does Germany, because they're at loggerheads with each other. And then France, who knows what they do now that they've remembered to take Portugal. They've unlocked a new dimension of their play now that they have
Them being in Rua is interesting.
Yeah, Ruhr and Burgundy is quite an interesting. Like Belgium's probably by agreement. You don't walk out of it for no reason, but this is a bit odd.
It's okay. They're just scouting out some factories they've been looking to rent out from the Germans. It's fine. That's the only reason why they'd be in Ruhr. It doesn't lead to any centers. It's not next to any of their centers that matter
France
anyway.
re-annexed the Saarland, yes.
Yeah. It's not next to their capital, so like they can't be that hostile. And Germany clearly agrees as they build Fleet Kiel, channeling their inner Alex Maslow. Although it's kind of wise here because Zick builds Fleet St. Petersburg South Coast, so you got to keep some parity there in terms of your naval
Love
strength.
There's very, very few opportunities where St. Petersburg South Coast is the right build. So well done for spotting it. Really nice build. Love it.
Yeah.
Noted St. Petersburg South Coast hater McCullis even has to agree, so it must be good. And Fleet Smyrna from Turkey,
I only hate it in like 1901. Later on, if the time calls for it, it's a good build. But it's quite easy to miss that the time calls for it, or to go, I want a Northern Fleet and just put it in the North Coast. So spotting that South Coast is better. Well done.
But even more so than those fleets in the north, perhaps the most interesting build here is the one that doesn't come down. Shane, what do you make of the wave?
Which one? Sorry, the French one. I was more wondering if it was like a backstabber area, to be honest with you.
Well, that tells us all that we need to know. Fair enough.
If you're not fighting Germany, you don't really have an enemy at the moment. You don't actually need to put that build down.
Yeah, I mean, you chuck it in Marseille, you freak out Italy when you're kind of wanting them to try and at least hold the line against the Turks. But I mean, at the same time, I'm probably building Marseille there and going, here, please let me try and help you, like, at least hold your position. So, yeah, I don't know. Guess it wasn't I guess it was a wave.
Spring 04, Shane?
All right, I might start with France because we were talking about them. Portugal to Spain, obviously trying to come in and offer that assistance without freaking the Italians out too much. They get out of Rua, back to Picardy as well, so that's that kind of line kind of restored. Channel sitting there isn't ideal, sitting on Belgium or London, but I mean, they seem to have managed it pretty well so far. Liverpool pushes up into Clyde unopposed, which means that unless Russia thinks otherwise, Edinburgh is gone. Though there is potential issues around eventually retreating into or getting down into London by the English, which will be interesting. Otherwise, Germany is pushing into Baltic, pulling fleet back to Denmark, kind of setting up for that fight against Zick, who goes into Bothnia, goes into Sweden, and that retreat is very fortunate there for Germany getting back into Norway, but also Russia in the North Sea is always great fun as a Russian player. But Zick also picks up Vienna there. Italy kind of pretty much stays the same, and Ian gets into East Med, and now there's 3 on Ionian, so that's done.
It's quite a funny turn there where that Germany, Russia, they fight each other. A lot of moves, a lot of units change position, and both of them are probably unhappy with the way it's panned out.
Yeah.
Because Germany has lost North Sea and Russia has lost Norway in a way that's quite annoying to take back. This is not ideal for either of them.
I wonder how France feels about that. Follow 4.
Well, I had to cover London. Like, and Russia could have walked in. I had
to cover it with an army.
I'm taking units away from Belgium. It should make you comfortable.
That's right.
Yeah,
you can go into Belgium. It's totally fine. Yeah, and I'll only go to Yorkshire and take Edinburgh later anyway, and get all of England rather than you getting any of it. A little bit of help / hindrance from Spain to West Med, but who knows? Ionian, sure enough, gone, dislodged, goes back to Tunis. Italy kind of puts Austria back into Vienna, which is nice. But hang on, does Austria builds here, right? Because you've got Trieste open.
Yep.
Lovely.
Austria gets the build. Love it. Wow, it's a rebuild, but love it.
Yeah. Still. Zick gets in position. Gets into Silesia as well. Interesting, though, kind of play on Livonia there from the Prussian army to cause trouble.
This is actually quite a painful disband for Andrew. Like, yeah, I mean, you have Fleet Rum sat there not doing anything, but at the moment you pull that off the board, you're so stabbable from Turkey, so you really don't want to do it. But there's not a good disband anywhere else. Like that loss of Vienna is really painful.
Yeah, this is just a textbook example of how to stay alive. And as Austria, when you've been dogpiled, just make yourself as useful as possible and completely trust one of the three partners that seems amenable to doing something else and using you for their own purposes. And it's worked out really well here as Italy's finding them useful because they can't really trust either of our RT with how they're positioned. So she's continuing to be useful as a shield, and it's gotten her a continued presence in this game. And now Russia might have to back off of her. So really, really, really well done on that front. And now we go to the winter to find out what Janil builds. Of course, if Janil is a person of culture, they will build the fleet in Trieste, but more likely they will settle for the conservative, boring army choice.
They can wave. Never rule out the wave.
We'll put it this way. If Janil builds a fleet, it's their genius. If they build an army, Italy or Turkey force them to do it. And then France has 2 builds to wave this time, potentially. And Russia has that aforementioned very annoying disband. Sweden comes off. Okay, so that's perhaps giving up a bit on the Scandinavian front. North can be used for some other purpose if you pivot, so that makes some sense. And then Army Paris, Fleet Marseille, and Army Trieste. Okay, fine. Spring 1905, McCallus.
Spring 1905. And while Andrew has had some reasonably severe setbacks in this northern squabble, Ian has just continued nicely progressing forward, and here convoys into Apulia, continues that. France is in Tunis, potentially by agreement, potentially not, but either way, that's an Italian disband or lack of build, so that's still pretty good news for you when you're Turkey. Elsewhere in the south, Austria loses Trieste to the Italian, but does get to retreat it to Albania, which causes Turkey to have to cover Greece or have to make decisions on Serbia, so not all Ian's way. Russia fails to take Vienna back, but is into Bohemia. Germany has pulled the armies back to cover against Silesia, but also in a way that does let them disengage if that's what the two of them choose to do here, because Germany is also in Sweden. This could be a natural point to end the war, and Germany potentially starts getting worried about how big France has gotten in all of this. So if Jake wants to disengage, this is probably his opportunity to do it.
Yeah, the sky's the limit with what Andrew can negotiate that North Sea fleet into doing, depending on how prescient the French threat seems to Jake. And of course, the DBN jinx strikes again. As soon as I go out of my way to praise Janil, Italy decides to not continue to use her as a useful device. Instead, taking Trieste. And the funny thing is, Italy is probably not going to keep either Trieste or Venice because of that convoy to Apulia. Yikes. No, they keep Trieste from a bleaker garrison.
Well, Italy does keep Trieste, yeah, because Austria attempts to take it back, which bounces out the Turk, who also attempts to retake it. But Italy loses Venice. This is wrong on that 50-50. France convoys into Tuscany. So units really beginning to build up on the Italian homeland. Italy does have a disband as they are +1, -2. So this is probably the end of the line for Tyler as well. It is the end of the line for Janil, unfortunately, who loses Vienna to the Russian. And Germany, it's also the end of the line for England, who covers Yorkshire, but France doesn't move there, and thus when North Sea is dislodged, it retreats straight.
That's a rough way to go out.
That's unfortunate. Given that England and Russia had arranged, or not arranged, but I can only imagine had arranged to bounce in Yorkshire in spring. I'm not sure this wasn't deliberate from Andrew. There's definitely plausibility on that.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah. And as expected, Germany is moving units away from Russia now. They're not really progressing further against them. They are dealing with the fact that France has got very big and is a major player in this game. And if Germany sent all those units into Russia here, it's very hard to see how France doesn't top the board.
Yeah, that position's completely disentangled now in the north, so a lot more freedom to intervene in any other theater, any other direction for Jake. He has a build as well. Presumably that'll be an army. Russia, same for them. France, I guess you could argue an army, you could argue a fleet, depending on how hard you want to go against the boot or against the English mainland. It's an Army Marseille. It's an Army Kiel. It's away from Russia this time.
Turkey is actually playing a dangerous game with that fleet, I think. Now that the Austrian dots are won, there is a real danger that Russia goes into U, and not being able to stop something walking into Ankara is potentially a problem.
Yeah, Russia being disengaged from Germany now creates the question of where does Russia go now? Like, that was a good turn for the Juggernaut, but at the same time, I mean, they all built. Like, this is the thing. It's just the arms race is just continuing, right?
I mean, Andrew, he's a very balance of power-minded player. He's not crazy grabby unless it's really getting towards the end. It's possible that he just goes nowhere here while he makes sure that the rest of the board is going in the direction that it needs to stop someone else from being an explosive threat. So maybe the wave indicates that. Maybe it indicates something else. Either way,
probably the best way to start an FG war and make Germany comfortable that you're not going to dive in behind them is for you to go and attack Turkey, though, right? Like, that's probably the thing that gives Germany the room to actually launch a full-scale war.
But then any build that's useful for attacking Turkey is a telegraph, so...
Oh, yeah, you don't do it in the builds phase. You just walk to Black Sea. And
I was going to say, he walks black here, exactly.
That's what we do now, yeah. So I'm going to follow through on that plan to go take a quick break for bathroom and snacks and all that earlier. So you guys, actually, how about you play Who Do You Like first, and then go over the spring moves afterward?
Who do we like is actually quite an interesting question.
I wish I hadn't seen those. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's really finely balanced, right? Like, it can kind of go either way. I mean, seeing this now kind of ruins it for me. It's killing my vibe. Because, yeah, you've got Germany going back on to Russia here, which is kind of
makes it a lot harder for Russia, yeah.
Yeah, but if that stayed disentangled, it was a pretty decent Russian position, actually, and pretty flexible too.
Yeah, but it doesn't just end the game for it going in someone's favor. Like, I can still see Turkey is now in a really good position, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've seen throughout this tournament so far just that these alliances are just sticking and just rolling boards, right? Like, and this one, I suppose, is one of the more balanced ones, so that's why the count is so tight at this point in time. You got 3 on 8 and 1 on 7 because, like, generally one side of the board has completely fallen apart, but in this game it hasn't. Like, it seems like France and Germany have kind of got their act back together, and Zik being behind the lines there in Edinburgh is a bit of a wild card in the whole equation, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't think Jake will be sad that if he stays behind the line there. Maybe Jake is going to make a temporary push this way and then pull back later. I don't know. I do notice that he is in Ruhr as well. Like, this isn't exactly conclusive. Yeah, he's gone to Bofnia, but he's also left Norway. So, like, St. Petersburg isn't really under threat. This is sort of squaring the circle in terms of, well, I've sent some units to deal with Russia, but I haven't sent all of them.
There's a lovely flexibility in what he's building there, actually. I quite like it.
And
then, poor old Tyler doesn't look like there's much longer to go now. Like, losing Trieste here and having the French breathing down the neck.
When there's 2 alliances and you're not in either of them, you tend to sort of get ground out, and that's what you expect. I mean, I like what Ian did, tapping Tunis there to help Italy keep France out of Turanian. There's a nice little mini coordination going on whilst taking Trieste, and potentially it looks like maybe Turkey is more likely to be able to use Italy as Janissary than France is, which could be another boon in Ian's cap. So my pick for Who Do You Like is Ian.
There you go. Yeah. Seeing the moves around it, hush my vibe. It's been a decent game though, this one. Enjoyed it. The other thing as well is appetite, right? Like, again, like, who wants to try and who can get more and who wants it. Like, the dominant players on the board are kind of grouped around the same count. Someone will try and break off and get the solo top, but
yeah, it doesn't feel like a game where the solo top is going to have a lot of centers. It's going to be a pretty close run thing.
You'd imagine the gap will be 1,
Yeah, it's either going to be all 4 of them stay close to each other, or it turns into 2 senior, 2 junior sort of relationships, and 2 of them accelerate from the others. But I don't think there's any obvious junior in the West yet. I think it's quite easy to see how Russia could become a junior in the East, but not so much in the West.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we did spring, Patrick, so we're back with you.
You guys covered your bases fairly well. All right, let's keep on going then into the fall. Oh, who did you guys pick, by the way?
McCullis picked. You put the moves up, so it made it a bit harder because we saw, like, Germany going east again, and all that sort of stuff. So kind of shifted a little bit.
I thought about making you guys. I thought about making you guys close your eyes and discuss what you like, and then open them for these moves. But too convoluted. Whatever. Yeah.
No, that's all good.
All right.
Who's it? Is it? Am I Evans or is?
Yeah, it's Shane. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, the Russian Edinburgh, they decide they prefer schnapps to vodka, so that's now German. Although still in Clyde, so anything could happen from there, just being annoying. It was going to a support Norwegian into now, but clearly not happening. Jake says, nah, I'll have the dot, thanks. Tries for St. Pete, no luck there from Jake. Tries for Warsaw, no luck there as well, 2-2. Goes into Bohemia, goes into Munich, starting to put pressure on the east. France as well, kind of moving to Burgundy, perhaps something to worry about for Jake, perhaps not. Supporting into Piedmont, pushing west. It's that the western side of the board is pushing east. We see Ian improve his position, keeps holding Trieste to get a build, but also manages to get into Apulia and start having play on Naples. I mean, the game is looking very good for Ian at this point in time.
I don't like Albania to Greece there. I don't see what Greece gets you. The Adriatic wouldn't, and having the extra unit to protect Venice area, I think would have actually been quite strong. So I much would have preferred to see Albania into Adriatic in that position.
To backfill,
it gives you some extra flexibility for what protects Bulgaria in case Black Sea happens, I guess. Maybe.
It's really hard to see Black Sea happening now. Germany has moved everything towards Russia. Like Russia attacking Turkey is suicide now. Ian has a build from Trieste as well.
I know, I'm kind of reaching. Either way, winter of 06, Germany has a build. They now have the lead as well on 9 centers. Turkey building in their own centers, and Italy going down another one as Tyler slowly whittled down here. Michalis, what's your thought process here as figuring out your next move as Germany?
My next move, or my thought process, is how do I not get stabbed by France? That's sort of the overarching question. And the question is, the answer to that is probably I will get stabbed by France. So it's how do I prevent it from being a good stab? I want to be back in North Sea really, really quickly. So maybe Norwegian goes to North, but then if Clyde goes back to Norwegian, you've got awkwardness around Norway. Can you justify a 4th fleet? Potentially. Potentially you can say, oh, I've got to go up Kiel to Denmark, and then instead of shifting that fleet across, you pull the fleet into the North Sea. It's sort of what I did on the World Championship top board with Bradley when I built a 3rd fleet with the implicit implication that it would be going after Russia, and instead it went to Baltic Sea and then to Denmark and shifted across. Like, you gave me cover to build that extra fleet, and you don't get opportunities to do that very often.
I was hoping you'd do a little bragging about that top board in specifics. Anyway, we have Berlin and Constantinople armies. Nothing especially offensive about that. We go to spring of 07. Michalis, go ahead and continue.
All right, so North Sea is not deemed important by Germany, but France is in Yorkshire and Clyde for only good things. Germany is going up to try and take some people. I mean, this is the alternative, right? You could accept that you're going to lose something to France, but try and race them by taking more in the east. And if you get St. Petersburg and Warsaw and Moscow, it could work.
I'd have written Edinburgh off here and gone for North Sea. Like, it's only a matter of time till Edinburgh goes if it's France, Russia against you. And then you keep Norwegian too.
And also, it lets you defend Belgium, which at the moment you're not able to do. Losing Edinburgh and Belgium to France would be quite painful. Elsewhere on the board, Russia defends Warsaw successfully. Good job. I think that was actually all pretty... Yeah, that order set was guaranteed unless Bothnia taps Livonia. So good guess from Andrew. Venice is lost, and this is why I would have wanted that extra unit in Adriatic, right? Venice is lost, and this is a real setback for Ian in terms of tempo against France, because he's lost it to probably his direct competitor for the board top, and not in a way that's going to be easy to get back. Like, yeah, I've got Naples, so I'm staying even, but France has just got one of my dots for free. And
France has all the momentum if he pushes here.
Yeah, like, it's not hard to imagine a world where France goes +3 this year.
Yep.
Jake goes, well, I can't top, I'll take a draw. Russia isn't in a position to keep the game going, and you're sort of left holding the can.
Maybe this is counterintuitive for Turkey in a certain way from a conventional angle. But if you're worried about that, does that suggest maybe Turkey should start prepping for a stab on Russia so that Germany can turn around? And
There's not much time left, though, is the other factor.
Yeah.
If you can somehow guarantee taking 2, I don't hate it. I think if you only take 1, like the 1 unit that comes off is probably Norwegian Sea, and you're just kind of screwed. Yeah, I don't know. It depends what you can get diplomatically going with Germany, potentially around Vienna.
Yeah.
Like if there's a world where you can get like Vienna, Romania, Germany gets St. Petersburg. Yeah. But Germany might lose Norway.
Well, 2 front wars are generally frowned upon, so I wouldn't blame Ian if that didn't really factor in as an option for him in his mind. So, fall of 1907, it's an evolving situation. It'll evolve further right now.
Whoa. Okay, the Germans
Germany turns around anyway.
The Germans are in Burgundy. Maybe they assumed that they were about to, like Burgundy was going to take Belgium, and so they were trying to brace. That's the only reason I can imagine why you're doing that move. Yeah. So it's an attempt to brace that wasn't actually needed. Although, by the looks of it, France moved Burgundy to Berlin's, and English Channel supported Burgundy to Berlin. So there's also a very real world where this was actually meant a misorder, and this was meant to be Burgundy to Belgium.
Oh my
instead
God,
of
of course.
B-E-L, B-E-R was written. So
Yeah.
that's how I'm reading that now, actually. So this would have been an amazing brace, and instead it's just a free capture of Burgundy. Elsewhere, Germany doesn't lose Norway, but doesn't take anything from the Russians. And nothing really changes in the south. A lot of bounces everywhere. There's an attempt to put the Italian back into Naples. It's blocked by Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea, which is nice. But yeah, this is still okay for France. They're still getting a build, but it's not as good.
I'm coming back to the word appetite again here. It doesn't seem like anyone has any appetite to go for too much more here. Like Chris could have gone for Edinburgh here, and sure, maybe not taken it. I don't know. Maybe they're all kind of sitting here going, well, 10-10, we've been in the West. It's worked out all right for us. Maybe we take this. It feels drawy to me.
This does feel like quite a natural point to draw.
Well, we'll speed right along to see.
Hey!
Yeah.
Good read. Yeah.
Nice.
For
All
one
right.
thing I know, it's draws.
So the 2 double borders, notably, have shared the top at 9 centers.
Lovely.
So really, really well done. Congratulations to Chris and Jake for pulling this out, even while they were trying to pull out something else on that other board. So
this is doubly well done as well, because our team had the better start in this game.
Yeah.
And basically, Jake beat Andrew 1-on-1 and Chris beat Ian 1-on-1. And that's how those 2 ended up sharing the top. Like, they both won the fights against the direct opponent in their theatres. So really well done to both. That's beautiful play.
Well played.
Yep. All right, so we're going to bring Craig back now. Craig, any final thoughts on that?
No, pretty straightforward game there. Two-person alliance versus two-person alliance.
All right, we'll give Shane the next break and move straight on. Once again to round 2, board C. And for this one, another eclectic cast in Austria, Sabi Ahuja, still dealing with stomach flu, presumably. In England, Andrew Wu. In France, Jared Brothers, or 2 brothers named Jared, depending on your interpretation. In Germany, Keith Worstel. In Italy, Andy Shiner. In Russia, Ed Sullivan, who had that really well-managed Italy game earlier on. And in Turkey, Karl Ronneberg. So a few players here who have really good rounds.
Together. Keith and Ed together on the same board as neighbours. This will be interesting.
Yes. The DiploRats podcast, united on the board. So we go to the map. Spring 1901. Craig, what shenanigans ensue?
Very few shenanigans ensue. It looks very straightforward. I mean, the West is kind of cookie cutter. You do get kind of that northern French opening to put pressure on Belgium, foregoing one of the Iberian builds. Andy in Italy moves Rome to Tuscany, assuming that's an offer to Austria to say, hey, don't even worry about Trieste. I'm not taking it. And Russia, standard opening with 2 bounces. Turkey does that Ankh to black for the bounce, and Smyrna goes to Ankh to keep that Smyrnan army flexible so it can get out of the way in case you want to build a fleet on the Med.
Okay, we go over to fall.
And the Black Sea catches my eye as being DMZ'd here so that Ankh can cycle out to Khan. Smyrna goes to Syria to tell AI, no Lepanto today. I'm putting an fleet down in Smyrna. Wisely, Turkey bounces Romania just to keep Ed honest. Bouncing Gal, and then convoy to Tunis. France picks up 2 builds, denying England Belgium. That'll be interesting to watch because Keith felt it was important to support himself to Holland and also supports his partner in pod, Ed Sullivan, into Sweden. Instead of just simply letting him go there, he rolls out the red carpet.
There's a nice little trust but verify move from Turkey there with Bull to Rum. Like, this is the way to pull the fleet out while guaranteeing that Russia doesn't slide into, well, not guarantee, but make it much less likely for Russia to slide into Black Sea, unless they can get Austria on board as part of a bit more coordinated plan. So I like that from Carl, and we haven't seen a lot of that in this tournament of the modern Turkish meta. This is a very common 1901 for Turkey online and for some tournaments nowadays, but in this specific tournament, it hasn't really happened before. So interesting. Ed obviously plays a lot everywhere and knows the modern meta. Carl, I don't know so well, but definitely bringing a bit of that to this game.
Yep. Into winter, France, Germany, Austria, Russia +2. The others are +1. I think. Now let's just review the builds. Double armies from Russia, typical stuff in the West. Fleet London maybe betrays some intent from Andrew, but it's still theoretically neutral. And then Fleet Smyrna, Fleet Naples, all that typical stuff.
That
EF from France.
Yeah, that Fleet London is neutral, although it's got to walk into the channel if it so chooses.
Yeah, Fleet Marseille is not neutral. Fleet Marseille is very EF.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. But is E in the EF?
Is it smoke screen for an EF? No. Oh my, McCallus.
This is very EG is what this is. So this is what Craig expected, I think. When London came down and Brest didn't, you see the slide straight into channel, follow into Wales, ready for convoying. Germany takes Belgium, does it from Ruhr rather than Holland, which shows a little bit of distrust, a little bit of potentially lost tempo by doing it this way around. Concerned maybe that England was going to go for Holland, but also supports himself to Baltic Sea and is potentially going to go and kick Ed out of Sweden. Meanwhile, in the south, we see for the 500th time at AIR, I'm not surprised Ed Sullivan is in the east and was one of the architects of the AIR meta in the first place. So Ed's doing it there, doesn't really surprise anyone. And Sabi takes Bulgaria. Russia does, I guess, support hold Bulgaria, but this could all be theatre. Like, yeah, maybe he was invited to Black Sea, maybe, but I don't expect he's going to be there to help Turkey for the long term. I expect correctly. Ed attempts to convoy into Ankara, and Turkey goes, no, I've seen this one before. Blocks Armenia, blocks Ankara. Well done, Carl. It may still be a short and painful game, given that you're getting Ed, but at least you got to screw Ed over. If you feel about that,
and slips into the Ionian Sea.
Yeah,
not that really I think it's going to be able to do a lot, but it does freeze a couple of units.
But the craziest thing about all of this is that Austria and Russia made a plan where Austria offered support into Khan, and it would have worked. And Ed's got to be kicking himself about that.
This is true. Yeah, I guess Ed thought that Khan was going to be support held. All right. Well, either way, what we also see in the West is England makes a brave decision to convoy to Picardy. And I say brave because England doesn't have a building pocket, which means that France now has a walk to Liverpool. So that's not gone perfectly. Germany did not support
via army.
Yeah, I do notice that England did move to Sweden. So I think England expected support into Sweden and didn't get it from Keith here. We're seeing a little bit of that DiploRats podcast alliance up there. Keith, instead of taking Sweden for himself or putting England in, I accidentally moved to Sweden and went to North Sea for reasons. So Yeah, that's not
Mhm.
ideal for Andrew. This year has gone quite badly. Badly for him.
I mean,
Jared,
I think
it's not too bad.
if Baltic had supported Norway to Sweden, North would have walked into Norway and you would have gotten into the North Sea. Although it gives England to build, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible this was actually all by agreement, and England was like, well, I want to cover Norway from Russia, but I also need something to be able to support whole channel, so maybe you can take North Sea. If that was the agreement, I'd be surprised that Keith didn't follow through on it, because if you're being offered North Sea, you should probably just take it. Also, Italy coming west is notable there.
Yeah. Surely the Diplomats podcast won't roll the board if England and France are at each other's throats, right? Oh, wait, that helps it? Oh. Well. Oh, dear. Build for Germany. Build for Austria. Both of them are kind of predictable, but we'll see them anyway. Oh, that.
Are they? Are they, Patrick? That doesn't look so predictable.
Your favorite.
Your favorite, Patrick.
That aged poorly. Listen, I only simp so hard for Fleet Trieste because I'm obligated to by the board, but it's still pretty cool in this case. Also a fleet keel for Germany, which makes sense because Russia's not investing anything to help them in the north. And the English...
You think that fleet's anti-Russian? I don't think that fleet's anti-Russian at all.
I don't think it's anti-Russian.
I think after not supporting England in Sweden, I think that fleet is in straight into Heldel and Barstow after the English.
Germany can't afford to build it.
Fleet Trieste is usually anti-Italian, but in this case may not be because Turkey's in Ionian. It may be, we need to kick them back. You're Interradian. You need an extra fleet help. It may not be anti-Italian yet, I guess, is the better way of phrasing that.
Yeah. Or Sabi can just say, but Andy, if you didn't want me to build my own fleets, maybe you shouldn't let Turkey into Ionian so that I have to defend Adriatic and all these other spaces that Turkey could annoy me from. It's your fault. Sorry, bestie. It's a pretty good impression. All right, spring 1903, on to Craig.
And it looks as though we were all right about that fleet and keel. It does go to Heldel and fight. And Baltic walks into Sweden as Sweden takes Norway. England gets some revenge by taking Belgium back from the Germans. Munich, though, gets advanced into Burgundy, which is interesting, as Burgundy covers Paris. Liverpool falls as expected. Italy convoys Tunis to Tuscany. There's a bounce in Marseille. And Karl retreats into the Eastern Med, whereas it had a walk into Naples and could possibly, and would have, probably not. And then Black convoys Romania over the sea into Ankara while dropping down into Armenia. So pretty good for Ed there.
Second time lucky.
Yeah.
Same order set as last time, but this time it actually works. Carl attempted to block the alternative order set this time by spot holding Con, but unfortunately not. Although I noticed to be still supported in, so maybe Ed was suspecting that there was a leak last turn, and that's why it didn't work. And so he said, "Yeah, support me into Con," and then just moved the other way instead. Potentially,
there's an idea. I'm a spiteful son of a gun sometimes, so I would have convoyed into Liverpool, I think, if I were France. But I guess they can do the objectively better play. That's fine, too. Okay, sure.
Convoy into Liverpool while having England in Picardy and Italy in Piedmont would have been ambitious.
Okay, but consider the fun factor. Into the fall, Craig.
Into the fall. So, looking in the west, Mid-Atlantic comes to English Channel, and Marseille is taken by Italian-German cooperation while Italy moves into Gulf of Lyon. North Sea falls to Russian-German cooperation. Who would have seen that coming? And why? Oh, Belgium doesn't go because Holland is cut. In the east, not a lot happens. I see a lot of red arrows, self-bouncing. Yeah, not much going on in the east there, other than Khan falls to the Austrian coming in from Bulgaria, supported by the Russian.
There's a missed tactical win up there in the north, actually. Because you're tapping North Sea and attacking Belgium, Holland wasn't at risk. So you could have done Holland to Belgium, supported by Ruhr, covered Holland with Helderland, and because all Helderland did was support Holland anyway. It wasn't supporting the attack on North Sea. So that would have just been a better way to take North Sea, and in this case also recapture Belgium. So a bit of a missed opportunity there, but getting Marseille, even if it's temporary, is quite nice.
Yeah. So a windfall for Germany. I assume that'll turn into yet another army to continue throwing at France. Sure enough, it does. And a North Coast fleet for Ed. So still some naval reinforcements on that front as well. Kind of a win-win for the GR in this winter phase.
Austria.
A wave from Austria, yes. Don't see many of those. Seems like if there's a situation for it, though, it's probably this one because Russia's so far away from you in terms of their armies. So,
it's quite common, I think, in an era at this stage when you haven't decided, am I going to go into Germany, am I going to go into Italy, or am I going to go into Russia? It's a good way of, I don't need any units at this stage. I'll just wave and look a bit less threatening.
All right. Spring of 1904. McCullis, just how threatening is Austria, really?
Not very at all. So at the moment, they're not doing any of them. Russia does not take Constantinople, though, Smyrna rather, because Constantinople defends Smyrna, which is probably not agreed, but could also just be, I don't want you taking it in spring, but I don't mind you taking it in fall. But beyond that, the East is mostly just holds and covering of stuff with Black to Rum, Sev to Ukraine. Italy, instead of taking Marseille and pushing Germany forward, instead does a nice little convoy straight into Spain, which is very good for Andy and probably not as good for Keith, who could lose Marseille while Andy keeps Spain here. France, meanwhile, is prioritizing defending from the southern direction, so doesn't care about Burgundy, which Germany walks into, but does pull out a channel and down to Gascony to try and make a stand in Iberia. England is now kicked out of Belgium, but can only retreat it to Picardy, continuing to enmesh those two at each other's borders. North Sea is, however, bounced, which is useful. So Germany is in Channel, but not necessarily in a position to take anything this year. Russia switches some stuff around to get Barents, get that fleet out to compete into Barents.
Oh yeah, Russia continues to leave Germany alone. Germany is just crushing this game.
Yeah, I think Italy should take Marseille, whether or not they do. In this case, they don't. They let Germany keep Marseille. Germany doesn't take anything other than Belgium, so it's only +1, but it is still a really nice position for them. And I think Italy...
He gets Norway as well.
Oh, yeah, they get Norway as well, with the agreement of the Russians, because Germany really needed the extra build.
Yep.
Maybe Ed is paying back those dots down from allies in the previous round. But yeah, this was Andy's problem as well, in that Austria had a very good stab on him. And so either you take Marseille or you cover Venice. I think just tapping Marseille as he did is not the way to go. And unfortunately, Andy's position is kind of imploding. So Austria walks to Venice and we'll get a walk to Rome, because Ionian retreated to Adriatic and can't cover Rome. And Austria also has a walk to Tunis. So very nice for Sabine. Very effective stab. Only puts down 1 this year, but will put down quite a bit more when they take those Italian dots.
I think, doesn't Sabine have a build-in pocket?
Yeah.
Yeah, they still do.
Takes 1 this year, yeah.
What is Spain doing? Is Spain supporting Marseille to Gascony?
Yeah,
it was
supporting Keith forward, yeah.
Yeah, so the net effect of this is Sabine is suddenly in the driver's seat, and we have something of a GAR alliance, a RAG alliance, if you will, which we can rag on if it fails, but maybe it won't. I don't really get the point of Ruhr going back to Munich here, by the way. It should be support holding something. But anyway, Keith, you're still doing well, so we'll give you a break on that. +2 for him, +2 for Sabi, and +0 for anyone else.
Were they worried about not having a place to retreat from Burgundy?
Oof. Well, no, because if Ruhr supports Burgundy, then France doesn't have the strength to force it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there'll always be a retreat to Munich. It's possible they were worried that Austria was going to come to the line. Yeah. They didn't know that Austria was going to gut Italy instead.
Now, this is an interesting build phase. First of all, Austria builds Army Budapest instead of Vienna, which means they're not getting any play on Munich, and they're playing cagely towards Russia, maybe planning to blow up that fleet, or at least that's what they'll be saying. And also, the 4th German fleet comes down. Now, the rule I tend to play by most of the time as Germany is the 2nd fleet is anti-no one, maybe anti-Russian. The third fleet is anti-English, and the fourth fleet is anti-everybody. Because if you're in that position where you can afford 4 fleets, you can probably win the game on your own. So what are your thoughts on that, guys? And how would you be feeling right now if you were Russia about either of those?
Russia is in North Sea and Norwegian Sea with their 2 northern fleets. I think you have justification for saying, yeah, maybe I do need some more fleet power on this board to be safe.
Okay, so Keith will argue it from a mostly defensive standpoint. Fair enough. Okay.
Are you just going to ignore the fleet failed by Austria?
Well,
I mean, that one makes sense, though.
That was an obvious one. Yeah, Adriatic is a threat until you remove it. So they're going to remove it with that fresh fleet. Very sensible. Spring of 05, Craig.
The Adriatic fleet is not removed. It is allowed to bounce Albania out of the Ionian Sea. However, that does allow Ionian to advance into the Tyrrhenian Sea, and Austria takes Rome. Russia is given, I'm assuming, given Khan by agreement as Bulgaria walks to Greece and Khan walks back to Bulgaria. In the north, Russia walks into Norway as Germany takes the North Sea. It looks like a forward retreat play. The north
Why didn't Russia get into Edinburgh? Was that a misorder?
It looks like Norwegian has supported Norway to Eddie.
Oh dear.
Yep. That would be why.
That's costly.
I guess I gave them a little too much credit. That isn't a forward retreat play. It's just a misorder.
It's not costly because they'll take it in the fall, but
never assume competence when you can assume idiocy from Ed Sullivan.
Wow. He's
Italy
still watching this, you know.
Exactly.
Italy does take Marseille from Spain, but that allows France to follow in with Portugal. Germany retreats to Gascony, which is not a bad place for Germany to be, except that Germany leaves the Channel and moves up to the Irish Sea, which will have a walk into Liverpool.
I mean, we are at the phase of the game where Ed Sullivan goes, "Oh, my allies, you need to give me your dots." And
I mean,
Constantinople and Norway at the same time. But it's the only way to balance this out in a fair way.
Yeah, he's about to invoke this.
He's Austria.
He's going to invoke the Sullivan Doctrine right now.
Yeah.
He is 1 behind Austria, 2 behind Germany. He gave up Norway last year. Time to pay the piper, guys. Come on, you're getting more stuff in the West. That's fair.
Of course it is.
It is fair. Yeah, Ed, you're right. It was fair. All right, into the fall. Craig.
So, Ed does take Eddie appropriately this time, and they try to convoy Norway across the North Sea into York, but that doesn't go because London bounces it. Along, just following the Russia-Germany cooperation. Yeah, Irish walks into Liverpool as we expected. Burgundy falls to a supported Ruhr, and Belgium moves into Picardy. Marseille is held. Austria takes Tunis and Ionian Sea, keeps Rome, and back in the deep east, not much going on.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
When I looked at this scoring system initially, I was like, 5 centers at the top. The Fogels look quite good in this system, or 12-12-10s or stuff like that. And I was a little surprised not to have seen any before now, but I would not be shocked at all if that's how this ended up with the 11-11-11-1 from the guy who invented that effectively.
Yep. Remember, folks, the Fogel is named the Fogel in jest. Brandon Fogel had nothing to do with it. It's Ed Sullivan's thing, and he just blamed it on Brandon Fogel because that's fun to do. So we go into winter of 05. +1 for Austria, +3 for Ed Sullivan, which is not threatening to anybody at all. He swears on his life.
But I had to be in Norway, Keith. I had to give you a disband. It's the only way this alliance was fair.
Yeah. I mean, that 4th fleet you built, it was built for defense, and now my fleets are moving away from you. So obviously you don't need that anymore. You can just pull Helgoland. It's fine. Totally fine. And he does. And Ed builds North Coast and waves too, because that's what he would do in this situation. And Austria also waves because there's just that much trust in the air right now. And fleet breast from France. Things are going to continue to roll here, I suspect.
Yeah.
Callis, yep.
Yeah, so now they're moving down, taking position in the Mediterranean. France does blow up a German unit in Gascony, so some nice little defense going on by Andy and Jared there. But it's rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic again. This is just GAR charging forward into delightful positions, and Ed has to be in North Sea because something has to cover it. Sorry, Keith. Like, it's the only way we can cover this. I know I have a 2-dot stab on you to put devastating position down, but I won't take it. It's fine.
Because I can't build 5.
So true.
Okay, I do want to shout out this great tactical play from France and Italy. They blew up Gascony.
Yeah.
It's a strength 5 outbrace of a strength 3, which you don't see very often, that many units committed to one contested space. But it's a shame that this is all in vain for Jared, because I think he's played just fine in this game, for the most part. Fall of 1906, McCullis.
Fall of 1906, and France correctly guesses to defend Brest, and it works because Austria didn't cut mid-Atlantic. Beyond that, the only thing that falls is London goes to Keith, and everything else sort of stays the same. This stuff in the east could still be arranged, so yes, Ed is making a supported attack on Bulgaria, but it's easy to defend. It's like, oh, I'm just making sure you don't move up to Serbia and put more units next to me. But also, Austria pulls another army back to Trieste, which is a little bit notable. Is in Ionian, so if Sabi is having thoughts about going for the win, they are beginning to look more plausible.
Yeah, and again, Jared's pretty much doing everything perfectly here in their defense in terms of what they can do, and the guesses and all that. So, Jared, I don't know how new you are. Maybe you've been going to DiploRats games for a while. I don't know, but if you are new, just know the fact that you die, if you do die here, it has no bearing on indicating how you actually played. You've played great, and sometimes things work out this way in spite of that, because three-way alliances are things that some evil people like to do. And I'm not saying Ed is evil. I'm just saying that Ed is sometimes evil when he's not allied with me. All right, so +2 for Germany, +2 for Austria. Can't put them down. +2 for Russia. So obviously this alliance is perfectly balanced and not skewed in favor of Ed in any way. That's what I can take from that. Oh, see, there you go. That fleet that Keith had to disband last year, it's right back on the board. So it's like Ed never had to take it from him. And then an army in Berlin as well for good measure. Ed waves, Sabi waves, good vibes all around. Into Spring 07, Craig, continued dismemberment of France. And we're going to...
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of walk through this. I think that we're just seeing just the systematic... And I mean, it's right now, it's who's going to be the one.
Yep, Andy won't be the one.
It's France. It's definitely France.
It's going to be Jared. And if they're going to leave him on 1, they are. Or is somebody going to
No, they won't.
No.
Somebody's going to get it.
This is 12-12-10.
Yep. 12-12-10 in favor of Ed and Keith. I'm not surprised to see that because Sabi doesn't have that hyper-competitive spirit. They care more about having fun. And this, was, I'm sure, was a fun
good first round as well. Like all 3 of them had good first rounds. So
good God,
these are
the
to give
these are the worst games. They're just the absolute worst games. Because you know what happened? They heard the board call. Ed, Sabi, and Keith all looked at each other and winked, and that was it.
Yep. Sabi loves triple alliances.
Probably didn't even have to talk to each other.
Yeah. But hey, congrats. Well done to them for recognizing that at board call and making the plan around it and executing it. That's still an important skill in itself, and it shows the class of all of them to follow through on it really well. Tactically, it was a great game from them as well. It was very efficient. They finished with 1 year to spare and got all their goals achieved in that time. So well done to Keith and Ed especially, but also Sabi for their role in it. And Ed's giving us some background. Oh yeah, Sabi agreed to this not because they totally don't care about winning, but because they entered the game with a 2-point lead over Ed and Keith, so that was a nice little bargaining chip.
So it's only fair that they come out of it with a 1-point deficit.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
Anyway, we're going to bring Shane back. Shane, I mean, this feels like your kind of game. This feels like more your speed. So how do you grade their performance in this triple?
Well, I mean, it worked, right? It was efficient. Everyone got what they wanted. It was well done. Like, it's nice to hear from Ed that, this was, had to be managed along and wasn't, some sort of predetermined thing. when you can make these things work when there's that tension, it's good that you can get out, because there were incentives for people to kind of stab and go further, but I think they managed it really well by waiving builds and all that sort of stuff to kind of get to where they needed to go. And I totally get it with this kind of scoring system. This is all just going to be set up for a round 3, just knockout fight basically. Like, and that's where board draw really starts to come into play. That's the randomness of this game is in the board draw, and that kind of is what potentially decides things. So, I mean, I get why they've got here. Yeah, I kind of thought you might see the 1, but I guess when a scoring system is this tight, when it's just single digits, you're going to run the risk of seeing this sort of thing where that does kind of come into play a lot easier. So, I mean, it's fine. I love Seville's Austria, but anyway.
Yeah, but this was an unusual triple. We should point that out. Like, RAG is not exactly the normal way that that one of these 11-11-11s ends up with. So it's an unusual selection of powers. AR usually seen as a weaker alliance in the east, GR as a weaker one in the north, and in both cases they made them work. Effectively spread dissent between everyone else and reap the reward.
It was a savage RG early. I thought it was really, really good.
RGs really aren't even that weak tactically in terms of the position they start with. It's just finding those openings and building fleets at the right times and keeping that trust of each other to use them correctly. So great job on that to them again. And we're going to transition over now to the last game in round number 2. And we're going to give Michalis a break this time. So see you again in a bit. And as for the rest of us, we are going to review this board. In Austria, Karthik Konath. In England, Justin Lohr. In France, Ollie Kolvenbach. In Germany, Andrew Wu. In Italy, Ryan Brown. In Russia, David Cohen. And in Turkey, Rob O'Brien. So we've got Karthik, who had the single highest score of anybody in round 1. Does that pay target on his back, especially because Italy is very much in the hunt? We'll see. Shane, what sticks out to you most coming into this board?
Andrew Wu double boarding as well is something that stands out to me.
Good catch. Yeah.
He'll want a good game. Justin Laura won a good game after being eliminated in round 1, so that kind of influences things a little as well. Karthik will have to work, and same with David Cohen. I think he went out fairly early, so he'd be hoping to kind of get a bit of a decent score moving forward. And Rob O'Brien as well, by the way. Like, he'd be the one kind of. I think it's about the Karthik-Rob alliance in the East and what they want to do with it, and in the West, it's about Andrew and Justin and what they want to do with it, I suspect.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's sit back and see how long it takes for there to be an AI war or some other war involving Justin, perhaps. What's going to happen here? Spring 1901. Jane.
Very safe standard opening from Justin as England. Some very same boring stuff from Holly in France. They're all just doing like very standard stuff. This is Warsaw to Livonia by David is probably the only slightly unconventional thing happening here that tends to freak Germany out. So that'll be interesting. I find it interesting how much Germany freaks out at that. And I guess the only other interesting thing is Vienna to Trieste. So there's no Trieste loan for you, Ryan Brown. Not that you necessarily wanted one. But it'll be interesting to see the Denmark, Sweden thing. That's kind of the only thing that really jumps out at me so far.
Yep. A few Sweden bounces in this tournament so far. Will there be another one?
Yeah, more than I would expect.
No, but there'll be a convoy.
The convoy. And that's why Germany generally wants to bounce Sweden, because they don't like that. It freaks them out. So there you go, David pulling it off. And he also takes rum to go up 2. Black Sea's all sorted out already. They're not going to bounce that anymore. Picks up 2. Convoy. Yeah, this is just standard stuff. The other interesting thing, I suppose, is that Holly goes to cover Burgundy to no avail, and Justin manages to convoy into Belgium. So it'll be interesting to see how he pivots from there. I do want to give a very quick shout out to David Cohen, who was one of the people who was involved when I started to play Diplomacy Online many, many years ago. This is a phrase that will only make sense, a word that will make sense to only a few people, but it's good to see there are a few Cat 23 people still playing.
That's probably some ancient early internet reference of some kind.
It is play by email, hand adjudicated play by email.
You guys.
No robots, just humans.
What do you guys think? Is this a rat?
After the
I think it's a little early to tell. I mean, the fleet, the Russian fleet is in Romania.
And David saying Germany wasn't freaked out by this sequence of events at all, which might be the first time I've heard of Germany react like that to this from Russia.
We'll see what Russia puts down.
Yeah. If you feel like,
Fleet
yep, there you
North
go.
Coast. That would make a bit more sense.
I love it.
Alrighty then. Fleet Kiel as well for Germany. Notably, no fleets for France, so perhaps some mistrust towards Germany or some kind of affinity towards England. Either way, Justin Lohr, personally, he's not someone I would want to give a free walk in the English Channel to, but it's Holly's funeral, so we'll see. Spring 1902. Oh, Craig might be working out fine.
I see that London gets convoyed into Holland, supported by Belgium, and that's interesting. Germany is supporting Bothnia into Sweden. Sweden's going to Finland, but I'm not sure how that's going to work out since Eddie went to Norwegian. France just kind of moving up into Gascony. Portugal stays in the most neutral spot a French fleet can. And it looks like, this is going to be odd for this tournament, but it looks like there might be an heir. Serbia goes to Bulgaria and gets in, blows up that unit. Black is taken by Romania. Sev goes to Armenia. Yeah. So we'll see. This looks heirish.
Yep.
And not much happens to Turkey here compared to what could have happened, except Italy gets into the Aegean Sea, supported by Greece. That's an interesting move. So Trieste goes to Tyrolia, and Serbia and Albania southbound in Trieste. I'm assuming that's to open up for a build. It may be building a Trieste fleet here, and Michalis was right about the rat. In the north, Russia takes Norway, and Germany takes back Holland, piffing that English army. And also Burgundy takes Ruhr, piffing that German army. So yeah, EF are fighting against, looks like RG in the north.
Yeah. The risk always with running an EF and committing to that as England is that if Russia's inclined to do so, they can just kind of ruin your day as you try and commit units towards German dots. And that's what we may be seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's a rat as well, if that forms still, then could be a field day for France in the end.
We'll see if that red fleet gets put down. Yep.
Called it, Craig.
I didn't call it. I think Michalis actually called it in the chat. I'm just looking at why else would you self-bounce in Trieste in that situation?
Anyway, another North Coast fleet for David Cohen, because he likes those things, and he should. Army Berlin for Germany. It's really the only sensible thing there. And then Fleet Trieste as well. So I'm not liking Ryan's position all of a sudden. Hate to say it, but it's true. And now we go into spring of 1903. And Shane, will it get any better for our poor friend Ryan?
Well, he kept Venice. That's good. No, he's still got friends. Look, Rob's helping him to Ionian. I think it's all right. I mean, he's stuck in Tunis, which is a little unfortunate, but it also means that Holly can't nick Tunis from him. So I suppose that's all right. Could be worse. Adriatic and Trieste and Tyrolia isn't the best for a long-term future, but it's all right for now. Let's enjoy our spring. David does manage to get into Ankara with the convoy, which is nice to see. Otherwise, Rob manages to kind of hold the line in Con, and he manages to retreat to Smyrna. I do love David's full commit with his 3 northern fleets in 03. That is very firm decisions being made. Although it doesn't get too far, the Germans get into North Sea, which is going to make things a little more difficult for Justin, but it seems like they're just making a mess of each other at the minute, the English and the Germans.
Yeah, Justin's in a little trouble there in the north, except, you might not think that losing London's a big deal here, but that's just one less place that you can build with your 2 dots you're getting from the mainland.
Yeah, and not to mention there's the continued pressure of the Russians being in Norwegian now, and then pushing on Skagerrak and just grind. I mean, he's not going to have any problems from Holly, but at the same time, like it gets so messy and horrible. Yeah. Ryan's still all right. Manages to fend off the attack on Venice, which is nice. Stays the same, but he's losing position as Holly rolls into Tyrrhenian Sea.
Yeah,
that could be there to help too.
He has a friend in the Tyrrhenian Sea.
Right? Yeah. No, I've quite often been the friend in Tyrrhenian Sea.
I think it's a friend to begin with.
Yeah, it's about when it shifts or when it can no longer be helpful. Like when the Italian position collapses, and in that position you want to be the one with Italy saying, "Well, you didn't do me wrong, take them." So I think Holly's playing it pretty smart.
So I think this year can safely put to bed any notion about the RT fighting being a screen for an actual rat. Maybe it's just Karthik and David decided to get together at the start of the game and run a pure AR. That's even rarer than the AR we saw with Ed and Sabi. And I, frankly, could not be happier about that. Love those things. Okay, +1 for David, -1 for Rob, +1 for Justin, but that's going to be very much tied up, as Shane alluded to. Army Eddie? Army Seb is kind of self-explanatory, but Shane, do you like the Army here for England?
Again, maybe it's the point of it is to be a disincentive, like he can continue to press the attack on the Germans and on the mainland and make life difficult with the army in Edinburgh as a defensive thing. It's playing for time more than anything else, I would suspect. I believe it's with Craig.
Yep.
So Norwegian gets into North Sea, supported by the German in London, while North Sea decides to go to Helgoland, I suppose, just to be like, well, I can salvage keep my dots on the mainland. France gets into Munich because Munich was trying to take Kiel. And then Russia blows up that British fleet in the Skagerrak, which looks like it may end up being rebuilt, which is not a bad thing for Justin.
Yeah.
In the south, because we're kind of north and south game here instead of east and west, France waltzes into Naples and Austria takes Venice. There's, I think there's this little movement. Greece goes to the Aegean. That's going to get taken away pretty easily and likely blown up. There it goes, gets blown up. So does Rome. Ouch. Ooh, Italy. Ouch. So Austria is just making quick work of Italy. Austria did really well there. Took 2 dots. Russia takes Smyrna. And then in the north, Russia expands a little bit. Norwegian, Helgoland, and north. That's a hell of a position for Russia in the end of 1904. I think is England getting 2 rebuilds? 1, 2, 3, 4,
yes.
5.
They lost nothing,
so
and that's getting help.
Wow, that could actually be very fortuitous for Justin.
Yeah, but at the same time, this is really where a Russian northern position can get very dangerous because it's sort of like with Turkey. Another. Sorry, go ahead, Patrick. Sorry, it's sort of like with Turkey, where a common strategy with Turkey will just be or with Italy will be to just slowly pluck different fleets out of the Med from other powers one by one, just to give yourself that freedom more gradually and base your strategy around that. It can be the same for Russia in the north, and you can just blow up this thing in Skagerrak. You can weaken Germany a little bit, weaken England a little bit, whenever you have the opportunity, and then all of a sudden, your 3 fleets, when they might otherwise be super hemmed in Scandinavia, are now in dominant positions, and you might become an explosive solo threat if things go well for you from there. So very dangerous for everyone else at the moment. I would reconsider maybe my relationship with David at the moment. If I'm Karthik, maybe ask for rum. All right. So into winter. +2.
Let's see another northern fleet from Russia here. There's 4 northern fleets by Russia is a pretty crushing position.
Yeah. So +2, England, France, Austria, and then +1 for Russia. So things are starting to close up a little bit at the top. None of these builds, I guess the Russian build's a little interesting because you could argue Warsaw, could argue North Coast, but both of them will be towards the same goal either way at this point.
I'm expecting North Coast here.
Yeah, probably not.
I'm guessing Army Warsaw.
All right, well, let's find out. Oh, it's Army Warsaw.
Yeah, I didn't see that army in
Silesia
there.
Yeah. And Germany does not disband it. They pull the fleet in English Channel instead, which is something of a blessing for France, as they can easily fill that hole, and England can easily retake London now. Well, not easily, but a little less painfully they still have those Russian fleets to worry about, but things are freeing up a little bit. And then, of course, the third Austrian fleet. We have back-to-back games where Austria has built 3 fleets or more, and this is a special occasion, so cherish it while it's here. Spring 1905, Shane.
Off we go. Russia takes Edinburgh, forcing a retreat. Yorkshire manages to walk back to London, which is very nice for Justin, but he's going to have to try and extricate the Russians from Edinburgh. Poor old Andrew's had a pretty tough trot this tournament so far. He's losing Berlin. He's keeping Denmark, though, with some help from helping to pick up Kiel with some help from David. So that's working nicely. Rob continues to defend as best he can, but there comes a point at which you can't do it anymore, and that's now as the Russian fleet in black goes to Con, and Karthik is going into Naples and will be looking to expand from here. Another game where we're seeing Austria as the Mediterranean fleet power. The only thing to rival Austria right now there is that French fleet in the Mediterranean Sea, and it ain't doing much. There's also potential for this rather disturbing situation to happen where Rhine in Italy stays alive but has no units on the board if there's a bounce in Tunis this turn. So let's see if that manifests.
And then the rules would force him to stay at the game table and do nothing. No, I'm kidding. No one makes that rule. But it would be funny. It'd be very funny if someone was made to do that. Anyway, that fate is averted. Ryan takes Tunis.
There you go. So Holly's gone into Tunis. Of course, she's now pushing on Channel. She's got if she can switch here and start working with David, it's going to be very difficult for Justin. It's been a really good game from Holly so far from what I've seen. But Karthik now is getting positioned. Tyrrhenian Sea, Ionian means the French Tunis is only going to be for a little while. We still see more coordination here from Austria and Russia as well. And you get the great thing that you love to get as Austria, as Germany, as Russia, where you're in the Med and also in the North Sea, North Atlantic, all those things. The question is, can David get his fleets to touch before the end of the game? Let's keep rolling forward and see.
That's the real question.
Yeah, I think Holly's playing a really good game here.
Yeah.
I mean, and not having a lot of agency to be able to make gains, but still doing a really good job. Still got an upward curve there on her center count.
Yeah. And Tunis might seem like a useless acquisition here because Karthik is going to take it back immediately. But even if that's the case and Holly can't replace it, it's still useful to put a unit down. So you're essentially replacing the Tunis fleet with another unit that you might need in a more pressing location, like another fleet in Brest to shore up. If you're going to get supported into North Sea, then you can backfill that, for example. So it's still quite valuable. Very well done by Holly. At the moment,
this is a tough pivot point for her to work out what to do here, because if she doesn't cut a deal here with England or manage to get Russia to stab Austria, then Karthik's just going to run wild in the Med with his fleets. It's a challenging position.
Yeah. But either way, we see Army Moscow, Fleet North Coast. So we've got that alarm bell ringing now, as Brotherboard likes to put it. 4 northern fleets means Russia is a solo threat most of the time. Of course, not if they've lost the entire south and they're just a fleet factory, but that's not what's happening here. So, well, let's play who do you like. Shane, do you think there is a real Russian solo threat here, or is someone else going to come back potentially?
This Russia disturbingly resembles my Russia at the Melbourne Open earlier in the year, and I was very deliberately not trying to win that tournament on top of that board. I was just out to have some fun, and it was a lot of fun being in that position. No, I'm dead serious. You can go back and watch it. This is a lot of fun to be playing, and if David wants to swing for the fences here, he can. There's enough kind of Germany and England are small enough that he can make all of this work for him. And it seems diplomatically that I think Karthik would fancy himself to be able to get in a position to pick up more stuff in the Med and also to potentially try and fight David if he needs to. I don't know. It's going to be interesting how they manage that situation.
He's pretty vulnerable in the south, though. He's kind of soft in the middle there in that Romania, Sev, Ukraine, Gal area. And he's just got that one fleet in the south that can be pushed around, and be kind of just a punching bag for Karthik's 3 fleets down there. If Karthik says to France, hey, just go north, I'm going to stab Russia, that could curtail Russia's game pretty quickly.
Being in this position as David is really challenging too, because if you don't build a fleet on the north coast and you build Army Sev, then you're going to scare the bejesus out of Austria. So then what you do is you end up making this fleet north coast build, which is tons of fun and you can keep pushing forward. But geez, it makes you vulnerable through the middle. You have to feel really diplomatically confident that you're not going to get stabbed, which is the situation I found myself in in Melbourne. Like, it was just like, well, I'm comfortable diplomatically here, but it's super risky. Like, if someone wants to stab you, they're going to go to town on you in this situation. This is where it gets really tricky as Russia trying to balance it. It depends on what David is trying to achieve here. If he really wants to go at it, and Karthik really wants to stop him, he will, because Karthik will get another couple of builds and just throw down more armies and go straight through the middle.
Yeah.
All right. Now into spring of 1906. Craig?
All right, so let's see. The Austrian-Russian border is very secure. They're moving away from each other. Karthik continues to move his fleets west and actually is escorting Russian fleets west at the same time. So it looks like there's still a good alliance there. In the west, we've got, as Shane predicted, English Channel gets supported into the North Sea. Eddie went to Clyde, and unfortunately, that's going to let Clyde walk into Liverpool in the fall. But there is a French fleet in the North Sea now, so Eddie will be at risk there. Denmark gets put into Kiel by Russia, which is interesting. So Russia has somehow got Germany on his side. And in the fall, the Kiel unit gets kicked, well, would have gotten kicked out, but it went back into Denmark, supported by Russia again. There's a lot of, it's like a bowl of spaghetti there with all the orders. But in the end, Bohemia ends up in Munich, so that's going to become an Austrian dot. Liverpool gets walked into, and Russia keeps Eddie. The North Sea is convoying London over to Denmark. I think that was kind of wishful thinking that was going to get in there. So France loses Tunis as their change instead of taking Eddie, which I think may have been a better call there.
Yeah. So things tighten up once again. France kind of dropping out of the race here as they're rolled back a little bit with Tunis, but Austria and Russia within one of one another, and there are dots on their border that they could use to quote unquote even out the score towards the end of the game. Two armies from Austria.
Oh, come on, build a fleet.
Afraid not. 2 armies from Austria, 1 from Russia. Holland, Belgium, Yorkshire come off in the west, so even more room for France to maneuver, even if they are still going down in number, and even more room for Russia to maneuver as well, if they want to take a shot at London here. Into spring 1907, Shane.
This is whatever Russia and Austria want it to be at this point in time. I'm sure everyone else is pretty happy for a draw here. Let me start in Austria, because I don't think I've started in Austria recently. Karthik's into West Med. Holly comes down to NAF and Gulf of Lyon, but they're also getting David into Tyrrhenian Sea, so they'll keep pushing through the Med there. Karthik also backfilling Ionian Sea. It's all going, everything's going west fleet-wise. There's a bounce in Marseille, but pushing up to Tuscany. This is just going to keep pushing. The Austrians are just going to keep pushing west. Looking up in the north, we still see Andrew doing what he can with a little bit of help from David. Seems like he's going to stay on 2 right now, despite Justin's best efforts to try and get into Denmark. David's also in Irish and North Sea now. Again, it's about what David and Karthik want to do here. That's basically where we are now.
Yeah,
we're getting very close to the point where those fleets could meet after all between Russia in the Med and Russia in the North. So.
I hope he manages, because I was a year short, I think. So
about time.
I ran out of time.
And David is trying to clarify that this was actually similar to last game. This was a rag the entire time, really. Germany, Austria, Russia were equal partners, and it's less. No, it's not that. It's not Nayar that's just using Germany as their declining meat shield. No. It is a full partnership. I'm sure Andrew is very happy with the state of affairs right now. So good to know that bond of friendship remained unbroken throughout the game. And we will go to fall of 07 to see what turns that friendship takes next.
It's me, isn't it? Let's go into the Med again. They've got Russians in Lyon, which is nice. Can't get into Mao, unfortunate. But again, I mean, Piedmont's force now, Munich's force. You've got Austrians now in Kiel. So that's France back another one. what have we got now? We've got Germany still on 2, and again, all at the indulgence of Russia. Is England still got London, and that's about it, right? Or Holland as well. Yeah, there's a bounce in Holland as well. It's just, I think we're going to move on. It's just rolling, because why wouldn't it? With this scoring system, it really kind of incentivizes this sort of play. I think, like, pick and stick and just roll.
Yeah. So we're not ready for the Russian conquest of Iberia at the moment, but we shall get it either way, I suspect. What's going on here in the chat? Oh, yeah. Do you guys agree with this? Holly building all armies kind of ruined Andrew's game. It didn't help, you would have to say.
Didn't help. Yeah.
Limited his flexibility early on.
It probably cost her in the long run against Karthik as well, not having enough boats down the bottom. Because if she can hold Tunis, like, she can slow him down, and she shifts channel down to Mao, and she's not trying to push on North Sea and stuff like that. I think that makes sense.
Yep. And just as we saw in the chat, just a reminder to not post any spoilers about things we haven't seen in the games yet until it's all over. Thank you very much. Spring 1908, Craig.
Yep. Austria moves forward into Holland, and they let Germany into Kiel. Russia self-bounces Berlin. Not sure why that is. Attempted convoy by, well, Baltic was convoying London to Denmark. I'm not an expert at tactics, but I'm not sure that that's going to work. France comes back to mid-Atlantic, and yeah, it's just continued marching ever so stolidly eastward by the AR.
Yep. Notably, the self-bounce in Berlin here indicates that maybe Germany could get a build here.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're trying to set. They're trying to set
Unless,
up.
I mean, was there a way that Kiel wasn't guaranteed? You know, so.
No, there was not.
Not really, unless Germany had flipped. But
yeah. So over to fall.
Over to fall. Thank you for playing, Justin. As London falls and Holland is Austrian, Germany does get a build here. I wonder if this smells like it might be ending soon. 12-12, 6-3, 12-12.
13-13, 5-3.
Oh, is that? Yeah.
We have one more year if somebody wants to push the issue further, especially looking at David on that front. I believe you mentioned earlier that he wants a lone top, so
no,
but he doesn't. Game over.
There's no incentive for them to break there, I don't think, especially going into round 3 when it's so close. You actually want good relationships going forward.
A score of 14 is, I mean, from what the scores we've been seeing, the biggest score I think we saw today was a 19. So 14 is pretty good.
It's the same as a 9-center lone top, so not bad at all. Good business there from David and Karthik. Well managed by them, and a game-long AR that never really used Italy that much in the early game. So we welcome Michalis back. What are your thoughts on all that?
I mean, obviously, really, really well played AR. Not overly surprised with Karthik. I said at the start of the stream, he has a very boom or bust game as Austria. If you don't kill him early on, he tends to have a very good game, and that's what he did. And David played an excellent Russia, so really nice partnership between the two of them. I know this was a time unlimited round, so there are like questions of could they have pushed this alliance further while sticking together. I agree that I don't think they'd have been going for the stabbers either.
Oh, I'm so tired. I completely forgot to mention that. Yeah, all of these round 2 games were untimed. That was was intimated to me by Johnny.
So I mean, I look at that and I do go, yeah, France is pulling a couple more units. I reckon you could probably get 15-15 without terrifying each other over solo threats, but it's also been a long day. It's only a couple more points, and exhaustion is something that plays a factor. Hunger first, wanting to go socialize. I understand not grinding out those last couple of dots each.
Yeah. So let's go over to the standings now. We're done with round 2. And as we head into round 3, these are the contenders that we have to watch out for. Really, it boils down to 4 players at this point that have broken away from the rest. Karthik Konath all the way up here on his own with a massive 16 center top from round 1 and a shared top that we just saw in round 2. So he's ended the game. He's ended his games on a combined 29 centers. Kind of nuts. Ed Sullivan also with a top and a shared top, but not quite as big on either. Same with Keith Worstel, who actually hasn't soul topped the board yet. and Sabi, who had a top and a shared top as well. So it's really going to depend a lot on board draw and how these players manage relationships that maybe they've made throughout the weekend by this point. Who has offended who the most? None of them have really done that much stabbing, though. Like there was always a little bit of skullduggery that needed to happen for all of them to reach their respective positions. But I don't feel like any of them has played an especially stabby tournament. I mean, McCallus, who do you think has the advantage here coming into the end times?
Well, I mean, it's like Karthik has an 8-point advantage, which is quite big in this scoring system. So obviously Karthik does have the advantage. But if Karthik gets eliminated, it's not a 4-horse race. Like if Karthik is getting a decent score, then yeah, only the other 3 can overtake him realistically. But if Karthik gets eliminated, that brings people like Oliver, Richard, potentially even Jake and Andrew back in, because it's not impossible to get 10 more points or 8 more points or 6 more points than the guys who are in second. So it's not completely over for them, but it does mean that anyone else who isn't in that top 4 needs Karthik eliminated, and anyone who is in that top 4 that isn't Karthik probably still wants him eliminated, but doesn't need it necessarily.
I think if you're in position 5, 6, 7 here, you're kind of hoping to get put on Karthik's board.
Yeah,
so you guys can work together.
Just kill him.
Kill
it's
him.
a shame Richard doesn't have another game. Actually, that would be a real cat amongst the pigeons too. Get another score.
Yeah.
Do we know anything about the tiebreaker thing, Patrick? Given how tight this all looks, what sort of tiebreakers are there?
I will have a quick look. I didn't put it in my main notes, but it should be in the DBNI points application that I have access to. So I'll look that up. But in the meantime, Ed has mentioned
DM'd it to me, so I can actually read that out.
Oh, great.
First tie break is highest individual game score. Second tie break is best score in a game played head to head. Third tie break is second highest individual game score. So highest individual games. The moment Karthik definitely has that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Ed is claiming that he and Keith should have 26 points in the standings. Let's just go back and confirm that real quick, because this game was worth 12 points for both of them. That is accurate.
If you put that through winter.
Oh, that may be the case. There we go. Okay, does it reflect now? No, it's the same. That didn't really affect it. Strange. Either way,
sometimes that plays a part. It's possible it's because they didn't do a backstab before the winter phase. It the final winter to actually be entered.
We'll go back and just count to make sure if the margin is less than a point involving one of those two. So that's fine. In the meantime, Craig, I believe we should send you out for this next game. And we will proceed to round 3, board A. The first of our high stakes final round boards. Oh, actually, this one isn't especially high stakes because it doesn't have any of our top 4. Huh. All right. In Austria, we have Alex Maslow. In England, Karl Ronneberg. In France, Oliver Buck. In Germany, Andrew Zick. In Italy, John Bin. In Russia, Justin Lohr. And in Turkey, Matt Colburn. Jane, I think you can speak to this best. When there's a board that's the final round of the tournament, it's a timed round, no one's really in it on the board, so it all just becomes its own sort of self-contained thing. How does the mood of that board change compared to when people still feel like they can win?
Are you asking because of our board at WDC, Patrick? It depends on understanding.
I thought he was just saying you're often in a position you can't win tournaments. I thought it was some nice, like...
Well, that's just demonstrably false, McCallus. You know that.
Slander. You're trying to drive a wedge. How dare you?
You've kind of got to match the vibe of what everyone else wants to achieve, right? Like, so Zick and Bock are the two who might want to have a bit of a swing at it and have a puncher's chance, but you might also have people who are just kind of wanting to have fun and do something funny or weird, or, you know, they're starting to look at best countries and seeing if they can pull something out there. The incentives start to get shifted quite a lot. You do get this in tournaments sometimes where there's one board that's clearly not the one that's going to have the winner come off it unless something insane happens. So generally the vibe just seems to tend towards fun and trying to pick up some of those secondary awards, I suppose. But it would be interesting.
Yeah, countries are always... Yeah,
you think Oliver and Andrew are probably going to cancel each other out anyway, right? They both need a gigantic score, so they'll just cancel each other out. Like, they can roll a board together and get a nice, respectable score and, you know, get into the top 7 or whatever potentially, but that's about as far as it's going for them without soloing it, I suspect.
Depends on how attractive Carl seems to them as a friend, perhaps.
Yeah.
I do think Oliver is in contention if Karthik gets eliminated. So you have to go into this game. I mean, Andrew, it's much harder. He is a few points further back, but Oliver in particular is only 6 behind Ed Keefe to be maybe 7 behind with the adjusted scores. That's easily overtakeable with a better result.
It also depends on why he's playing, right? Like I haven't seen his name before, so I don't know. But like if he's gonna go for it and try and win it, or if he's just gonna, this is one of his first tournaments and he's like, well, I just want to get a good score and kind of experience it, you know? It's hard to say.
Yeah. All right. Spring 1901, McCullis.
Spring 1901, and Andrew Zick is sending me a love letter. That's the only way I can possibly read this. John McCullis is on the commentary. I'm going to open to Bohemia as Germany. I mean, cool. That's not usually when I move to Bohemia, but why not? Screw it. Let's see what happens.
Box ticked.
Beyond that, the West is pretty standard. Easy English opening, and France just supports themselves to Burgundy. Nothing risky there. In the East, you see old-fashioned Turkish opening, both armies sliding over. DMZ and Galicia without Russia opening north. That always scares me a bit as Austria, that they're actually just going to jump in full. And a bounce in Trieste, which is probably the reason why there was a DMZ in Galicia, as maybe Alex late on went, I'm really worried that John's about to snipe Trieste. Can I cover it?
Your Diplomacy World article about Bohemia, it doesn't mention anything about going there in spring 01 and helping Russia to Galicia there in the fall, does it?
It doesn't, no. I've never gone this early.
Shame.
Maybe
Andrew's
they'll
clearly
learn
more
something
committed
new.
to the craft than you. Shame.
Clearly.
Fall.
All right, fall of 01. There's now a bounce in Munich because Oliver goes, maybe I can sneak in my third one there. Andrew gets Holland, Carl gets Belgium. Nice start for Carl. And in the East, what actually happens is there's a bounce in Romania because Austria supports Turkey there. So far from Alex being concerned that Justin was going to come in on it, or maybe because he was concerned about this, he decided to go for an AT, which is cool. Matt is also into the Black Sea, and I think that's a nice start for Turkey. We've seen getting jumped in a lot of games. Maybe this will be a different story. This is definite AI fighting. Like, this is the second turn in a row that Italy has tried to take Trieste and been bounced. And also they take Tudors with the fleet, not the army, to keep the other army at home. So John and Alex, who are relatively local to each other, and I think have played together in this tournament already, maybe having some past games rearing their heads here.
You're going to have the go do something else conversation.
Yeah. We see a fleet anchor build from Turkey that is not provoked by a Russian fleet sub build or a potential Russian fleet sub build. And besides that, it seems pretty normal. Is there any rationale for why you would do this, Shane, as Turkey?
You really want to take Sevastopol and you really want to make sure it happens, but there's still other ways to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have done it. It's not the,
I want a fleet but I want to have a good relationship with Italy. I think that's
some of it is do it later, right? You put it into con once you've it's a later thing. But it does really restrict you on what you're doing.
Yep. Spring 1902. Shane, can that Turkish fleet do anything useful?
Can go to con. Cool. There's a nice little convoy from con to Rum, supported by Justin. So he's finding a friend in Matt. That works out nicely enough for Matt because he's in con and can go to Aegean, which is something he probably should be trying to do because now we do have John doing something else and not attacking Alex. He's gone into Ionian, Tyrrhenian Sea, and to Piedmont as well. So a lot of kind of pressure taken off Austria now, but now Russia's applying the pressure and forcing Galicia. So it looks like they're kind of trying to set up for a juggernaut, and it looks like the any sort of Austria-Italy is a little bit behind, although that being in Aegean helps them a bit. I guess Turkey's a bit behind as well with his builds. Over in France, there's just a repositioning, trying for Munich, no luck. Germany supports themselves in. Channel's gone, Picardy's gone. It's not looking great for Oliver, who was the one we were probably keeping an eye on to try and swing for the fences and get a big score here. So Carl's had enough of Oliver and is pushing on, working with Zick. So now the question is, if we're talking more tournament-wise, how big can Andrew get? Because that's the only relevance that really this game really has for the overall tournament.
Barring a solo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the main thing to keep an eye on now is how big Zick can get against Oliver.
Well, anyone could probably win the tournament with a solo. It's not just Andrew, but
34 is a hell of a score.
You're looking for huge scores. Yeah.
Into the fall, Maslow doesn't bother going for Con or Smyrna, goes for position in East Med, but Matt mirrors him and goes to Smyrna, so that's still nice and open. Very defensive Austria. although the Germans in Tyrolia have tapped Vienna, which suggests they might be trying to maybe help Justin Law out a little bit and also get a little bit for themselves to keep building up. John Bin's now going full west, though he's also supporting himself into Venice, which is kind of interesting. Karl puts up a decent defence to hold Oliver off at Irish, but he also retreats out of Picardy and back to Belgium. So maybe they've diplomatically tried to patch things up there, a couple of bounces, maybe the confidence builds up a bit and they can swing around and do something else. Looks a big trade on actually with Karl and Zik for St. Petersburg. Karl goes into St. Pete, Zik puts himself into Sweden, going to build one. Turk builds one, Russians are down one. Let's see what happens.
Army Berlin
Army
here
fleet.
for Germany.
Yeah, he's got to just push armies, right? Like, try and let France and England tie each other up on the way back over to Michaelis.
Or he could get tied up in the tie-up.
This is true. Well, spring of 03, and this very much looks like just a straightforward EGI in the west. Italy attempting to take Marseille, not moving Tyrrhenian Sea to Western Med, which they probably should have done, or covered Ionian, which they also probably should have done. So, not an ideal turn for John. Maybe AT getting on the same page with Eastern Med pulling back to Ionian. Potentially problems for Italy in that regard. The West is just Burgundy falling, not much else. England is now into Norway because Russia has walked Norway up to Norwegian. So Justin is having an adventure, even if it's not going great. And the East is sort of holds everywhere, but Trieste falls to the Italian with German support. So yeah, definite squabbling between AI, which means the Tyrrhenian Sea holding instead of going to Ionian is a bit more of a misplay, I think.
I guess you could say with the inaction from Tyrrhenian Sea, John's really bend his position.
Sure. We'll go with that.
All right. Distract from that horrible thing I just did, McCall, in the fall.
Fall of 1903, and maybe AI are on the same page, and this is all by agreement because now Italy and Austria are convoying Piedmont to Albania together, and that required the Austrian fleet to do. So, okay, fair enough. Turkey is also pushing the second fleet out to Eastern Med, and this is definitely not AT cooperation as they attempt to fight each other around in the Balkans. Turkey tries to put Russia into Budapest, but it's cut by the Austrian. Turkey themselves is cutting Serbia to try and help Russia take Bud as well. Germany cuts Vienna, so Austria also doesn't get into Galicia. Everyone sort of cancelling each other out down there. Germany is now in Tyrolia and Bohemia, which is fun, and Andrew Zik is becoming a major player in the East.
Army Venice comes down for Italy. Interestingly, does not choose to replace the Austrian fleet that Alex has pulled. So maybe some miscommunication there, or just acceptance that Turkey's going to run the show in the Med for a bit, and they're hoping to survive around that. Either way, we go into spring of 04. Shane.
The Turk doesn't force Ionian, decides instead to go for Greece and succeeds with the moat. It's looking pretty poor now for Maslow. He's lost Vienna to the Germans, as we suspected was going to happen earlier. Budapest has gone to the Russians. It's not too long for this world. The question is what happens to Italy after this point in time. Zik tries for Paris, but it's unsuccessful. Does he try to move it there? Yeah, I think he does. But he's unsuccessful. Bounce in Denmark. The Russians trying to get into Mao nice and early in spring 04. Not happening. And Karl takes Brest from Oliver. So France are looking a little shaky now as well. The question is, does John... Sorry, go.
I would say I think that's the point of the move to Paris, was just to cut the support to help England take Brest rather than...
Yeah, it's because it was support holding as well with Munich, that's all. But yeah. Cool. We do see the Russians get into mid-Atlantic Ocean, but there's a little retreat back into Irish Sea to make Karl's life a little more difficult. Oh, no, I tried to move it, didn't. Retreat back to Naf. So it's dislodged and gone. Karl passes up Brest and opts for Paris instead, because I think capitals count for 2 in this game, I think. There's a bit of a Pyrrhic pushback into Burgundy by the French, but still you're just losing dots and you have to disband stuff. Zik's taken Norway from Justin and can potentially also walk St. Petersburg next turn. He's also dislodged from Vienna, which is quite interesting. I'm not sure that was particularly expected. Otherwise, he may have support held Vienna, but there you go. And there's another bounce in Ionian. The Turks don't move position on any further, but they do pick up both Greece and Serbia and get the chop 2 down. This is a very bitsy game.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Alex with the loss of 4 in spring and only 1 unit left that wasn't piffed, and we say goodbye to Alex.
Yeah, Michalis, it seems like Italy and Turkey for right now are going out of their way to make sure they're not entangled until Austria is dead. Do you think they might be setting up for an IT? Is that realistic from this position? And how would you approach that as each party in this position?
I mean, Turkey did just blow up an Italian army in Serbia, which is not usually how I like to run an IT.
I thought that was Austrian. I'm so dumb. Anyway.
I mean, you could do it from this position. It's not an unreasonable option for Turkey, but you'd have to pull a fleet back. And
as long as everyone builds the right way, you can make it work, right?
Yeah. It's going to be Turkey needs to put armies down, and then...
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, then you've got a chance of it.
All right, and also a fleet Liverpool for England and an army Berlin for Germany to continue that thrust eastward, presumably. And now
Russia's in some trouble, so going north as Turkey makes quite a lot of sense.
Yeah. In the spring of 2005, Michalis.
That is sort of what Turkey does. They do support themselves up to Romania and send another army out that way, but there's a bounce in Armenia, which could well be arranged. Not really too committal yet, and Italy is definitely coming east with their units. This isn't an IT either way. Whether this works out, I don't know. What it does do is allow Russia to now sail that northern fleet into the Western Med as Justin continues getting it forward for more fun adventures. E.g., meanwhile, a bit more standard. Germany now takes St. Petersburg from the English, but England's getting Brest, so it's probably by agreement. Germany also does a nice little convoy up to Livonia, gets to Prussia, surrounds sort of Warsaw, Moscow area. Yeah. So Germany is going to take over that whole eastern quadrant pretty soon, and England is going to get probably most of the French centres out of this arrangement.
So this is how you run an EG, right? England just gets everything in France, and Germany just gets everything in Russia. Completely fair.
Seems to be working.
Oh, moved out.
Well, Germany actually isn't taking Russian dots. Yeah, so both moves out of St. Petersburg and chooses not to take Warsaw. So self bounces there. So they've got some sort of deal. Russia as a janissary against the Turk, I guess, is the deal. Which, if Andrew is looking for a massive score from this game, you need someone to go and deal with Turkey. Russia is the way to do that. So I don't hate this at all. This is some solid sort of long-term strategic thinking. Beyond that, England does take and keep Brest, doesn't lose Paris with some nice little tactical moves, cutting the support, and also moves into mid-Atlantic. Western Med is now in North Africa, so Justin ticks off another province, even if this one is a little bit dangerous to move into with a fleet. Could well get piffed there, but yeah.
Do we know what year they're
backfills Tunis? That's quite funny.
Do we know what year they could end on here?
We would have to get some clarification from somebody in the chat about, because it says 3:15 local time is the end of the round, but we don't know how far that is from the start. So
cool.
We'll play it.
Just curious.
Yeah, Michalis, at what point does this restraint from Andrew become too much restraint? Because of course he's not getting anything from this, and there's an argument that he doesn't need to. But at what point does he need to leverage those Russian dots to feed his own growth?
I'd probably have taken St. Petersburg there rather than walking out. I think you want Russia to knock Turkey back. If you're going to get a huge score or a solo from this game, Turkey needs to be put back in the box. And until that happens, you are pro-Russian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'd rather be building here than letting England have the build from keeping St. Pete. Like, you'd rather be chucking on Berlin down here and keep pushing.
Does that calculus change if Justin is not England?
Justin's Russia. No, it's not a personal thing. It's just if you want to keep going, maximizing your. If you just want to maximize your score, like I'm not sure Andrew's swinging too hard. I think he might be just having fun and trying to get a decent score. That's my vibe.
Okay. Yeah, Fleet Liverpool from Carl, not Justin, and Naples comes off for Italy, so it's gonna hold up for now, but still not a great position for John into spring of Actually, keeping Albania is pretty curious here. Do you think that's worth doing, McCallus? Is that going to lead to something for John?
He's made his position on this board be I am an anti-Turk, and that's my use of this board. I think if you pull Albania, Turkey still comes in on you. You have pressure from both sides. So I don't hate it. I think diplomatically, the only way John survives this game is being useful against Turkey.
Yeah. And Jason has clarified that we have a few more years left based on where they would be at this point in terms of time, depending on how fast they play. So we're not at any risk of the whistle getting blown in the middle of all this wonderful action. Spring of 1906, Shane.
Livonia walks Moscow. Sev is gone as well, although the Russians do manage to be in Vienna, Budapest, and Romania now. They're starting to try and become Austria. They do survive in NAF, putting the English into West Med. Otherwise, oh, hello. I like the Munich to Burgundy, Burgundy to Ruhr thing. That's a little bit of a mess for Zick to have to clean up. But yeah, otherwise, it's just trying to put a lid on the Turk, I suppose, and just England and Germany expanding. Like, yeah. I mean, why don't you, as England and Germany here, just roll up the board?
Yeah. And it's an England and Germany using Russia to their benefit, because, of course, the main reason you use Russia to your benefit as an EG is for their fleet in North Africa, right? It's usually how it goes.
Ruhr manages to walk into Kiel, which is, probably you're probably going to have to just accept that as a price of doing business if you're Germany. Norway's gone now as well. They've managed to put the Russian back into Sevastopol, and Germany has also taken Warsaw and Romania. England is getting into Spain. The Russians are getting into Tunis, which I'm really liking. From the north too, by the way, not from that Sevastopol fleet, from the St. Pete one. That's all just a bunch of dot trading, and the England, Russia, Germany is just getting bigger. I mean, Russia's obviously going to be the one to kind of lose out at the end, but they're having fun, I guess, aren't they? Maybe he can get his fleets to touch just in the Aegean instead.
This is the greatest four-center Russian position of all time.
They have done their job as well in terms of Turkey is now effectively back in the box. Now that's why Germany is taking and keeping the Russian dots. Turkey's been shoved down to 5. Germany's up to 10. It's not a great position for 10, especially if those English fleets in Norwegian and North Sea are not friendly, and they don't look very friendly to me. And Fleet Berlin doesn't feel very friendly, so it's going to be a tough one to hold on to everything. But it's possible.
Third German fleet. Third German fleet. Does that mean we have to go to war now?
I think Fleet Norwegian is where they have to go to war. North Sea just about justify with France being around Holland, but I don't think there's any justification for Norwegian at all.
There's also an alliance that's 10-7 at this point in time.
Well, it's totally fair. Come on, Carl. You're just looking for a fun game, right? Doesn't matter your score, right?
You got Portugal there, Carl. Relax.
Yeah, it's easy stuff. And Marseille.
Sure, Marseille.
I'll put you into Marseille too. Just chill. Oh, there we go.
And Holland, as it turns out.
Holland too. Why not?
Because
you'll lose Belgium to the French.
All right, Spring of 07. Andrew solves his England problem by offering them Holland. Whether they keep it or not, be up for some debate. But for the most part, everything is copacetic up there. England gets into Marseille. Doesn't even go for Portugal yet. They can take it in full if they need to. Meanwhile, Italy is pushing into Ionian with Russian support, and Italy is also janitor. This is essentially a 4-power alliance against France and Turkey in this game, because everybody else is all part of one big alliance. See how long that lasts. Well, Andrew's going to Sev. He's into Delicia. This is so low a ball in a longer game. If it only goes to 08, it's getting difficult. If it goes to 09 or 1910, doable.
Yeah. It's more like a 4-power alliance against France and Russia at this point, given how the Sevastopol situation is turned around. And I'm sure Vienna is completely safe, right, guys? Come on. No,
but Justin's achieved their objective of putting Matt back in the box, so it's okay.
And Italy is helping them follow that objective up even further, right? So, all right. What we see here is Justin is getting kicked out of Vienna as well. It's down to 2 with Budapest and Tunis, the natural last 2 Russian dots. Turkey is down to 3, having lost Bulgaria and Greece, which actually means that Italy is somehow building in this position, despite losing Venice to a French raider. So that's cool for John. And a lot of stuff happened in the West where I think England took Belgium from the French.
Yeah.
England moving up a bit as well. These borders are very tense.
Both doing
enough
3 as
trust.
well.
Still enough trust between ENG at this stage to help with the French incursions. So that's mutually beneficial. +3 for both. Of course, Germany can only put down 2. Double armies for England. 2 years left. Not 2 years left, sorry. Well, probably 2 years left given the time limit.
Yeah.
Around there. Are you scared by those army builds as Germany, or do you think it's too late for them to really hurt you? With correct defensive moves, of course.
I don't think the armies are that threatening. Like, what are you? Like, are the fleets any less threatening? No. The builds are builds. They're sort of just state of play at this point. If you want to take Holland, you can.
I was going to say they're also not getting off the island in the spring, so you can make countermeasures pretty quickly.
Yeah,
which is exactly what's happening.
To be honest, the way Germany wins this game isn't in the fight with England, where you might trade 1 dot by the end. It's taking stuff in the east and holding that for the rest of the game. And we see that here. They're pushing Justin forward again.
Well, clearly the unwanted support to Gascony is just a sign that all relations are broken down. It's open warfare. Nothing could possibly reconcile them at this point.
Yeah, there comes a time when cute moves get too cute, right? It's
I
gonna
think it would have made sense.
in the spokes.
I like hostile support. I probably would have done Paris down rather than Marseille across.
Yeah.
Fall,
Budapest.
Yeah, Budapest is gone. It sure is. There's a peak coming back, so clearly a lot of covering now. They get into Denmark, don't they? Yeah, England gets into Denmark, so it is on. And the thank you for the hostile support is getting kicked out of Burgundy and having to retreat to Picardy. So I suspect at this point in time they're just going to try and race and take dots. I think they probably log jam here more than anything else. And Andrew would be hoping to somehow get something more in the south, but this is nearly done by the looks. The question is just what the balance will be between Germany and England.
This really speaks to the point about McAuliffe suggesting they should have supported Paris down if they wanted to do an unwanted support. Because if they did that, then there would be nothing to cover Paris if they tried to dislodge Burgundy, whereas Spain can cover Marseille as they kick them out here. So
yeah, it's the wrong way around, but yeah. There's still good stuff happening in the south though, like another Italian disband. Justin is still being useful. If Turkey and Italy don't work together, there's still potential for a little bit of growth down there.
Yeah. Shout out to John for staying solvent in the face of a pretty determined Italian and Russian attack, by the way. Oh,
here we go.
Oh.
It's over. I would appreciate if someone in chat could tell us if this was timed or if this was a time draw or a draw. But regardless, wow. Big top for Andrew Zick. Big statement at the end. 13 center Germany. I believe that should be enough for best Germany because we only had one other lone German top, and it was Adam Siegels that wasn't as big. So
there you go.
Well done either way. Even if I'm wrong about that, still an excellent game. And they're saying it was a draw. So
cool.
It was voted on, and everyone agreed. Makes sense.
Surprising.
The gap between Germany and England is probably too big for 1 year to bridge. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a little surprised Andrew didn't push it a bit more and see if he could find his way into another dot or two. But if he knew it was enough for best Germany and didn't feel like it when the solo was on, then fair enough.
Yeah. All right, we're going to bring Craig back. Assuming there are no commitments that you guys need to make it to, we're actually going to stay all together for this last pair of games that are consequential for the outcome of the tournament. So we'll just roll through the years in sets of 3, 3, 3, and let's move on to round 3, board B. So in Austria for this board, we have Keith Worstel, key competitor in the race to win this tournament. In England, Richard Lowenberg, who probably would be if he actually played round 2, but unfortunately he did not, presumably some kind of other life commitment. Good to see him back, though. In France, Jason Mastabom, who's been very active in the chat. In Germany, Matt Colburn, who had that great survival as Turkey just now. In Italy, David Cohen, who had that incredible Russia game. In Russia, Ian Rudnick. And in Turkey, Jake Mannix. All right. Craig, since you're back, I'll throw this to you. If you're in a position to win a tournament, would you rather be the only person among the people in contention in the last round on your board, or would you rather be on a board with other contenders?
I'd probably want to have other contenders that I can maybe point to and say, actually, we probably want to play against that person. Or, because if you're the only one, then you're the only target. the other side of that coin is if everybody else is kind of out of the tournament and you're the only one with a shot to win, maybe that gets you some like ability to say, hey, just work with me. Like, I'll give you the board top. I just need a decent score.
Yeah. And it's been clarified in the chat as well that based on how the time limit worked out, they probably would have had to draw in 1909 or after 1909 anyway. Maybe 1910 if they played really quickly. So good to know on that as well. Thank you, guys. So we're going to jump straight now into spring 1901. Craig, how about you take us away for the first year?
Starting in the West, we have what I call a True North opening from England. I think it's also called the Churchill opening. Liverpool goes to Eddie. In France, I think it's the Maginot opening where Paris is supported into Burgundy. Brest goes to Mid-Atlantic. And then a very standard German open. Venice holds, and then you have their typical Italian opening. You have a DMZ in Gal, which might be telling because Russia did not open north, though. Moscow held. There's an Armenian fist bump, and that fleet of Turkey crawls out towards the Med.
DMZ in Gal and a DMZ in Black Sea. This smells ratty.
Mm-hmm. And then there's a convoy of that Eddie army into Belgium, supported by Burgundy. France picks up the two builds. Munich is covered for safety reasons. Kiel gets Holland. Sweden is given to Russia by Germany. Moscow goes to Livonia. And yeah, that is interesting. The Serbia-Trieste bounce with Trieste going to Tyrolia smells ratty, especially with Sev going into Rum. When it
I don't think this smells ratty. I think this just is ratty at this point.
Could we see the mythical, the legendary?
Ukraine could have easily gone into Rum, but Sev's open for a build now.
Could we see the mythical, the legendary 1901 Fleet Trieste build? Yes.
Hey!
And the mythical and much less legendary Fleet St. Petersburg South Coast in 1901 build as well. So fleets are fashionable, clearly. Except for Italy for some reason. Actually, not for some reason. That just makes sense. David building the Army Rome is understandable, but he's kind of screwed either way, so let's not judge him too harshly. And then Germany.
Waving is a choice that you can do in 1901.
Not building a fleet and also waving.
What I would have made. We all have our reasons.
Those are legal orders.
I usually hate building a St. Petersburg South Coast fleet as my first fleet in the north. But if Germany forgets to build a fleet, all of a sudden it looks great.
Yeah. And it is being pointed out that Matt in Germany is playing two boards.
Yeah,
didn't see the second build in the time crunch. So that makes a little bit more sense, especially because he was doing quite well on that other board. So I would think he would pay a bit more attention to that. So I hope he doesn't get wiped off the board too quickly here because
I mean, no, never mind.
Yeah, spring 1902. I'm trying to keep moving along here. Yeah, sorry. Spring 1902, McCallus.
Yeah, I mean, spring 1902, and the rat is ratting everywhere. So Turkey's in Ionian Sea. Italy has moved to Adriatic with their one fleet, which just gets it out of the way of everything else. I think they were hoping to bounce, and Austria sneakily moved to Albania instead. And Russia and Austria have pushed towards the line in Germany as well. Russia's in Baltic. Russia's in St. Petersburg. The West are in a fight against Germany when they don't realize that what they actually need to be doing, I think, is propping Germany up. It's already a little bit late for them. Fall of 02, yeah, England's taken Holland, but in turn, Austria takes Munich, Russia takes Berlin, Turkey takes Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian Sea. Like, you've already lost the race in the West. This is
it's done, right?
It's not good.
Oh, they got Holland.
Yeah, and that's at the cost of Belgium. So net zero.
Oh yeah, they didn't even.
Oh god, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, Keith, your tactics were good, most certainly.
Deck chairs on the Titanic again.
Yeah, and Keith may well be the iceberg here. So into winter of 1902, build for Austria, Army Vienna, build for Russia, Army Warsaw. Nice and simple. Those make sense for reinforcing the German front. Spring of 1903, Shane.
Do they go where we think they should go? Yes, pretty much. The Russians slide back. Kiel's taken by the English because, yes, we really just need to keep killing Germany here and letting the Russians take Denmark. That's really good. Well, the French do get into Tyrrhenian Sea, but the Austrians are in Adriatic now. Venice is gone. We had a lovely. Okay, so we had Venice was dislodged and had to retreat, and Tyrrhenian Sea was dislodged and had to retreat. They both went to Tuscany, and they both blew up. Always good to see. Other than that, what's of any sort of reference here? I guess you've kind of potentially got your issue with Bulgaria going to Serbia and Greece going back to Aegean, but I mean,
we do have some inside baseball from Fall of 02. Apparently, Jason wasn't told that England was going to take Holland, and thus didn't cover Belgium when he would have most certainly done so otherwise. So this Western response, not only is it strategically questionable, but it's also not fully coordinated between the Western coalition at the moment. So really not looking great for anyone who isn't Russia or Austria or maybe Turkey.
The blow-up of the Turkish fleet in Tuscany is actually quite relevant, given how quick a start Turkey had. That buys France a lot of time in the Med.
Yeah. It also gives Turkey a reason to kind of hang back and wait for the AR to kind of move forward.
Yeah.
Although we get the convoy into Apulia, Serbia drops down into Greece, which is a little more sustainable alliance-wise. Keith keeps moving west, still manages to hold Munich, puts the Russians into Kiel, and the English take Denmark and dislodge the Russians. It's, again, they're just trying to slow things down, but I mean, the momentum and the motion is from east to west, not west to east.
Yeah. So it's a very quick exit for David Cohen, who did not deserve any of that, I must say. Like, gosh, McCullough was right. You needed to prop that guy up, and he's gone. Therefore, all of the German home centers now have Eastern units in them.
You mean Matt? David's easily.
Matt Colbert.
Also, David's not having a great game either, but it did slow down Turkey a lot with the blow up of Tuscany.
That was
the Matt situation is the old thing, right? If everyone wants you dead, you die. There's nothing you can do.
How many times am I gonna confuse people in countries again? It's happening like 5 times a game now. Anyway, say goodbye to poor old Matt, who did not deserve any of this, regardless. He should still be in this game if everybody was playing fully coordinated and fully sensibly, I suppose. But regardless,
I mean, the problem here is that EF have 7 and 6 centers, so 13 centers between them.
Yeah.
They are facing a rat which has 8 plus 5 plus 6, already more than 18, but also has 2 Italian dots that are very much in range of them as well. So this is like 21-13 in terms of alliance balance between them. The West don't win 21-13.
Yeah.
You can't absorb all that pressure and turn it around. It's gone.
Keith mentioning he'd like to play with Matt next time so that he can stab him in a more personal way, because this was just so cold and brief. He wants prolonged exposure to his back with a knife, which is sensible. I would think the same way in that situation. Anyway, 2 fleets from Jake, which is exactly what you build if you're intent on being a rat. Maybe you wave 1. North Coast from Ian, again, exactly what you build in this situation if you're a rat. And Army Paris Fleet Marseille to reinforce the Med. Fair enough. Into spring of 04, looping back to Craig.
So I'm just watching the north. Looks like Sweden gets into Norway. Norway retreats to north. Berlin is convoyed successfully to Denmark because Denmark got supported into Kiel, and then Kiel retreats to Berlin. France isn't doing too bad. France comes down into Ruhr, gets into Gulf of Lyon, into Tyrrhenian Sea, while Austria and Turkey are mopping up the rest of the boot. They blow up the Austrian fleet that was built in 01 and will probably be rebuilt as an army.
So Jason's position isn't that bad. Like, there isn't an immediate threat to him. That early Turkish fleet that got blown up isn't around. Jason is going to have a diplomatic problem, though, because what Jason's going to face is he's going to be doing okay, and England is going to implode. And with England imploding, that's going to mean how do you make sure that England doesn't flip and turn Janissary? Because that's basically what Jason has to prevent at this point. You have to have England in a position where they're okay with being slowly ground out of the game and don't decide to make a desperation play against you, which is quite hard to stop.
Yeah. Creative solutions here from Jake and Keith about how to deal with that second Austrian fleet, because of course the second Austrian fleet is useful in a rat for like 1 or 2 years while you're solidifying your position in the boot and just getting Venice, but afterwards it becomes a liability. So just blow it up after that. Creative solutions. Good job, guys. Going into Fall of 04, back to Craig.
And who gets into Ionian? It looks like, does France get into Ionian or just Italy?
No,
Italy,
the Italians get into
Italy
Ionian.
gets into Ionian, blowing up that Turkish fleet. So all sorts of fleets are blowing up here.
It's voluntarily
south.
picked. It could have gone down.
Yeah, could have retreated.
And France also takes Piedmont, and that unit is also voluntarily piffed. And then in the north, Denmark is taken back, but so it's just sort of trading back and forth up there. Kiel and Denmark are flipping back and forth, but Russia does hold on to Norway.
It's all going one way, isn't it?
Yeah,
Indeed it is.
It's all just who's building.
+2, +1, +2. I wonder if that provides any hint as to who's winning.
Ooh,
Ooh,
France,
those are some spicy builds, though.
France is still in second place on this board.
Yeah,
TikTok.
and that it'll probably stay that way.
I did think I'd be concerned when I was Russia when I saw that many voluntary removals from my 2 erstwhile allies. I don't like them being rebuilt.
That's a way to think about it. It's all to set this up. Yep, it is an 18
On we go. Yep.
Spring of 05, I think it's me. So, Spring of 05, what we see is Austria takes Galicia, Turkey takes Black Sea, Turkey pulls the army up to Bulgaria. They don't need to cover Serbia because Sevastopol is a fleet. So, this is 80 fully stabbing Russia. Russia does see it coming, to their credit. Pulls lots of units back. Silesia, Ukraine, Moscow, gets out of Scandinavia. Yes, they've lost Kiel, but that was unholdable. Yes, they've lost Norway. That was probably unholdable in this position. But what they really need to hope is that now maybe France attacks England or something like that, that the EF don't just push in from behind and kill them on both directions. Meanwhile, in the south, AT keep working together to recapture Ionian Sea. Italy chooses to retreat to Naples instead of the obvious trap of retreat into Greece. So David should survive another turn. And there's a little bit of pressure around Rome, but it is all fleets. So AT are reasonably secure in that vicinity.
Things are potentially looking up for EF.
Less secure if you don't support whole Rome and instead move to it from Venice. Okay, so AT not having the best order set there. France therefore gets into Rome, also gets into Munich with Russian support. So really nice year from Jason Bassbom, really taking full advantage of the opportunity that arose here. Beautiful bit of play. AT take Romania, but that is it for now. Austria is up into Galicia, into Silesia, but not in Galicia, and having lost Munich, doesn't have a build. So this attack hasn't really gone the way I think AT expected it to, and it's really an advantage France.
All right, +2 for France, +1 for England. As mentioned before, you can often tell who's winning simply by seeing who is building. 2 disbands for Russia as well. Those are going to be very consequential for the course of this game.
I would imagine they'll be in the north. Yeah.
Exactly what I thought they'd be.
Yeah.
I was like,
Wow.
those northern fleets aren't helping them.
And unfortunately for Mass
maybe
Bomb,
Baltic instead of St. Petersburg, but yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Mass Bomb, this might help England catch up to him a little bit. Maybe the lone top isn't so easy after all, especially with no fleet Brest. So we'll see. Spring of 1906, Shane.
So if you want a rat that's already like got most of the board, the way to like stop that is for like someone to stab like Russia in that situation. I think that's what we've learned from here today. cool. What do we got here? England's going to consolidate position in the north, try and take Sweden, start putting pressure on Kiel. I think Ian right now is going to be disbanding very friendly. So it's kind of those situations where you keep just building for position and gradually take the dots, or the disbands keep coming, you just gain position and eat the dots later. You can see full cooperation now with France and Russia, blowing up the Austrians in Silesia. France doesn't really push things through too much further in the Med, and it remains a little messy in the east. This is looking like less and less like a good stab by the moment. And this is me on the fall. There's a whole bunch of bounces of St. Pete. Sweden, sure enough, goes to the English. The French take Holland, perhaps in a trade. The Germans manage to hold on to... the Germans managed to hold on to Berlin, but Russians managed to hold on to Berlin, but drop Kiel. There's a little bit of shuffling around, and there is, well, that's a bit weird, Romania supporting Blacktacon, but okay. And then again, Jason just can't make any more ground in the east. This is actually setting up very nicely for Richard now. And that's kind of it.
Indeed, but it seems like there's a bit of a détente between rats to some extent. If that continues, is anyone's guess. It kind of depends on whether Russia's willing to pull rum here and just hold a line. He is, though, and an Army Vienna goes down for Austria, so maybe the game's going to lock up here. Maybe Jason is going to get his easy top after all.
Yeah, I mean, it's too little too late in terms of the rat actually getting back together to make offensive gains, right? They very much could hold a line, but the opportunity for pushing forward is long gone. Russia's lost everything in the north and will lose St. Petersburg by the end of the game.
It's pretty effective to stop the bleeding, though, especially in a timed round. Spring 1907, Craig.
So England continues to push in the north against the northern dots that it can get, St. Petersburg, possibly Berlin. And then it just looks like, stalemated along the main line there, Munich, Berlin, Silesia, Bohemia, nothing's moving there. No, Ionian doesn't fall. That's kind of stuck, and especially now with Venice going into the Adriatic, that's going to stick. Ionian's going to stick. It looks like this is sort of grinding, like you guys just said, grinding to a halt here.
It's running out of juice, right?
Unless England misordered the convoy to Norway, right, which is quite painful.
Yeah.
For taking
Yeah.
Also mentioning, Jason giving us some more insight here, 1906 had two failed draw votes, which I imagine were either Jake or Westerners who subsequently blamed Jake. And they're still arguing about who vetoed in chat. Love to see that. Timeless tradition. Fall of 1907. Back to Craig.
Yep. So St. Pete falls. Convoy to Norway works this time with the correct orders written. A lot of holding going on, a lot of supporting going on along the stalemate line. That is it.
It's locked, right?
This is
two more failed draw votes during this year.
Well, Turkey is sat there. Jake is saying in chat that they were blaming him. I'd be blaming him. He is the one who could sit there and take some shots.
He's kind of the obvious one.
Potentially England has a reason to veto as well, though, if they want to try and steal the top from France.
Sev comes off. Ooh, now Jake's going to make his moves. Surely. Maybe. Soon. Possibly. McCallus. Spring away.
You don't do it in spring. You do it in fall anyway, right? Spring, nothing moves anywhere except England convoys back to Yorkshire.
Another failed vote this turn as well. This time it finally goes through. Okay. What changed between those other turns and now? I guess just Jake not bothering
rolls back, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Jake just deciding not to.
Maybe England had a reason to veto if they thought Turkey was going to stab Russia and make some Russian disbands. Maybe that is a reason.
Yeah, you maybe
also mentions here
disband.
He offered to gift England the top, presumably via Munich, which would have swung the center count in James in Richard's favor, but he decided not to take that. I don't know if that was suspicion about Keith being genuine about it, or if it was just alliance loyalty. I would put my money on the latter, but maybe you guys have another take.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you and your partner are like really up against the ropes and you come back like this, that just sort of breeds like this sort of our side loyalty that a lot of players aren't gonna stab their ally.
Yeah. So
what does it ultimately matter at this point?
Dotting on the line and potentially starting throwing races, unless you know it's for sure it's the final turn, is also quite dangerous. It's quite easy to do that and then lose anyway and turn the game into a very bad-tempered bit of a shit show.
Yeah. McCullough, language. Come on now. Jason's saying, Jake said he vetoed the last one, but claims he didn't veto the other 5. Do you guys believe?
He clearly got tired of being accused, right? So he's like, no, screw it, then I will vote it. I will veto it this time then.
Yeah, at least be accurate.
You think I'm doing it anyway.
So either
were they all private draw votes, or do they have a public policy for draw votes? Do you know?
I think they probably wouldn't be arguing if they were public.
Yeah.
I think they might know.
All private. I was just wondering,
being...
eventually you can get to the point where it's a public one, so just whatever, keep vetoing until the last.
Yeah,
the last one.
I remember there being some discussion about that when it was revealed to be that way, because there were people saying, "Oh, well, what if we did it the way we do it whipping?" By the way, you should always do it the way we do it at whipping, where you have a certain number of private votes and then you have public ones.
Yeah,
that's the best middle ground, in my opinion. But either way, worked out in the end. They got their game done in relatively reasonable fashion and time.
And well done to Jason.
Yeah.
An opportunity when AT made the early stab and took full advantage. Really nicely done.
Yep.
Well played.
He weathered the storm. That fleet blow up that he coordinated with David very early on against Turkey was very important as well. Bought him enough time. He expanded and he got the top. So well done to Jason Massbaum. In terms of the tournament implications of this, Keith ends on 6 centers, which puts his total score up to 32. That's 1 point short of where Karthik already was after round 2. So we know that Keith Worstel will not win this tournament. All right, now going to the super consequential, the incredibly dramatic, I'm sure, final board of the 2026 Mischief Tournament. Round 3, Board C. In Austria, second place, Ed Sullivan. In England, April Mihalovic.
Yes.
In France, Rob O'Brien. In Germany, Alan Downing. In Italy, right next to Ed Sullivan, the Go Horns Go pairing, Karthik Konath, who has a 7-point cushion over Ed and an 8-point cushion over Sabi Ahuja in Turkey. And between them, or next to them, is Jake Mannix, who is playing 2 boards, one of which is Russia, which is always the worst case scenario. I'm sorry you had to do that, Jake. That is horrible. I hope this game doesn't go too poorly for you. We'll find out. All right, so place your bets now, guys. Who's winning of these 3?
Ed and Sabi have to work together to kill Karthik because Karthik has an advantage over them. So if they're playing from a tournament perspective, then AT is what you expect to happen. Karthik, however, is very well known, as am I, for loving ITs, so can try and sell that to Sabi. In both cases, those alliances are quite nice for Turkey for surviving the early game. Ed is going to have trouble, I think, being able to kill Karthik without giving Sabi a better position over him. Yeah. Maybe that means he has to work with Karthik and stab him later. But I don't know. I think I like Sabi. I like being in Turkey a lot more than I like being in Austria or Italy if the other 2 are my rivals to win the tournament.
Yeah.
The other thing to bear in mind was the comment earlier on the board that got split 3 ways that I think it was Keith was managing the Ed-Sabi relationship. So if there's someone not going to play that role, that's a potential issue.
Speaking of which.
Yeah. And the other thing to factor in is that Jake, the 4th player in the East, is working with the only other real contender for the tournament on the other board at the same time. Because Jake was the game-long ally of Keith in that game.
Right. So maybe that results in him getting run down on this one. We will find out. All will be told. All right. Spring of 1901. Getting right down to it. We'll give it to Shane.
Let's ignore the East. Let's go to the West first. The West is going to get ignored in this game, so let's give the West its propers right now. We have a bounce in Munich, which I don't think we've actually seen. Bounce in Burgundy, excuse me, which I don't think we've actually seen this tournament. So there's been a couple of French supports, so that's a bounce. Otherwise, Spain and Portugal are going to set up for the French to take. Journey killed to Holland instead, a little bit unorthodox, which will probably make Jake happy that he's guaranteed Sweden. And a pretty April with a very standard opening. Now off we go to the East. Sabi and Jake with a fist bump straight to Con, which suggests that Sabi is more than happy to try and keep a good relationship with Jake and concentrate on the whole Ed Cartho dynamic. Jake goes into Galicia as well and Ukraine to make Karthik's life a little more difficult. He's in Serbia, Albania, and Budapest. And that's Ed in Austria, excuse me. And then Karthik pushes up into Tyrolia, Venice, and Ionian Sea. I think the fall is going to be the telling part here, but yeah.
I've got to invoke my contractual obligation that Austria, when it opens Vienna to Budapest, highest top board rate of a common opening, or board top rate, and also highest elimination rate. Ed, look around the room, man. This ain't the time for Vienna to Budapest. What on earth is that opening?
This would be the time for a true good hedgehog opening.
Yeah, maybe.
Just Trieste to Venice, Vienna to Gal, Budapest to Serbia.
Also, Sabi is kind of credited for helping popularize the Armenian fist bump again a few years ago. So not surprised to see that. Going over the fall now, back to Shane.
Cool. Again to the west. Stop looking at the east. Let's focus on the west for a while. Portugal's picked up. The English take Belgium. Holland to Burgundy is a choice. Army Kiel goes to Denmark. We're in a great position, but whatever, it's a dot. And Norway and Sweden fall. Okay, off to the east now. The Russians get into Black Sea. The Turks support them into Romania. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I was working my way around and not looking at the Italians and the Austrians. So Ed has put Karthik into Greece as some sort of form of peace offering. And Karthik has gone, oh, thank you very much. I'll also help myself to Trieste, and I'll also help myself to Vienna. Oh, and thanks for supporting me into. Oh my goodness, we have a 3-build Italy. Okay, Ed has cast his lot.
Ed has taken one turn of this game and gone,
Wow.
Where's my white flag? Because that's all I've got left.
He's going to step outside and smoke a cigar here, I think.
I'm a bit disappointed Serbia hasn't supported someone into Romania as well.
I mean, supporting Italy into Vienna rather than having Italy and Russia bounce in Vienna is really the cherry on the top of that cake.
Oh my goodness me.
And look at Jake, like seeing all of this chaos and going, I could work with Sabi, who's definitely playing for a nice RT here.
Okay.
Or what I could do is slide straight into Black Sea and just, I don't give a damn who wins this tournament.
Order in the court.
I'm taking it all.
Order in the court. We have something from Ed here.
Supposedly
there was a rat agreed to, and he was mad at Russia because he broke the DMZ in Galicia, so he supported Italy into the dots as revenge. Kind of fair enough.
I mean,
it looks hilarious.
You know what, Ed? That still doesn't justify Vienna to Budapest.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There's a
That's
saying about cutting off your nose to do something else.
Yeah,
if it's a rat and you want to kill Karthik, Vienna to Tyrolia, fine. Vienna to Trieste, reasonable. Hedgehog, like was said, not Vienna to Budapest.
So congrats to Karthik on winning this. We didn't need to see the rest of this board. Who cares? Congrats. Okay.
Hey, Sabi.
Did we just have a draw after Winter 01?
I guess we might as well. We might as well continue.
There's plenty of life in this game. There's plenty of
Goodness
life.
me.
It's just not going to be
Just your standard free-build Italy that hasn't taken tuners in 01, because why not?
Yeah.
Austria -1.
Austria loses one. Probably going to disband Budapest.
How ironic that the DiploRats tournament might be won or lost based on a rat that didn't happen. Anyway, double armies from Germany. That seems more interesting than anything happening in the south. Fleet Brest Army Paris from France, double fleets from England, double armies Russia, Army Smyrna from Turkey, which by the way, I love this. I like to rant about this whenever I can, because I think this is so underrated to do the Armenian fist bump or something else, get the Turkish fleet out into Aegean, and then just slow things down a bit. Build an army. Make something of your relationship with Italy, even though you're in Aegean. And make sure you're not completely exposed to Russia.
The relationship with the free build Italy that has Austria throwing to them and is also your direct rival to win the tournament.
Just shut out the background circumstances, okay? It's a good thing.
Who just waved one?
There was a wave.
Ignore the other thing, so it's just a good thing. And yeah, Karthik waved.
Was that a deliberate wave, or was that Karthik not even realizing he had 3 builds?
I think it's deliberate because where's an army Rome going to get to that's useful? I guess maybe he could go put fleet Rome to Tunis. Maybe he wants an army. Maybe he wants an army and he just want to put it down. We'll see.
We could take Tunis while Greece and Naples do other shenanigans.
Well, what do they actually do, Craig? Tell me.
They do more shenanigan things. For some reason, Sabi heads back east to try
I think
to
we can see
stop.
the reason.
Yeah, but I don't know. You weren't going to stop it. You weren't going to stop Jake getting to Armenia anyway. Anyway, pulls Bulgaria and Khan back. Aegean taps Greece to no avail. Ed's pushing Karthik into Serbia here as he gets pushed into Bulgaria. Germany is dropping down towards the line, probably seeing what's going on here. And France kind of doing neutral things. And England is attacking Germany.
Yeah, two
As
members
Germany-
of the West. Two members of this West have reacted and gone, this is
Yeah.
really bad for us. And
And
the other one's
one-
gone, you
Oh,
guys send everything that way,
yeah.
that's fine.
You go get those guys. You go
I
get
think
them.
April's eyeballs had already turned into dollar signs by the time she saw the builds, to be honest. But we'll see. Follow vote 2, Craig.
And Belgium falls, and Germany continues coming down towards the line. I'll get to that beautiful east in a second. I'm not sure what the self bounce in Western Med's about, but there's a self bounce in Western Med by France. Karthik picks up Tunis, and there's a convoy from Armenia into Bulgaria, which blows up Ed's penultimate army is blown up. Maybe Sabi and Jake have figured something out here.
Nice turn for Sabine, yeah.
I mean, it's
Sweden. Oh, I didn't see Sweden get blown up. No, Sweden didn't get blown up. Sweden got removed.
so Jake has a plan here. Presumably, he's skittish about Silesia or just wants more firepower in general for that south.
And he's seeing fleets in the north. Maybe he's just going to be like, yeah, go ahead, take that St. Pete with a fleet, and I'll work in the south.
Probably would it valued an army in Warsaw a lot more than a fleet in Baltic at this point.
Yeah.
So Karthik still has 3 builds, again, because he waived that one in 01, which is completely normal for an Italy at this stage of the game. Don't ask questions, be quiet. France has a build as well. They could just plunge down into the med here right now. I don't know how effective it would be, but they could do that. And then one for Russia as well, thanks to Sweden coming off the board, as well as one for England. Armies all around, it looks like, except for a fleet in Naples. Any objections there?
I think France doesn't want to come into the Med. I think that they've made quite a
Certainly.
clear decision to not come into the Med.
That's
And you get these situations, right? Like, if you're Rob, you're like, well, why is it my responsibility to have to, like, screw my game to go and fix this schmozzle in the east? Why don't you guys just sort it out yourselves?
And Karthik can make the pitch to Rob, right? Like, I don't even need to top this board. I'm just looking for a good game where I do better than the dead Austria and the boxed in Turkey.
Yep.
Take the West and top the board. I couldn't give a damn.
Yep. Exactly.
Yep. All right. Spring of 1903, McCallus.
All right, spring of 1903. There is some attempt to come into the Med from France. There's a bounce in Western Med, but they slide into Lyon. Meanwhile, Karthik supports Sabi into Ionian rather than himself into Ionian, which is certainly a choice you're allowed to make on a board. Not entirely sure why you would do it that way, but sure.
To bounce himself out.
Yeah, to make sure that I really need to make sure I'm not in Ionian. Maybe it's he didn't believe that Sabi would move. They really want to be in there in case Sabi didn't move, I guess.
I think Karthik just doesn't trust himself not to go there, so he had to support Turkey.
Yeah, Karthik was concerned that Karthik was going to stab him. I think that's reasonable. And elsewhere, we see Germany is pulling back from Tyrolia, is staying in Bohemia, Silesia, and Russia is sending everything north to deal with the West. So with that fleet coming into Romania, this sort of precludes offensive operations against Karthik for the time being. They're all reacting to the West. And Ed gets to live on in glorious Budapest for now.
For now. Just for now.
Very much for now.
Yeah.
Ed is dead. We say goodbye. I would say well played, but that would be untrue.
You could just say
Great tournament. Unfortunate board draw. Unfortunate execution.
not well played. Played. just played.
Ed will very much be back in future, and will very much learn from this one, and will no doubt come out swinging and win many more tournaments, but not today. Elsewhere, we see Sabi is into Terranian Sea, so Karthik is pushing Sabi forward, using them as a janissary. Very nice to do, especially when you're going to build, so you can make sure Rome isn't super vulnerable while you do it. Russia does slide an army up to Romania, which does mean that in future they can sort of try and work with Turkey by getting through ball and working against the Italian, but for now, no need for that. Bit of a dipsy doodle around with Russia taking Silesia but losing Galicia to the German. But the big news really is in the West, where I've buried the lead entirely. And as expected, Rob didn't really want to fight in the East. Rob has gone taken Munich and taken Holland. Rob O'Brien is going, screw all you guys. I want a board top. I'm going to have a big France game. And Alan is paying the price for that. It would have been worse. Would have lost Denmark, but Sweden was cut.
And Karthik saying, sure, Rob, you go take those German dots and top this board. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
2 builds for Rob. 2 centers open to build them. Italy +1. Germany not doing too hot. Alan, I like the idea that you had there, getting involved in the East, but it's a little harder to do when England is doing that. So, shame about that. Army Rome, Army Paris, Fleet Brest, Bohemia and Galicia come off. So Karthik gets even more space to maneuver, as if he needed that in this game. Into spring of 1904, Shane.
Well, and now he's gone to Munich with help from Alan, because Alan has clearly had enough of Rob's mischief. This is DiploRat Mischief after all. We have a bouncy in Western Med. So that's it's all kind of nothing happening in the Med. In the western part of it anyway. A couple of pointless bounces by Karthik against Bulgaria, Sabi pulling back to Ankara, and Jake moving to Armenia. Presumably they're going to try and blow that fleet up. Germany not much longer for this world, losing Denmark and also Kiel to the English. And Jake setting up to try and have a pop at Berlin in the fall. I'm really curious about what people's motivations are in this game at this point in time. Yeah, it's interesting. As far as the pivotal game on the board board of the game goes, it's kind of interesting what we're seeing here.
Yeah, really good turn for April, that actually. Like, not only Denmark and Kiel, but also getting Jake to walk back from Scandinavia. This is a real opportunity for April.
Yep, there's the blow up as we suspected in Armenia. I mean, what are they going to just draw and go to the pub early here? What's going on? Again, trying to push the B forward, but not happening in the Med. Karthik manages to hold on to Munich, but does not get Jake into Prussia. And again, Denmark and Kiel falling to the English, Berlin. Yeah, that's kind of it.
Nice bit of play to get the army into Kiel rather than having the fleet there. That's a bit more annoying. So sensible tactics from April and Rob.
Yeah,
especially Rob, with like long experience in extended deadline. Very good tactical player.
Yep, he knows how to hash those things out. So April managing to catch up at least to her erstwhile ally in their internal race to beat each other or perhaps tie each other, but still 3 behind Karthik, which is a bit rough. Will that be turned around? I don't know. 10 center early in 04. Kind of hard to beat. We'll see about that.
It's about people's will to do it, right? Jeez, it's about if anyone wants to actually do anything about it.
Gotta love that South Coast fleet. Belgium comes off for the French. 2 fresh units come on for the English. Would have loved to see both of those as armies, but understandable either way. So maybe there's room for April to do something, but probably not that much. Anyway, spring of 05, Craig, go right ahead.
April gets into Munich with the help from the French and helps Holland get into Kiel, stopping the German from getting anything back, and Russia takes Berlin. Munich is involuntarily piffed here, so Karthik will have a rebuild, possibly if he takes anything like Bulgaria from Greece, and just self-bouncing and thing. And then France continues to try to get into the Med, while Italy continues to try to push Turkey into the Med. And Sabi comes back from blowing up the Russian fleet just to kind of keep tabs on those Turkish home centers.
Yep, this was a one-turn window where Munich may have been on the table for the EF, and they take advantage. So maybe it is on after all for the board top overall into fall.
In the fall, Munich is kept because France wants April to have it. Kiel is held by the English. And then I'm not sure what Barents is supporting. It looks like maybe Bothnia into St. Pete. Maybe there was the thought that it was going to be a
disengage.
self-bounce and they were going to do some malicious support there. And then, in the east, Karthik walks out of Bulgaria. So it looks like Karthik will be going down one instead of staying even, and gets up into Piedmont to kind of start to, it looks like, kind of end up stalemating that Mediterranean line there. This looks kind of grindy at this point.
Can't neglect the foreshadowing that we're seeing very clearly. Come hell or high water, Sabi is going to make sure that a Turkish army is convoyed into Spain before the end of this game, so watch out for that.
I can't help but think the bouncing in West Med is just arranged anyway. Rob has no appetite to actually fight Karthik at all, and Karthik and Sabi at all.
Yeah.
It's just...
I think it's also, at this point of the other game, we saw that this is sort of where it fell apart for Keith around about this time.
That's what I was about to say.
When Keith's game is not going great, Ed is dead and Sabi is a free centre turkey in this position. Karthik's motivation for continuing the game, or Karthik not really concerned about the tournament anymore. At this point, Karthik is probably running to the bank with it.
I mean, certainly Karthik's not going to start helping Sabi into Jake's dots.
No.
And
Or
there's
at
no
least
reason
not
for
until very late on.
And there's no reason for Sabi to help Karthik into Russian dots. So that's going to be kind of stagnant.
Yeah.
In the
It's the
meantime,
stage when everyone's looking at the other boards and trying to work out what's going on. And at this stage, it's clear the Keith game is frozen.
France maybe has a chance here if they play on to take a bunch of English centers, but then is it at the expense of giving the rest of them to Russia?
Yeah. In the meantime, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we're saying goodbye to Alan Downing. Thank you for playing. And thanks everyone for playing.
Makes sense.
That's the end of it.
Congratulations, Karthik.
Karthik's on top. So congratulations to Karthik Konath for the somewhat gifted but still quite impressive 9-center Italian top and consequential win of the Mischief tournament by quite a margin too.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Karthik absolutely dominated this tournament.
Yep.
Very well deserving winner.
That's an 83% top share. That means 2 lone tops and a shared top. Incredible stuff there. 15 points ahead of the equivalent of a 10-center lone top ahead of second place Andrew Zick, who had that great late surge in round 3, but not enough to get into contention. So, 2 questions for you guys, really. First of all, what was the main factor that led to Karthik being able to win the tournament in the first place? And secondly, do you think that board plays out differently if Sabi doesn't have that reputation of being a less hyper-competitive player than some others in that position as Turkey?
I don't know. I think Ed trusted that Jake would go along with a rat, and I don't really understand. Jake's an incredible player and has sold Ed on that. But I think if Ed looks back in a clear-headed manner, he will look at it and go, why would Jake have given a damn about Karthik in this game? Jake wasn't in contention to win the tournament. So what was Jake's motivation to rat? He didn't really have one, which I think Ed was being a bit optimistic with hoping that Jake would go along with that. Whether or not Sabi would, hoping that Jake would was very optimistic. But in terms of, Karthik saw the opportunity, took the opportunity, and just stamped his authority all over that game as soon as it was there. Like, some players, they want to hang back, they want to do threat management. Karthik was like, nah, this is my chance, and I'm going to bloody take it. So, he did that all weekend, just 3 really, really impressive games. And, Karthik's a European champion, but this might be the most impressive tournament I've seen from him.
It's obviously all down to you, McCullis, based from...
Well, I'm always happy to take credit for that.
Yeah. So, anything else to add about that for Karthik?
No, it's just a dominant performance, right? It played really, really well and understood the system and, just ran the show. It was very, very impressive.
Yep. And congrats.
Shout out to Richard Lowenberg too, by the way, for coming 7th on only 2 boards. That's very impressive.
Yeah. Finishing top 7, missing a round is far from easy, especially when there's no drop round. So really great effort there from Richard. and the rest of our top 7 as well. Andrew, Keith, Massbomb, Sabi, and Ed, they all played superbly. Real quick, let's bring up the best countries as well, just to recognize that. If I can actually find it in the Dipcast menu, that would be great. And here. Is that really not it? Shucks.
It's a button down on the side.
Yeah, I'm looking there.
Brandon doesn't always fill it out. I don't.
Okay. That's fine. Either way. We'll just put that to one side. We know Karthik won Best France with his 16 center performance in round 1. That's what sort of put him out ahead and gave him the cushion over the others for round 3. But either way, yeah, congrats to Karthik. Really well done from him. This was great fun from all you guys, and I'm glad you were all able to join us for this nearly 7-hour broadcast. Yeah, you can see how the lighting in my room has changed. That's because the sun kind of went on vacation there for the last bit of it. But yeah, this was really fun. Looks like the tournament was a success. Very well attended by locals and travelers alike. Craig,
Yeah,
as a
12 boards for a 12 boards for a first time they ran the tournament. That's fantastic. They should be really proud of themselves.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to run a
Final-
tournament in a big city too, by the way. Like the costs for venue and stuff are crazy. That's why places
Yeah.
like, London and New York aren't having tournaments is because of that. So yeah, credit to them for getting it going.
Yeah,
And
so-
credit to the people in London too. That's coming.
That's why Chicago sort of ran theirs on the outskirts, really
Yeah,
close to
this
the airport
was-
last year to save costs.
This was run in Brooklyn, I believe, and I lived in New York City for 4 years during medical school. And once you're where you need to be, it's great, but like sometimes getting there can be tough, and accommodations can be cost prohibitive. So yeah, really great that they were able to put together this big of a panel.
Peter Cook did an amazing job stepping in. I know Johnny founded the DiploRats, but has taken more of a back step recently. And Peter did most of the organising of this tournament. I think in chat they're saying Jason Massbomb helped a lot as well. So big shout out to those two. And great to see the biggest city in America getting onto the diplomacy scene.
Yeah. After what we've seen today, guys, do you think you're going to try and make it out next year? I know I might.
Yeah, I was hoping to go this year, but just scheduling didn't work out. It's an old stomping ground of mine.
I would love to go back to New York and even more love it to actually play diplomacy there. But yes, we'll see.
It's an expensive trip for me, but at some point I'll try and get out there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Once again, thank you guys for sticking it out through all that time. Thank you to everyone in Dip Chat who came by and watched and contributed in the chat. Just a final reminder to like the stream to boost its presence in the algorithm. Probably should have said that earlier, but hey, we're all learning here. And once again, great times had by all. Congrats to Karthik. And Craig, how about you sign us off?
Stay safe and stab well.